Hard to Kill, a YA sibling spy thriller. Unleashed Book 5. Written by Susan Katie Allred. Jana Elko Publishing. Copyright year 2021 by Susan Katie Allred. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without written permission from the publisher or author, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Book 5, Chapter 1, Hard to Kill. Aleasha. As we sit in the black Chevy Silverado truck that Manny's uncle loaned us, Manny glares at our group through the rearview mirror. His deep brown eyes stare at each person for a long moment before moving to the next. First Drew, then Nathan, and over to me, who is in the passenger seat next to him. I peek at the guys, too. Nathan's changed in the year since the car accident our parents died in, and the agency separated us, telling each sibling the other was also dead. I swear Nathan's grown a foot while we were separated, and his blonde hair has darkened a couple of shades. Drew has changed in the months he spent with Nathan. Now Drew's polished pretty boy look has morphed into a rugged bad boy persona, with a couple of scars on his face and a haunted look in his eyes. What do I look like to them? I still have long brown hair and the same athletic build. I guess I've acquired a few new scars, too. Do my brown eyes look haunted when they look at me, too? When none of us says anything, Manny nods. Okay then, it's a truce. There is a lot at stake right now. We need to work together, not tear each other apart. He puts the truck into gear and begins driving. I've got to stop for some gas before we leave Kalispell. The drive should be less than a couple of hours. We can get some snacks on the way out of town, and maybe some food to get us through the next 24 hours while we're hiking into the Bob Marshall. As he drives, Manny rubs the spot where I fixed his wounds. I chew on my lip and stare at his hand. How are you doing? He gives me a sidelong glance, then looks at the guys behind us. I'll be fine. Are you sure? I ask, touching his arm. Yeah. I had my uncle look at it before I left. He gave me some stuff to put on it later. I might need your help with that when it's time. I can do that. Thanks. He offers a relieved smile, then glances back at the guys again before turning into the gas station, pulling into a spot toward the end of the gas pumps. I dig through the duffel bag at my feet and pull out several $20 bills, handing them back to Drew. Can you go in and pay? Manny's still injured, so I'll pump the gas. Do you want anything from the convenience store? Drew asks me. Water, please, I say. Get whatever you think we'll need for this trip. And can you get Nathan some snacks too? If I know him, he'll be hungry 5 minutes after we leave town. I can help pay, Drew says. I can take care of it. Drew shakes his head. But... I cut my hand through the air. No buts. My brother, my responsibility. Nathan raises his hand. If it's that important, you can both buy me something. I'll make the sacrifice and accept twice the love. I roll my eyes and Drew snickers, tugging Nathan's arm. Come on. I watch Drew and Nathan walk to the gas station. Manny pulls his baseball cap over his face and leans back in his seat while I climb out of the truck and wait for the attendant to turn the gas on. Drew has a limp. That's new. It's not big, but it's enough that I notice. Nathan's taller than Drew. That means my little brother is over 6 feet tall. Sheesh. How did my 15-year-old brother get so grown-up looking? Manny is definitely the bigger of the three guys. His months of working out and training have turned him into a Greek god with a Latin twist. Manny's tan skin, dark wavy hair, and Mexican accent take it to a whole new level. The covered fuel pumps smell of gas and exhaust. It's cool in the shade compared to the sun pounding on us as we drive. I close my eyes and take a breath, relaxing for a moment. This will probably be the last time I'll rest, until all of this is over. However long that will take. Hopefully not so long that I can't graduate this year. Aleasha Summers, is that you? A jolt of recognition shoots through me and I whirl around, looking for the owner of that voice. Ben, the paramedic from the hospital, stands at another pump, fueling a black Jeep with roll bars. He's got his hands shoved into his jeans and a white t-shirt under a button-down shirt. His blonde hair ruffles in the breeze. When he smiles, his eyes crinkle. My stomach flutters with excitement. Ben? He breaks into a grin and waves. What are the odds? I was thinking the same thing. What are you doing here? Ben points to the passenger in his Jeep. I was taking Aunt Betty to see her grandkids at Lake Blaine. He gestures to me in the truck. Kalispell, Montana is a long way away from Walla Walla, Washington. Why are you here? I glance inside Ben's Jeep, and Betty, the nurse from the hospital, waves at me, a grin on her wrinkled face. I was, think, Aleasha. Think. I fiddle with the gas pump to give myself some time and glance at the convenience store to make sure the guys aren't coming out. I'm going camping with some friends. Ben walks over to my truck and stands next to me, a little closer than I expected. Normally, I'd be pushing the offender away, but Ben smiles down at me, and his face makes me warm inside. Is that why you missed our ice cream date yesterday? He asks. Oh, crap. The flutter in my stomach dies and sinks to my toes. I'm so sorry about that. This came up at the last second. And you thought it couldn't wait a couple of hours? Ben raises his brows, leaning in even closer. I close my eyes and drop my head. It's not that. I haven't seen my brother in over a year, and he just showed up and... I look up at Ben, into his gentle eyes, and he shakes his head, an easy smile forming on his lips. It's all right. Really. I wanted to get to know you, but there were no strings attached. He holds out his hand. Give me your phone. I fish my phone out of my back pocket and hand it to him. He types in his number. Now you can get a hold of me anytime. He flashes a 1,000-watt smile. It makes me want to melt into the ground because he's being so stinking gracious about me bailing on him. Call me if you want, when you get back to town. Ben hands me back my phone. Deal? I honestly didn't mean to stand you up. I'm just glad you're not in another barn somewhere dying. I'll take camping with your brother over death any day. Ben grins again, then waves and returns to the Jeep where Betty is leaning over the steering wheel, watching us like a hawk. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she was trying to read lips. Who was that? Manny says from the cab, making me jump. He's got his hand on the bill of his hat, where he shoved it off his face, and his brows are knitted together. The gas pump clicks off, and I pull it from the tank. That was the paramedic who resuscitated me from the drowning, I say, concentrating on not dropping the gas cap. Hopefully, I'm not blushing as much as I think I am. He gave you his number? Drew asks, walking up to the truck with Nathan right behind him. I glance over at Drew. He has an eyebrow raised as if he doesn't believe me. The way he cocks his head and holds himself denotes jealousy, too. Something inside me bristles and I grind my teeth. What is it to you, Drew? We're not an item anymore, remember? I can talk to whomever I want. I whirl on my heel and stomp back to my side of the truck, where I get in and slam the door, glaring out the windshield. Drew climbs into the back seat and hands me bottled water and a snack. Thanks, I mumble. Darn him for taking the high road. We pull out of the gas station and I notice Ben and Betty watching our car leave. I force a smile and wave at them as our car passes theirs. I really hope Betty's overactive imagination doesn't get the best of her. I don't need her to convince Ben to follow us to make sure I'm safe, especially when Simon is who knows where. I'd hate for Betty and Ben to get mixed up in the crazy crap I'm dealing with right now. Read the final installment of the Unleashed series by going to susankatieallred.com or find it at major retailers like Amazon.
Chapter 2. The Ultimate Prize. Nathan. I sit in the back of the truck with Drew, my eyes alternating between Aleasha, Drew, and Manny. I can see why Aleasha and Drew are upset with each other, but what's up with Manny? He seems just as stressed out as the other two. I clear my throat and say in a casual voice, So, what did I miss? Aleasha blinks and looks over her shoulder at me. Huh? It's been a year. What did I miss? Did you go to state? Did you win? Are you still doing track? Are mom and dad alive and nobody's bothered to tell me yet? Did Elvis come back to life too? Manny snickers, and Aleasha rolls her eyes. No Elvis yet, but I heard a rumor Bigfoot will be at homecoming next year. I'd come to that, I say. You'd come dressed as Bigfoot, she says, smirking. Probably. I'm pretty sure Mom is dead. She glances back at me, and her face clouds. I was pretty sure Dad was too until these notes started showing up. My stomach twists, and I glance around at the other guys, trying to read their faces to see if they'll give a tell, hinting at what they know or feel. Drew, as usual, gives nothing away. Manny's eyebrows dart up and his mouth pops open. Your dad might be alive too? I don't know. Aleasha sips her water. It's pretty personal stuff he's using in these clues. She glances back at me. Plus, your notes in his handwriting. I can't imagine he would have put all this stuff together before he died. What would be the point? Maybe he has information he wants to share, but couldn't until you both became agents, Drew says. Someone's got to be orchestrating it. No matter how good Keith was, he couldn't initiate the contact, track you down wherever you were, and then give you the clues by himself. That's true, I say. Knowing Dad, he's probably got triplet brothers, has an empire on the dark side of the moon, and is controlling events from a different dimension. Aleasha facepalms and slides her hand down her face. I'd forgotten how strange you are. Thanks. I grin and wink. She groans. I've missed harassing her. If she were in the back, I'd hug her. But then I'd have to punch her, just to keep it from being awkward. I'll settle for being annoyingly weird. What's the plan for when we get to Bob Marshall? I ask. Everyone looks to Aleasha. I don't know. I'm winging it too. She bites her lip. Set up camp? Brilliant, I say, trying to do my best Jim Carrey Grinch impression. Drew makes a face like I've grown horns. In case you've forgotten, my sister is back from the dead, and my dad might make an appearance too, I say, cocking my head. Excuse me for being a little excited. In case you've forgotten, Drew says. We're also being hunted by Simon, the same guy that tortured and killed your grandfather. My face drops. It's as if Drew kicked me in the gut. He wasn't my grandpa, I mutter, and gaze out the window. Drew's voice softens. He still loved you, and he still treated you like a grandson. Drew's voice drops further. He died for you, Nathan. I don't know how he could have loved you more. Tears spring to my eyes. I squint out the window at the pine trees and river whizzing past us. I'd spent weeks avoiding thoughts of Grandpa, Charlie. With one sentence, all the emotions flood back. I grit my teeth. Don't cry. Keep it together, man. I will not show weakness. I will not show my soft spot or how to get to me. Not anymore. Saying nothing already speaks volumes. The car is silent for the rest of the ride, except for when Aleasha gives Manny directions to the campsite our family always used before we hiked to our favorite fishing spot. Dad was a creature of habit. Now that I know what I know, was that his personality, or did he have other reasons for going to the same campsite every year? Like making sure we knew the way to the site by memory? We drive down a long, washboard gravel road, kicking up rocks and fine dirt behind us, and making a brown cloud of dust. On each side of the road, the fine layer of dust turns the greenery brown. My eyes travel up the bushes and trees flanking the road, and the brown changes to deep greens. The campsite is little more than a clearing several yards from the side of the road, with a circle of rocks for a fire pit and a couple of stumps to sit on. As soon as I'm out of the truck, I'm swatting at mosquitoes and flies. Each time I slap at my arm, the fly buzzes away, then lands again a few seconds later. It doesn't take long before I'm red from missing the blood-sucking vampire bugs. My butt is numb from the vibration of the washboard road, and sweat immediately forms on my forehead and back. Birds chirp in the distance, and the dust from the drive settles, leaving behind grit in my mouth. But you can't beat the 360-degree view of the forest. I unload the back of the truck, while Aleasha and Manny set up the tent in a wide, flat area of dirt and meadow. Drew organizes everything else for the night. Once the tent is set up, Manny and Aleasha take off in search of firewood, and I rummage around in the truck for a bag to use for garbage. When Aleasha and Manny are out of sight, Drew plops onto a stump and slumps his shoulders, drawing designs in the dirt with a stick. I stare at him for a long time. Sure, he lied to me and Aleasha about each of us being dead, or at least he didn't deny it, or volunteer what he knew when we talked to him. I know he told me it was because my dad ordered him to stay quiet, and Drew promised his silence. But why really? And why was he risking his relationship with Aleasha, his fiancée, to do it? It's obvious he loves her. He may be a good liar, but he's not that good. I'm no love expert, but even I know you don't lie to your future wife about things like, I don't know, her brother being alive. Why are you still here, Drew? I ask. Why didn't you walk away once Aleasha found me? Because I genuinely care about you guys. He lifts a shoulder. I guess I'm hoping that maybe your dad is still alive too. Boy, do I have a lot of questions if he is. I snort. Do you think? We all do. He glances at the woods where Manny and Aleasha disappeared. And maybe to see if I have a chance of redeeming myself to Aleasha. I don't think she'll forgive me as easily as you did, but maybe we can be friends or something. Friends would be nice. Better than nice, Drew says. Whether or not you believe it, you're my family. You're all I've got. What about everyone else at the agency? Aren't they family too? Drew kicks at the dirt again. I used to think so. All the good ones. The ones I'd trust with my life. They're gone. Patty, Charles, Mark, Cameron. It's like Simon's been picking them off one by one, edging his way closer to us. To his ultimate prize. A chill runs down my spine, and goosebumps form on my arms. What's his ultimate prize? Drew looks up at me, his face dark and determined. Claiming you and Aleasha as his.
Chapter 3. Medic, Aleasha. Manny and I scour the woods near the campsite looking for varying sizes of wood to start and maintain the fire. Dappled shadows and pine needles cover the forest floor, and pine scent fills the air as we search the area for pine cones and branches of varying sizes. It's a pleasant change from the heat of the sun. I pick up part of a downed log, and Manny reaches out to help me. His face is pale, and there's a sheen of sweat on his forehead. A jolt of horror shoots through me, and I hold up my hand. Don't. You're still injured, and you're going to need every ounce of energy you have to do the hike, especially if Simon shows up again. I pull the log closer to my chest. I'm not sure you should go on the hike at all, let alone gather wood with me. Maybe you should stay back and watch the trail. Make sure nobody follows us tomorrow. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Instead of us being 4 against Simon, I much prefer being 1 against Simon and all his minions. He gestures at the forest and surrounding mountains. I couldn't even call or text to warn you. No cell service. I gnaw on my lip and indecision bubbles inside my gut. Maybe we should wait. You're hurt. Drew is hurt. The world won't end if we hold off until everyone is healthy before we make a run for the next clue. Manny sits on a log, looking like he just finished 12 rounds in a boxing ring. I sit next to him, our sides touching, and drop the log I was holding, letting it hit the earth with a thud. We've been running too hard for too long. Something's gotta give. I was hoping it would be Simon, but that man's an Energizer bunny, Manny mutters. I chuckle. Seriously. We're here now. Manny wipes at the sweat beading along his forehead. Let's get this next clue, and then we can regroup. We'll go someplace Simon can't find us, get healthy, and then get back at it. We've just got to get through the next couple of days. I grab his hand and turn it over so I can see the bruises and scabs on his knuckles. His tan skin is darker than usual from the sun, and his palms are surprisingly soft. I trace my fingers over his knuckles. Why are you here, Manny? People are dying all around us, and you've stuck around. You should be with your family. Manny laughs softly. Maybe I'm an adrenaline junkie. Maybe. His voice lowers. Or maybe I'm an Aleasha junkie. I look up into his brown eyes. His face is intense, fierce. My pulse quickens, but my stomach drops, and memories of Mark's dead body invade my thoughts. I look at his hands again. You should stay away. I'm a danger magnet. It's true, but having Manny leave is the last thing I want him to do. He reaches up with his free hand and tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear, sending a shiver of excitement through me. He tugs my chin until I'm looking into his eyes again. My mind flashes back to our homecoming kiss. Every nerve in my body seems to hum with anticipation. Will he try to kiss me now? Do I want him to kiss me? Why do I keep asking myself that question when I already know the answer? Manny's eyes dart to my mouth. I've tried to keep my distance. It doesn't work, he says. That hurts more than any of my bruises. He leans closer. Besides, who'd protect you from yourself if I weren't here? Good question, I breathe. My heart is racing as fast as a hummingbird's now. His lips inch closer to mine. I want him to kiss me. I want to grab his shirt and yank him to me, throw him to the ground, and relive that homecoming kiss until I'm dizzy. And more. The last time he kissed me, I was still entangled with Drew. But this time, nobody's holding me back. His breath is warm on my lips when he pauses as if about to say something else. I can't wait anymore. I lean in and press my lips to his, then pull away. My mouth tingles from the brief contact. I glance at his face, gauging his reaction. Before I read anything, he practically dives at me, and his lips are on mine again, hands at my waist, pulling me closer. I wrap my arms around his neck, running my fingers through his thick black hair, my mouth moving with an urgency that definitely wasn't there at homecoming. Our last kiss surprised me. This time I'm prepared, and I want it. Who are we kidding? I've been wanting it for a long time, longer than I want to admit. How many months had I kept him at arm's length when I could have been doing this? Oh, my word. This. Manny's lips are like magic. Goosebumps run up my arms in 90-degree weather. My stomach coils with delight, and I'm panting even though I haven't run a single step. His hands skim my ribcage, then pull me closer. You couldn't slide a credit card between us if you wanted to. I'd smack you if you tried. His mouth opens and our tongues tangle before he pulls away. He presses kisses along my chin and skims down my throat. My eyes roll heavenward, and I revel in the sensation, wanting more. So much freaking more. Manny's hands find the skin under my shirt at my waist. His fingers press against my lower back. My heart races at the sensation of skin on skin, and I lean into him, intensifying our kiss. I trail kisses along his jawline and just below his ear. But when I reach his neck, he jerks away and snickers. Sorry, ticklish. I let out an evil chuckle. Good to know. Aleasha! Nathan calls in the distance. I glance in the direction of Nathan's voice, then curse under my breath. Manny groans and reaches for me again. Let's ignore him for a couple more minutes. I was just getting started. I plant one more kiss on his lips before I groan and stand. Come on, I'll make it up to you later. Promise? Manny arches a brow. Don't make any promises you can't keep. I've been trying to get you to kiss me for months. Now that you've started, I don't want you to stop. I grin, feeling light as air. It feels good to smile again, even if it's for a moment. I hold up 2 fingers. Scout's honor. I don't think it works that way, Manny says, but I'll take it anyway. He stands and pulls me into another kiss that leaves me a useless pile of mush. I almost need help remembering how to walk. He grins and bites his lower lip. There's more where that came from. I sure hope so. I fan my face as if trying to cool myself. Aleasha, where are you guys? Nathan calls again, but this time closer. Over here. I call in the direction of Nathan's voice, then pick up the logs we'd dropped on the ground and head off toward the campsite with Manny following behind me. We meet Nathan halfway. He's got an armload of pine cones and pine needles. Manny has a bunch of smaller sticks, and I have the logs and thicker branches. Geez, I thought Simon got you or something, Nathan says when he sees us. Sorry. I glance at Manny. We were talking. I didn't hear you calling. My cheeks warm at the lie, and I hope Nathan doesn't notice. His eyes dart between me and Manny. Something in our body language must have tipped him off because he says, uh-huh, if that's what you want to call it. Ugh. I want to crawl into a hole now. I don't know what Drew's told Nate about the relationship we had before Drew started mentoring Nate, but now Nate knows Manny and I were kissing. This could get really awkward fast. I lift my chin and walk past Nathan, refusing to be embarrassed. I did nothing wrong. If Nathan wants to say something to Drew, then fine. We'd better hurry, I say over my shoulder. It'll be dinner time soon, and we need something to cook over. Manny and Nathan follow me. I strain to hear what they're saying to each other, but I can't make it out. Frustrated, I pick up my pace. If I can't understand them, then I don't want to hear them. I'll probably trip over something while trying to eavesdrop anyway. By the time I get to the campground, I'm way ahead of Manny and Nathan. Drew has his back to me, rummaging through our food, prepping it for dinner. Butterflies flutter in my stomach when I see him. Stupid butterflies. They seem to be everywhere today. Did I walk through a kaleidoscope of them? I push the feeling down, remembering what he's done to me and Nate. It doesn't matter how much I loved him. I can't forgive him for lying to us and keeping us apart. How much easier would the last year have been if I'd had Nathan with me as we mourned Mom and Dad's death? Even annoying little brothers are still brothers. I drop my wood next to the fire pit and break some branches into smaller, more manageable sizes. Drew turns and freezes when he sees me. He looks around for the other guys, but we're still alone. I instantly regret pulling ahead. It would have been better to be caught eavesdropping than to be stuck alone with Drew. He clears his throat, scoots a camp chair over to the fire pit, and sits in the chair, facing me. I grit my teeth and avoid eye contact, resisting the urge to bolt or punch him or kiss him or all three. Not necessarily in that order. I settle for standing and rummaging through the food behind him, looking for water. "How are you doing?" he asks. His warm breath on my neck creates goosebumps. I flinch and turn. He's inches from me now. Must have backed up, but still totally in my personal bubble. I get an up-close and personal look at the cuts and bruises on his face. Drew's green eyes are tired and haunted, like Simon's hunted him within an inch of his life, and he's hanging on by a thread. There's a fresh scar on his jaw and one on his forehead. I'm sure if he took his shirt off, there'd be several scars on his legs and torso from our experience last autumn with Madison. Are there more I don't know about now? This close, he looks like he's aged a decade in the last year. He definitely doesn't have the same calm demeanor I'd craved for so many months while he was gone. This guy is nervous and scared, high-strung. What happened to him while he was gone? The last thing he needs is for me to add my problems to his. I'm fine, I say, looking away and brushing past him. I will not get pulled into his lies again. Manny and Nathan are still nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Did they decide to stop for a nap? Aleasha, I'm sorry about everything, Drew says behind me. I close my eyes and take a deep, cleansing breath, willing the warm, piney air to calm my rising anger. I don't want to talk about this right now, I say. We need to talk about it, he says, his voice closer behind me. I stiffen. Am I going to feel his breath on my neck again? Not now, I say. But I whirl around, biting off the rage boiling inside of me that's desperate to lash out at him. No, you had your chance. Every time we talked on the phone. When I went to visit you at Christmas. All the times we were alone without our spy gear on. I shake my head and squeeze my hands into fists at my sides. You had plenty of time to talk to me and tell me what was going on. You made your decision. It wasn't with me. Now you've got to deal with the consequences. Manny and Nathan's voices echo in the distance behind me. Finally. Except I have one last thing to say to Drew before the others get here.
Chapter 4. The Protective Little Brother. Nathan. Aleasha pulls away from me and Manny, and I slow my steps, allowing her to get more distance from us. I steal a glance at Manny. His face is pale, and he seems to have an unnatural sheen of sweat on his forehead, like he's about to pass out or something. One thing's for sure, my sister's already short fuse is almost non-existent now. No way I'm going to ask her to slow down for us. I glance at Manny again, and a million questions flood my brain. How'd you get pulled into all this mess? I ask him. Manny's quiet for a long time, staring at the needles and dirt along our path. His feet shuffle slowly as he gnaws on a lip. Finally, he says, I met Aleasha when I moved to Walla Walla. She was one of the first people I met at school. Like everyone else, I was drawn to her. She was smart, feisty, strong, and didn't take crap from anyone. Manny shakes his head. The stories they were telling about her when she wasn't around. How she'd taken on the entire football team and put some of them in the hospital because they'd used roofies on her friend. How she was the only person fearless enough to resist the mafia boss's daughter. And how she didn't care what people thought of her. Manny lifts a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. I was curious what sort of person would fight so hard for others, especially when they're my age. Most kids want to fly under the radar and fit in. Aleasha seemed to stand tall, stand out, and wade upstream against the current. The more I learned, the more I liked what I saw. The more I wanted to learn more. Manny's pace slows, practically to a crawl. Like everyone else who met her, I wanted to spend more time with her and be a part of what she was fighting for. So when she introduced me to Randy, I was all in. Did Randy tell you to follow Aleasha to find me? I ask. Manny shakes his head. We're off the reservation. I don't know if they'll even let us back in the agency after this. I know Aleasha doesn't plan on going back. Will you go back if they let you? Manny lifts a shoulder. Not sure yet. Depends on her. He lets out a long, frustrated breath. I'd follow her to the ends of the earth if she let me. Right now, we've got to get through all this first. Yeah. I stare at my feet. The way things have been going lately, I'm not sure we're all going to make it out alive. My stomach drops, and I break out into a cold sweat. Which one of us is most likely to die?
Chapter 5. Time to move on. Aleasha. Knowing Manny and Nathan are nearly to the campsite helps me relax, but only a bit. I glare at Drew and say, I've moved on, Drew. It's time for you to move on too. Drew's face falls with each sentence. His body deflates like a balloon until he glances over my shoulder at the guys and then looks away. I see. Why don't you go home, Drew? I say. You're injured. I don't want you here. You've done enough already. Drew's head snaps up, and his face hardens. I promised. Your dad I would watch over and protect you. Your attitude doesn't change things. Mark's voice echoes in my mind of a similar conversation we had before he died, of how he promised his daughter he would watch over and protect me, no matter what it took. The memory cuts at my soul, searing guilt into the depths of my mind. Mark died to protect me. His daughter won't grow up with her dad because of me. It hurts so deeply that I want to scream, lash out at something, anything. My attitude? I say, cocking a brow. Yeah, your attitude. Drew steps closer, his eyes narrowing. You knew I worked for the agency. You know as agents we have to lie. Why do you find it so surprising I had to lie to you for my job? Now that you're on the receiving end, you're offended. It's the job. You've lied. I've lied. You've lied to Manny. I've lied to you. I'm sure somewhere along the line you'll have to lie to me. It's the damned job. It sucks, but it's what we signed up for. If you can't forgive me for something this inevitable, then maybe you're in the wrong line of work. Because you're just as guilty of lying as I am. Ha! I don't recall ever telling anyone that their sibling was dead when they were obviously alive. There's a difference. I was protecting Manny. You weren't protecting me. Drew throws both his hands into the air, and a vein on his reddening face throbs at the temple. Yes, I was. Simon is hunting you both. You needed to hone your skills and get up to speed. When I found you, you were a civilian with the potential for greatness. If you dealt with Simon then, there is no way you would have been able to handle him the way you can now. You would have sacrificed yourself to save Nathan. Your brother probably still would have been caught, and we would have lost you both. This way, you could both concentrate on your training and build your skills so you can take him and his minions on as equals. Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night? I say, jabbing a finger at him. My voice rises along with the temperature of my blood. Oh, how I want to punch this man right now, right in the sternum so he can get a taste of the ache in my chest from all his deceit. So he can feel what it felt like to not have my brother with me this last year. Then to find out it was Drew who kept Nate from me. Drew reaches for me and I slap his hand away. No touchy. He scoffs. We're back to the beginning again, are we? No, we are way beyond that. This time around, I won't give you another chance. We are done. I turn to walk away, clear my head before I say or do something I'll regret, but I stop. Nathan and Manny are in the clearing, staring at us. Manny has his arms filled with twigs and sticks, but he's glaring at Drew. Nathan looks at his feet, and then walks away, dumping his pine cones and pine needles into a pile near my sticks and log. I walk over to Manny, take the sticks from his arms, and place them in a pile next to Nathan's. Manny helps me build a campfire in the fire pit. Our group makes our meal and eats in silence. Chipmunks and birds chirp around us, a few stopping to inspect our campsite before scurrying under nearby bushes. After we eat and clean up, I turn to Manny. I want to clean your wound while we still have daylight. I'm sure it's fine, Manny says. Good. Then it won't take more than a minute. I stand and rummage through the truck until I find the first aid kit we'd assembled. It reminds me of something a medic would have. It's more than Band-Aids and sunburn ointment. We've included stuff we might need in case we met with Simon and his goons again, like super glue for big cuts, needle and thread, splints, large bandages, pressure bandages, and even some supplies to stop major bleeding and gunshot wounds. Manny's uncle made us promise not to ask him where he found that thing. When I get back to Manny, he has his shirt off. Some of his smaller bruises have faded to yellow, and he doesn't look as battered and beat up as before, but that knife wound still looks gnarly. I pull out some disinfectant cream and slather the surface as best I can before taping gauze over the area. He watches me work but doesn't say much. Then, as he pulls his shirt back over his head, he grunts a little in pain. Thanks. Anytime. I force a smile. It's probably not Eagle Scout quality, but hopefully you won't end up needing to amputate. Yeah, that would be inconvenient. Turning to Nathan and Drew, I ask, how are you guys holding up? Do you have injuries to be tended? Nathan shakes his head. I've been lucky so far. He knocks on a nearby piece of wood. I'll be fine, Drew says, avoiding my eyes. I sigh. Don't be an ass. Get over here and let me look. Drew's jaw pulses. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. Do you want help or not? I say, my hackles rising. If you want to stick around and help us, you need to take care of yourself. The last thing we need is you getting gangrene and the rest of us having to take care of you. Fine. Drew stands, his nostrils flaring. He practically rips off his shirt, then drops trow, leaving him only in his underwear. Nathan coughs and looks at the sky. Well, okay then. I nearly cry. When I sparred with him before he left Spokane, he was usually just in a pair of shorts. The Drew I remember was lean, ripped, and had almost no scars. The person in front of me has lost weight. Easily 20 or more. He's still ripped, but I suspect that's because he doesn't have any fat on his body anymore. And the bruises. Oh my gosh. He looks like he was run over by a bus, and then run over a couple more times for good measure. Scars from the stab wounds last fall riddle his side and his legs. There's a new wound on his shoulder that's oozing, another on his back, and a third on his thigh. Holy crap, Drew. You need to go to a hospital, I say. Not until you guys find your clue, he says, his jaw pulsing. Then we'll regroup and rest. You two, I say, pointing at Drew and Manny, are gluttons for punishment. Or we just care about you, Drew says. I grind my teeth and point to Manny. I'll work on his back while you get his leg. Manny nods and grabs some supplies from the first aid kit. I do what I can to clean the wound, and then put a fresh coat of antibiotics and bandages over it. The skin around the cut is bright red and hot. Infected. I'm tempted to be rougher than usual, but the scars on his body remind me of the sacrifices he made at the pot farm last year, when he thought he was going to die. How he did it for me. There's no way to fake that sort of dedication. He wasn't lying about that. By the time we're done, Nathan is using a flashlight to give us enough light to finish the job. Then all 3 sets of eyes settle on me. Do you have any injuries we need to tend to? Drew asks. I'm fine, I snap. You're fine as in no injuries? Or fine as in, you are all guys, and I don't want you to look at me? Nathan asks, smirking. Leave it to him to be the sass pot. I give him a death glare, silently vowing to hide more glow-in-the-dark maggots in his bed the first chance I get. Or throw him in the river during our hike in the morning. Maybe both. There's nothing that needs to be tended to, I say, folding my arms over my chest. They all stare at me, unconvinced. Throwing my hands into the air, I look heavenward. Fine. Nathan's my brother. He can check me for injuries. There's no way I'm going to let either of the other guys look at me. Not now. I shove past them and stomp to the tent. Nathan follows me with the flashlight in his hand. Yanking open the front flap of the tent, I step inside and am assaulted with suffocatingly hot air. I'm instantly sweating. The sleeping bags are still rolled, shoved to one corner of the tent, along with duffel bags filled with clothes, and more duffel bags filled with weaponry, just in case. I turn and glare at Nathan. Don't you trust me? I don't know. I haven't seen you in more than a year. You've changed. My arms go slack, and I drop to the ground, my shoulders sagging. Have I changed that much? His comment couldn't have hurt more if he'd sucker punched me in the face. Well, you know, he stares at the sleeping bags and shrugs. You're angrier, that's for sure. And, well, a little scary. He glances back at me, then sinks to the ground in front of me, crossing his legs. The beam of light from his flashlight is aimed at the ceiling, and Nathan is little more than a shadow. The way you snapped that guy's neck at the Space Needle. That was pretty hardcore. I stare at my hands. A couple of years ago, the worst I'd ever done was accidentally break some girl's nose spiking a volleyball. Now I'm racking up a pile of dead bodies. I deflate like a balloon, and I can hardly breathe. What have I become? My own brother is scared of me. I'm so sorry. Tears prick my eyes and slide down my cheeks. We sit in awkward silence while I sniffle and wipe my nose and face. Nathan sits nearby, stick straight, until he groans and holds out his arms. You're killing me, Smalls. Get over here. I shuffle over to him, and he pulls me into a hug. I'm so sorry, I whisper into his ear. You have no idea how hard it was thinking you were dead. Nathan chuckles and pulls away. I know better than anyone how it feels thinking your family is gone. His cheeks shine in the glow of the flashlight from his own tears. I'm not scared of you. You've just changed. I guess I've changed some too. But Grandpa, he winces. Charles took good care of me, and Drew was pretty cool too. Did he tell you about me? I ask. Nathan shakes his head. I found out during an interrogation of one of Simon's men. And you stayed? I bolted the first chance I got. Took off to the cabin we used to stay at in Rathdrum. What brought you there? Drew and I talked about it a while ago and decided if the crap hit the fan, that's where I should go. So, I did. Nathan nudges me with his shoulder. Cut Drew some slack. Dad told him to separate us. Drew says he didn't know about me until after he got injured on his assignment with you. Drew really does love you. Nathan makes a face. It's kinda disgusting. Half my mouth lifts into a lopsided grin. So, are we good? Nate bumps shoulders with me again. This time it's hard enough that he nearly knocks me over and I have to put a hand down to stop from falling on my side. I roll my eyes and sigh. Yeah, we're good. I slide a glance his direction. I love you, bro. I love me too, he says, then breaks out into a grin. I guess I love you too. I lean into him, making our shoulders touch again. Never leave me again, okay? I don't think I could handle it. Ditto. Chapter 6. Pillow Talk. Aleasha. Knock knock. Can we come in? Manny asks from the other side of the tent door. Nathan glances at me. Are you really okay? Physically, I mean? We all know you're a little unhinged. Yes. I'm just fine, you booger. I elbow him in the ribs. I've been lucky so far, too. Come on in, Nathan says. I think we're good here. Manny unzips the front of the tent and steps inside, with Drew right behind him. We cleaned up the campsite and got everything locked up. We should get to bed early so we can avoid as much of the heat as we can tomorrow, Manny says. I grab one of the sleeping bag rolls and toss another to Nathan. And the flies. Definitely the flies. They're freaking cannibals, Nathan says with a shudder. If I scream in the middle of the night, go back to sleep. It's just me dreaming about the flies. I walk on my knees to the side of the tent near the duffel bags and begin unrolling my sleeping bag. I'll sleep next to Aleasha, Manny says, moving in my direction. No you won't, Drew says. My head shoots up, staring at Drew's shadowed silhouette. Excuse me? You two aren't sleeping together. It'll be awkward for me and Nathan, Drew says. Manny cocks his head. Why? Drew shoves a bag full of ammo into a corner. Because you two are obviously an item and it'll be awkward for us if you're in the corner cuddling. Manny stiffens. Oh, I wish we were in daylight right now. I want to see the look on Drew's face, see if he's blushing or gritting his teeth, or whatever expression he has. As it is, all I can do to gauge his attitude is his voice, and he's keeping it pretty even. I glance at Manny. Did he say something to Drew while Nate and I were in the tent? Because I didn't mention that Manny and I had kissed. I'm not like that, and you know it, I say to Drew. We can do whatever we want, Manny says. Drew throws his bedroll onto the ground with unnecessary force. I'm still not comfortable with it. Manny's voice sharp and clipped when he says, What? So you want to lie next to her all night? Is that what you're trying to do? Manny leans toward Drew as if to get in his face, but I grab Manny's arm before he gets too close. Manny glances over his shoulder at me. I shake my head. Are you insinuating I'll be making out with Manny in front of you and my little brother? I ask Drew, keeping my voice as level and calm as Drew's was. Inside, I'm seething. If Drew and I go at it now, would he still be stronger and faster than me? Or would I take him down? Well, no, not exactly. I want you to conserve the energy we need for tomorrow. Drew lifts a shoulder. I also don't want to see you guys making out. It's kind of classless, don't you think? My temperature spikes and my face burns like it's on fire. Do you think you have an iota of say over who I sleep next to or what I do with them? You're not my handler anymore, Drew. You certainly aren't my boyfriend. You were wearing my promise ring 2 weeks ago. It didn't take you long to find a new boyfriend, did it? All I'm saying is wait before you go flaunting him in front of me. You son of a bitch. I shove Manny out of the way, and he falls onto his side. I lurch to my feet and step over Manny, half standing, half bending over Drew, my finger in his face. You lied to me, remember? Not some little white lie. You were training my little brother to be a killer. The little brother whose death I was still mourning. Nathan's death nearly killed me, and you said nothing. You lied. Over and over and over again. Do you expect me to just forgive you and forget a violation of trust like that? Isn't that what you want your paramedic guy friend to do? Drew raises an eyebrow. What do you think he'd do if he found out the reason he had to revive you wasn't some random drive-by shooting? How do you think he'd react if he knew Mark died because he was caught in the crossfire between you and Simon? That you're a murderer, just like them. Only the government pays you to kill, then pats your back and tells you it's for a good cause. Are you stringing your paramedic friend along like you did Manny, just in case you need another replacement boyfriend? It's not like that with Ben, I whisper. I close my eyes and ball my fists. Stay calm, Aleasha. Prove to Nathan you aren't as heartless as he thinks you are. How could Drew call me a murderer, throwing my biggest fears in my face like that? Drew's voice rises now, no longer level and calm, but loud and fierce. It sure as hell looks exactly like that. I saw the way you look at him. He's throwing out all the cues that he's interested in you. How are the lies you're telling him any different from what I told you? I open my eyes. My blood feels like it's going to burn through my veins and consume me like lava. Drew's pushing all my buttons on purpose. I grit my teeth. Because I'm trying to protect him. Drew screams at the tent's ceiling. I was trying to protect you. He sits on his heels, his hands limp at his sides. If there were any way I could have told you the truth, I would have. Don't you see? I wanted to tell you 1,000 times. I whispered it to you while you slept. I spent my nights trying to find a loophole, but I promised your dad. I trusted him with my life. And yours. And Nathan's. I trusted that Keith had reasons for wanting the two of you apart. I don't know what it was. I may never know. But there is a reason. And I think Simon is a pretty damned good argument supporting my theory. It wasn't his decision to make. I don't care that he was my father. It was cruel and heartless, I snap. I disagree. Drew slumps further onto the ground, staring at his hands. You guys were minors, and I honored your guardians, your father's explicit instructions. Take it up with him the next time you see him. Damn it, Drew. I'm not the same girl I was a year ago. Things changed. I changed. I don't need protecting anymore. Yes, you do. The ball was in motion long before your parents died. Your dad already knew what you'd become, and he took steps to protect you. Isn't that why Manny and I are here? Reinforcements? My eye twitches and I swipe at it with my palm. Funny. I thought you were here for moral support, because friends had their friends' backs. Whether you like me or want to kill me, I'm not backing down. I think we've established that this weekend, Drew says. It doesn't change that you've been training Nathan to be an assassin. He had a choice much like you did. Suddenly, I feel like I've been up for a week solid. I'm so freaking tired of fighting. Can't I have just a couple of nights to be normal again? I sink to the floor and rest my head in my hands. I don't recall having much of a choice, actually. You did, Drew says. You could have walked away. Nathan could have too. Drew points at Nathan. He chose this, just like you. My head whips up and I glare at Drew with renewed venom. He's 15. Almost 16, Nathan says, raising his hand. Shut up, Nate, I say over my shoulder. No, Nathan mutters. My brows shoot up and my head swivels to stare directly at my little brother. Excuse me? I said no, Nathan says, louder and straightening. What is this? The pic on Aleasha show? I ask. No, Nathan says, but you are being unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? You're blaming Drew for Dad's mistakes. It'd be the same as me blaming you for snapping that guy's neck in the Space Needle parking lot. You didn't have a choice. Not really. I know you wouldn't have done it if you'd had another option, but given the circumstances, it was him or me, and you chose me, right? The lava in my veins instantly cools. Yeah. Nathan throws a piece of clothing at me. So, let's agree that Drew had as much a choice about how things went down as you did and move on. Fine. I get up and move to my bedroll and finish preparing it for bed with my back to the others. If only it were that easy. Manny tugs on my arm, forcing me to look at him. Let's just get through this, okay? He kisses me on the forehead and moves his sleeping bag to the opposite side of the tent from me. Nathan places his bag next to mine. Looks like we get to be neighbors. I wouldn't have it any other way, I say, forcing a smile and nudging his shoulder. But if you snore, I'm going to smother you with my pillow. He falls onto his sleeping bag, grabs his pillow, and flings it at me. Ditto. I shake his pillow at him. It's hard to do that if you don't have one of these. Great. Nathan takes off his shoes and climbs into his bag. I do the same, then lightly kick him through my sleeping bag before tossing his pillow back to him and hitting him in the face. Good night, booger. Good night, scumbucket. He starts to snore and I whack him in the face with my pillow before rolling over and falling asleep with a grin on my face.
Chapter 7. Waking Nightmares. Nathan. I stare at the ceiling of the tent, or where the ceiling would be if it wasn't pitch black outside. The temperature is quickly dropping now that the sun is down, and the crickets are out in full force. Aleasha's breathing settles into a rhythm within a few minutes. I turn onto my hip and stare at the black outline of her body. How many nights did I lay awake after Mom and Dad died, wondering what our lives would have been like if we hadn't had that car crash? How many times did I see notices of volleyball games and have my stomach roil because I knew she should have been playing in those games? How many times did I see some random object or hear a sound that instantly reminded me of the family I'd lost? My eyes sting with unshed tears, and I swallow the lump in my throat. We've been on the run pretty much since the second I realized she was alive. Now, she's asleep inches from me. Real, and yet not real. Having Simon hunting us is very freaking real. I lost my parent, I lost Charlie, and I nearly lost Aleasha because of him. Is he going to succeed before we find out what is going on with these stupid clues? If Dad is alive, why won't he just come right out and tell us? Get us out of this nightmare we're perpetually living in? Why is he still playing games with our lives? Of course, that's what Dad's always done, hasn't he? Aleasha and I just didn't know it. He trained us to be killers, tacticians, and warriors, all under the guise of playtime and games. The idea of what Dad did to us makes my blood boil. I grit my teeth, blinking away more tears. What kind of father does that to children? Why did he ever think it was okay? If this is really Dad sending us the notes, what am I going to say to him when I see him? What will I do? Fall into his arms with tears and sobs and pretend like everything is okay? Or am I going to punch him in the nose and tell him off? I flip onto my back and stare into the darkness again. What will Aleasha do? Will we even make it to him, or will Simon intercept us and finish what he started? I pull my sleeping bag up to my chin. All the heat I had is gone now. An image of Aleasha dead filters through my mind, making me want to recoil. No matter what the outcome is, my world is going to be rocked to its foundation. No outcome will be good. Of that, I am sure. The only thing I am sure of is that if Aleasha and I aren't still standing at the end, neither of us will survive.
Chapter 8. Nightmares and Nostalgia. Aleasha. I wake with a start, my body covered in sweat. I'm panting as if I'd just finished running 5 miles. The walls of the tent close in on me, and I swear the temperature inside shoots up 20 degrees. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. Glancing around the tent, I realize everyone is still fast asleep. Good. I wasn't screaming in my sleep again. I tiptoe over the bodies between me and the door. My hands tremble as I struggle to unzip the flap. Desperation speeds my movements as bile claws up my throat. After my second attempt, Drew's hand gently nudges mine aside, and he unzips the flap, letting me bolt through the opening. I stand and gasp, taking in the cool, crisp night air. Pine trees shrouded in shadows surround us, while the expanse of stars fills the sky like glitter. The fresh air isn't enough, though. I stumble forward, trying to get as far from our tent as I can before I double over and empty the contents of my stomach onto a bush. My long brown hair hangs over my shoulders, and I try to grab at it between heaves, but I'm too distracted to get it all. Drew's hand reaches over my shoulder and pulls all my hair into a ponytail at the base of my neck. He holds it secure until I'm reasonably sure I'm done puking, then straighten again. Drew releases my hair when I turn, then holds a water bottle out to me. Here. I take the bottle and rinse my mouth out, reveling in the cool, sweet taste of water instead of the acidic burn of vomit. Thanks, I say, then guzzle the drink in one more breath. With a shaky hand, I wipe the sweat off my forehead. I've got to sit down. He guides me to our camp chairs around the extinguished campfire, and we sit. He uses a stick to poke at the campfire's ashes and slides a glance at me. Pretty bad one, huh? Yeah. Do you want to talk about it? He pokes at the ashes a little more. Do I? With him? I'm so freaking frustrated with him right now. But he's also the only person who knows everything. He knows about the car crash that killed my parents. He monitored me during the months of mourning and healing after the crash. He knows about Cecilia and the different ways she tried to torture me at school, both literally and figuratively. He was there the first time I broke someone else's bones, and he was there the first time I killed someone to save my Aunt Patty and others in my spy family. Drew knows what my nightmares are. He stood by my side and lived many of them with me. It's next to impossible to ignore that sort of connection, that sort of history. I remember tonight's dream and shudder. Drew looks up, his brows furrowed and stick forgotten. Are you all right? What did you dream? They're getting worse. I stare into the shadowed trees lurking in the distance. Wrapping my arms around my torso, I fight off another round of shivers. You know how the other dreams were about the incident at the pot farm? Mm-hmm. His voice is low and soothing, like he used to be when he helped me process my first few confrontations in Walla Walla. He's in counselor mode. I can feel it. Now Mark and Patty die in the dreams, too. I press my eyes closed and place my bare feet onto the cool, dry dirt under my chair, trying to focus on something, anything other than the images conjured in my head. Drew is silent. I peek up at him, and he has his elbows resting on his knees, staring at the ground. Have you visited their graves yet? He asks, not looking up. No. They wouldn't tell me where they buried Mark, and I think Patty's funeral happened shortly after I took off with Manny. He nods. I suspect your mind is trying to reconcile things that have not been properly processed yet. You need closure. You haven't been to the funerals, and you didn't get to see them at peace. There was no proper goodbye before being thrust into another assignment, or before you took off. He lifts his head and catches my eye. Death is something difficult for grown men and women to process. When you're a teenager, it's even harder. You don't have the life experience to fully understand it. Teens have a sense of immortality, so death is often jarring. We certainly don't expect loved ones to die as often as they do when we work for the agency. I roll my eyes heavenward. Ain't that the truth? I've been running from one disaster to the next. The weight of a dozen deaths settles over me like a cement blanket sucking all my energy from me. I'm suddenly exhausted. To the bone, piercing the spirit, sucking my will to live sort of rundown. I close my eyes and drop my head. Tears drop to the dirt and my body shakes. I can't keep doing this. Something's gotta give, Drew. I have been running and fighting and running some more, literally, since the day I learned of the agency. Drew puts an arm around me and pulls me into a half hug. I rest my head on his shoulder, too weary to fight, too weary to be angry, too weary to care about anything. Drew's arm is warm over my back and along my arm. We sit in silence for several minutes and he presses his lips into my hair. Let it all out. It's okay. What you're feeling is normal. I know he's trying to calm me, but it makes me hurt more. Nothing about this experience is normal. Nothing about this new life with the agency is okay. What did you get me into, Dad? How on God's green earth did you think this would be an acceptable life for me and Nathan? We watch the sun creep over the horizon. The sky morphs from black to purple, bleeding into a reddish yellow and then into blue. Birds chirp in the trees, and squirrels rustle in nearby bushes while deer nibble on the branches. I breathe in the cool, clean air, letting it cleanse the dank, dark memories from my soul. Camping used to be one of my favorite things to do, I say to Drew. Dad would usually take us for a week every summer. We'd come to this very spot. At least one night, we'd put a tarp on the ground and stare at the stars. We'd marvel at how beautiful the sky was and how many stars you can see when there's nothing polluting the sky. I glance at him, and he nods as if telling me to continue. I stare at the nearby deer that seems oblivious to my and Drew's presence. I keep my voice low so as not to disturb them. Bob Marshall was my last opportunity to rest, relax, and regenerate before I started the stress of another school year and sports. Only now, I keep waiting for Simon to jump out of the bushes and attack us. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I worry about what lies in wait for us at our favorite fishing spot. I turn in my seat to get a better look at Drew. Who's sending us on this scavenger hunt? Why are they doing it? And why don't they just come right out and tell us what they want? That's a question of the hour, isn't it? Drew squeezes my shoulders in a half hug. On the positive side, in less than 12 hours you will have the answer to your questions, I hope. Chapter 9. Ready or Not. Aleasha. Manny steps out of the tent and Drew straightens, dropping his arm from around my back. Manny's eyes look from me to Drew and back to me again. Is everything okay? I nod. I had a nightmare and Drew was helping me process it. Isn't that convenient? Manny narrows his eyes at Drew before looking at me again. Why didn't you wake me? I would have been happy to sit with you and talk. Because someone needs to be alert, I say, stifling a yawn with the back of my hand. I'm exhausted. I haven't slept all night. If I'm truly honest, I probably haven't slept in months. I scrub a hand down my face, trying to wake up. I don't know why it happened, but last night the last several months came crashing down on me, and I'm just spent. The irritation on Manny's face disappears, and he squats in front of me, putting his hands on my knees. Are you okay? We don't have to do this today if you're not ready. Whatever we're searching for has probably been here a long time. It can wait a couple more days. If you and Drew can do it with your injuries, I can do it, I say. Manny's brows furrow and he glances at Drew. What do you think, man? It's the first time Manny has asked Drew's opinion on anything since they met. I glance at Drew. He straightens and appears as surprised as I am. Drew glances over his shoulder. Nate, are you awake? Nathan emerges from the tent, grinning from ear to ear. His voice is irritatingly chipper. Good morning, everyone. Stupid morning person. What's up? Nate says. How are you feeling? I ask. Nate arches his back and stretches his arms into the air, letting out a long groan. Aside from Aleasha and Drew talking all night long, Nate arches his brow at me. I slept pretty well. I'm ready to do some fishing and go on a treasure hunt. That makes one of us, Drew says under his breath. He stands and folds the chair he was sitting in. I guess that settles it. We're already here and know what we're looking for. Sort of. Might as well finish what we started. Manny grabs the ready-made breakfasts out of the truck while I go into the tent and change into new clothes and hiking boots. While I eat and take down the rest of the campsite, the guys change into their hiking gear and disassemble the tent, stuffing everything into the truck. Drew places the duffel bag full of weapons on the ground between the four of us. He hands Nathan a holster. "Welcome to the agency. Choose a weapon." Nathan's eyes widen. "I finally get a gun?" "As long as you use it properly," Drew says with a pointed expression. "If I catch you playing with it, I'm going to confiscate it and you'll be stuck with your martial arts prowess should Simon and his people decide to crash our party." Nathan sobers immediately and purses his lips. "I'm not an idiot. I know how to properly respect a firearm. I'm just excited you think I'm old enough to carry one." "I don't think I have a choice," Drew says. "Just remember, whatever you pick out of the duffel bag, you've got to carry for the entire hike. Even though it's light now, it'll get heavy fast." Nathan nods in mock solemnity. "Got it." Each of us chooses a weapon or two and holsters them. I add ammo to my backpack and make sure we have enough food and supplies for an all-day hike. Nathan douses us with bug spray and suntan lotion, insisting we will thank him for it later. Between the bugs and the sun, it will make for a miserable day for anyone unprepared. By the time we finally leave camp, we've lost an hour of daylight. We head to the truck at a fast clip, with Manny in front. I'm constantly scanning my surroundings, my ears straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. It's hard to stay alert when you've only had a few hours of sleep. I guess I should be happy we're up and moving. One thing I know for certain, this is going to be a long day.
Chapter 10. A river runs through it. Nathan. We climb into the truck and drive to the trailhead. The sun beats down on us as we begin our hike. It seems like the flies are out in force today, every bit as carnivorous as they have been in past years. Large bushes surround the clearing with trails jutting out in different directions, like spokes on a wheel. Next to the widest path is a foot trail, which we take. Aleasha heads the group, with Manny next to her. I follow behind Manny, with Drew trailing me, silent and sullen. Drew says he wants to keep an eye out for Simon and his goons, but I think he wants as much distance from Manny as possible. We follow the zigzagging pathway for 15 or 20 minutes, enjoying the shade and nature in silence, until the trail opens up, revealing a wide river with clear green water. The river is swift, and the water reveals that the rocks underneath are slimy and slick from a thick coating of algae fluttering from the water's current. The four of us stand shoulder to shoulder on the riverbank. Giant boulders cast shadows on the water. Horseflies land and fly away as soon as we swat at them, and then settle again on our exposed skin. Drew gnaws on his lip and stares at the water, peppering us with questions. "That looks pretty fast. Are you sure we can cross it? How wide do you think it is? How deep? The water's clarity is deceptive, I think." "It's 40 or 50 feet to the other side," I say, looking for a decent-sized rock and sitting on it. I strip my boots and socks off, then hike my pants up to my knees, kicking one leg into the air. I should be a leg model. Hairy legs are so in season right now. Drew rolls his eyes and sits next to me, removing his footgear and hiking his pants up too. He ties his shoelaces together and puts his socks inside his boots before slinging them over his shoulder and standing. A barefooted Aleasha plants her hands on her hips. "No lie, crossing here is gonna suck, but it's better than any other place on the river between here and our fishing spot." She points to the left. "That way it gets deep, and the current turns into rapids, with tons of boulders to knock you around. Don't slip and fall because you'll wash downstream and it's hard to get up the riverbanks. There are rock walls on both sides, and you can't climb them." She points to the right. "There's not much we can do in that direction either. Dad tested several places before he found this one. Even now, we'll have to cross and then continue on the far side in the water for several yards." Aleasha and Manny step into the water first. She hisses and glances over her shoulder at us. "Man, it's cold. This river must come right off an iceberg or something." She throws her hands out, balancing as if she is on a tightrope. Manny follows suit, balancing with one arm and holding onto the strap of his backpack with his other. His body wobbles as he steps into the water. He coughs a couple of times. No joke. This water is fast. But look at how clear it is. Do you see the fish? I cinch my backpack tighter on my shoulder, take a deep breath, and step into the water. Then I jump back out and practically hop into Drew's arms, squealing like a little girl. Mommy, that's cold. Drew grins, but looks heavenward, shaking his head. Come on, man. You're gonna alert the entire state that we're out here. I make a face at him and trudge back to the water. First, I dip a toe in, then jerk it back out. Nuh-uh. I'll stay right here and booby-trap the river. Nobody will get past me, I promise. Drew chuckles and nudges me again. Move. We're running out of daylight. Grumbling, I plant both feet into the water and instantly suck in my breath. My toes immediately turn numb and red. It was nice knowing you, feet. Drew is right behind me, mumbling under his breath. Something about the cold or snowman's boogers or something. I may be exaggerating, but it sounds better than whimpering like an old lady. There's little conversation between us as we traverse the slimy rocks. We concentrate on each step. I put one foot down and slip and slide until my foot finally settles between the rocks. Each time, I do a funky dance, trying to keep upright in the water. The closer we get to the center of the river, the deeper the water gets, until it's up to my knees. The current pushes against my body, trying to move me downriver or out of the way. How is it up there? I ask Aleasha and Manny. Manny glances over his shoulder. Pretty swift. I've nearly fallen a couple of times. I glance downstream. Huge boulders jut out of the water, and a couple of sweeper trees reach out from the shore, grazing the surface before the river does an abrupt turn and disappears behind an outcropping of trees. Aleasha and I have been on this hike enough to know that just around the bend it gets really nasty, and I don't want to be floating that bad boy without a boat. Or ever. That's for sure. By the time we reach the other side, I can't feel my legs. Everything touched by water throbs from the cold and is bright red. All things from the knees up seem blistered from the sunlight pounding down on us. Aleasha veers to the left, and we slowly navigate the river at the rocky bank until a clearing opens up just before the river's elbow. The water is much deeper now. Rather than being at our ankles, it's wetting the folds of my jeans at my knees. So much for trying to stay dry. Aleasha and Manny climb the rocky bank toward the trail above us. I take a couple of steps behind them, dragging my soggy, frozen legs out of the water, and wait for the scorching heat to dry my legs and return feeling to my toes. Drew shuffles up behind me and tries to take a step up the bank but slips. His arms swing wildly in all directions, and he grabs my shirt, pulling me off balance toward the frigid waters. My eyes widen, and fear shoots through me like an icy arrow. If we fall, the river will be at least waist deep and will be swept downstream. I yelp and grab a branch from a nearby bush. Pain punctures my palm from the splintering wood, but I tighten my grip. Aleasha glances over her shoulder and gasps. She pushes Manny out of the way and runs down the riverbank toward me. Drew has hold of my t-shirt, but he's off balance, fighting the water and its current, trying to get his feet under him. The bush's leaves give way, making my hand slip further down the branch. I grapple with my free hand, trying to reach another branch to stabilize myself, but the weight of Drew's pull keeps me from maneuvering the way I need to. Drew curses. Aleasha sprints towards me. My feet are slipping. Fear gives way to terror. If we're lucky, we'll be beaten up if we go downstream. More likely than likely, Drew and I'll break bones or worse. There's no way to get out of the river because the rock walls on each side are too tall. We'll have to ride the rapids to the end. How far would Drew and I have to stay in the river? Would we survive? Where would we get out? Would Aleasha and Manny ever find us? I squeeze the branches like my life depends on it, because it probably does. The wood digs into my fingers and I grunt, trying to work through the pain. The leaves are fresh, though. Squeezing only makes my grip slick from the moisture of the leaves. I'm slipping, and there's nothing I can do about it. Drew claws at my shirt, slowly climbing up it, his breath short and panicked. It's only a few seconds, but it feels like an eternity until Aleasha grabs hold of my hand and pulls with all her might. Manny shuffles down the hill, grabs Alicia's torso from behind, and stabilizes her body while she grabs my arms. Drew clutches my waist and then my back. I hear him panting behind me, the water lapping against him. Finally, he stands, slips again, and nearly washes downstream. Aleasha holds firm, and he quickly regains his footing. We crawl up the embankment this time. I can hardly feel my legs from the stupid water, and my body is absolute jello. So much for dry pants. The chafing is going to be miserable, but at least we're still alive. Drew rolls onto his back at the top of the hill, his chest heaving up and down. He stares at the sky for several seconds until his breathing calms. Aleasha checks my hands, then digs through a backpack for the first aid kit. I wring out my pants and my shirt as best as I can, and then apply another layer of bug spray and sunscreen. When she finishes cleaning all the dirt and green off my skin, she bandages the gashes on my hands. She straightens and turns to Drew. "Are you okay?" Drew grunts and nods. "Give me a couple more minutes and I'll be ready to go."
Chapter 11. Fishing for Treasure. Aleasha. It takes us nearly 2 hours to get to where we need to be. We walk along the giant slate rocks that tilt toward the rushing river. The flies practice their dive bombing and cannibalistic assaults, making more than one of us curse and wish that there was more shade. Above us, sagebrush teases us with little shade. Below us, the slate drops off into the deep, clear water. The river is crazy deep now. In some spots, I guesstimate it being as deep as 20 or 30 feet. Yet, we can still see to the very bottom. When we get to our fishing spot, I stop and stretch my arms and back. I had underestimated how heavy the weapons would be for a hike this long. Surveying the area, I glance around the rocks and trees to make sure we're alone. When I'm satisfied we won't be ambushed, I drop my backpack next to a waist-high boulder and sit. Manny sits next to me and stretches his back, putting his bag next to mine. "We're staying here for the night, right?" he says. "I'm in no mood to do the hike again today." Drew glances at his watch. It's not even noon yet. Hopefully we can get whatever is here and head back as soon as we can. Nathan begins assembling a fishing pole he had stashed in his backpack. "I don't know about you guys, but if I have to do this hike, I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm here to fish, people." I groan and scrub a hand down my face. "You're killing me, Smalls." Nathan glances over his shoulder and grins. "That's my job. If I'm not killing you, you should at least want to die." I stand, stretch my back one more time, and roll my eyes at Nathan. "You can fish until we find what we're looking for. Who has your clue? Drew?" I glance at Drew and he shrugs. "Not me." He looks up at Nathan. "Do you have it?" Nathan reaches into his back pocket and hands Drew the paper with the coordinates, then pulls out his phone and touches the screen a couple of times. Nathan looks around. "According to the paper, I'm nearly exactly where I need to be." "Exactly?" Manny says. Nathan nods. He glances around again. "We don't have much to work with here, though. It's not like the Space Needle where there were a bunch of tables and chairs in the gift shop and stuff. We have... what? Some rocks? Some dirt? And a couple of bushes?" I pull out my clue. It's just a picture of the river. It's one that we took years ago looking down into the water. It must be 40 feet deep, or more. I remember it like it was yesterday. The fish were 4 or 5 feet long, with tails swaying against the current as if trying to tread water. They were unmoving, unaware of us staring at them from above. We tried to catch those fish for hours, but they wouldn't bite. They were content just hanging out there, swaying in the water, enjoying the cool current and shade. Why would Dad give me a picture of the water and the fish? What kind of clue is that? The three of us get busy looking through the bushes, under rocks, and up trees in the area while Nathan casts his line into the water. I roll my eyes again. I don't know what the mystique is with fishing. Maybe it's the nostalgia of time with Dad. Or maybe it's remembering good times when we were a family. I've never understood why Nathan continues to get all worked up over some stupid fishing trip. I glance over at Drew, who is about to stick his hand under a boulder. "Stop!" I yell. Drew freezes. He looks up at me. "What is it?" I put both my hands in front of me, palms out. "Don't stick your hand underneath the rocks. This is prime rattler country, and they are more than happy to bite anything that invades their space." Drew slowly retracts his hand and rubs his palms against his t-shirt. "Good to know." Dad wouldn't have put anything under a rock. He was the one to tell us about the snakes. He wouldn't risk us getting bit. Manny wipes a sheen of sweat off his tanned brow. "Then where else would the clue be? We're running out of options here." I know, I say, more to myself than anyone else. The last clues were camouflaged in a binocular at the Space Needle and under a table. Would he have hollowed out a rock? Or brought one of those fake rocks people hide keys in? I ask. We search all the rocks and pebbles for several yards in all directions. No luck. "Guys," Nathan says, from his perch near the edge of the river. I glance up. "Did you get a nibble?" I ask, more to shut him up than anything. Nathan stands and clears his throat. "I think I found the clue." "What?" Manny, Drew, and I say at once. Manny's at Nathan's side first, peering over the side of the ledge toward the river where Nathan is pointing. I'm on Nathan's other side, with Drew next to me. All four of us peer down into the water. Nathan points at the rock wall we're standing on, just above the surface of the water. "There. Do you see it? The eye bolt just above the surface? There's a wire attached to it," Nathan says. Nathan's finger moves to the side, following the current. "See that flash toward the bottom of the river? At first I thought it was a small fish, but I think it's something metal." The eye bolt blends in almost perfectly with the rocks. If Nathan hadn't pointed it out to me, I would never have seen it. There's a thin cable submerged underwater, with a bright metal object at the end, twirling much like a fishing lure would. "Holy smokes," I say, glancing at Nathan. "How did you see that?" Nathan rubs his neck with his free hand, the other still holding his fishing rod. "Luck, I guess." "How in the world did they put that there?" Manny asks. "How are we going to retrieve it?" Drew says, squatting to get a better look at the cable. "It's not like we can just reach down and grab it. The thing's like 15 feet down." Manny folds his arms over his chest and rubs his chin with his hand. "How about we rappel down?" "Did anyone bring the right equipment?" Drew asks. I shake my head, and so does Nathan. Manny turns and strides toward his backpack. "I might have something that will work." "Of course you do, Boy Scout," I say, shaking my head. Manny smirks over his shoulder. "Always be prepared." He squats and unzips his backpack, pulling out some rope and a couple of carabiners, and tossing them onto the rock floor. I don't have a harness, but I think I remember how to make one. You can lower me down and I'll grab the cable. No, I won't. You'll be lowering me down," I say, picking up one of the ropes. Drew grabs my shoulder and whirls me around to face him. "Absolutely not. What happens if you fall, have a panic attack, or worse? I've seen you rappelling, remember? Having you do it now when there are plenty of us who can do it better is dangerous and irresponsible." Anger boils up inside of me, about to overflow. I clench my hands at my sides and grit my teeth. Well, I'm not letting Nathan go, and Manny is injured. "Which is why I should go," Drew says, his lips pressed thin and his face grim. "I promised your dad I'd keep you safe at all costs, and I mean all costs." Nathan shakes his head. "But you're—" Drew slices his hand through the air. "I'm going."
Chapter 12. Down we go. Nathan. Why did Drew just volunteer to rappel down the rock wall when he can hardly stand straight? Don't Aleasha and Manny remember how badly he's hurt? When he showed up at my cabin, he was limping and beaten pretty bad. Plus, we've had a couple of run-ins with Simon and his people since then. His wounds are oozing for Pete's sake. He should be in a hospital. Drew gives me a long, hard stare, and it's obvious he doesn't want me to bring up his injuries. What does he have to prove? Keeping my mouth shut is about as easy as saying nothing when someone kicks a cat. But I managed to do it. Barely. Manny shows Drew how to create a makeshift harness and puts a carabiner at the knot in the center at Drew's waist. Aleasha stands close by, watching them work, gnawing on her fingernail. She must be beyond nervous. She never bites her nails unless she's about to come unglued. Maybe she cares about Drew more than she lets on. Drew glances at her a few times, his face as hard as the boulders around us. "Nathan, wrap this rope around that big rock," Manny says, pointing to a rock about as tall as I am several feet from the edge of the river. "Make sure it's nice and secure." "Does anyone have gloves for Drew?" Aleasha asks. "That rope is pretty thin. How are you going to climb back up?" Drew doesn't make eye contact with her. "I'll find a way. You guys can help by pulling me up too." I sort through my backpack and pull out a pair of soft, fingerless leather gloves I'd brought for fishing to keep from getting sunburns on the tops of my hands. I hand them to Drew. They're not much, but they might help with rope burn. "Thanks, man." Drew pulls them onto his hands, flexing his fingers. That'll help with grip, too. My stomach knots, and anxiety fills me. I glance around at the rocks and bushes to make sure nobody is approaching while we're distracted by Drew. An uneasy chill runs down my back. I shudder. Alicia's head darts up, and she zeroes in on me. "What's wrong?" "I don't know." I roll my shoulders, trying to shake off the lingering chill. Something feels off. Her eyes dart from side to side, and she adjusts her harness, where she has a pistol under each arm. Then she goes to her backpack, pulling out a couple of clips and sliding them into her cargo shorts pockets. "We're ready," Manny says, jerking his head at us to come over. Aleasha brings her backpack with her and places it next to Manny. Her eyes continue watching the shrubs and boulders. "Are you paying attention?" Manny says to her, drawing her eyes back to him. "Sorry, what?" she says. "Let's make this as quick as we can," Manny says. "These are suboptimal conditions." "Do you think?" Drew says, looking ashen. Now the guy gets second thoughts. I hold up my hand. "I can do it. I'll rappel down." "No!" all three of them say at once. Aleasha steps forward. "I can do it. I'm lighter. I'll be easier to hoist back up." "You're healthier," Manny says, "which is exactly why we need you up here pulling him up." She shoots Manny a death glare, but he ignores her, focusing on Drew. "You ready, man?" Drew swallows and nods. Manny pulls a couple more clips and gadgets out of his bag, ties the anchoring rope I wrapped around the boulder into some sort of double figure-8 knot. He attaches a couple of carabiners and some sort of gadget to the ropes, and before I know what's going on, Manny has himself and Drew attached to the lines. "I'm on belay," Manny says. "If anything happens, I'll keep you from falling into the water." Drew nods again and wipes moisture from his forehead. He grabs his ropes, backs up to the edge, glances down, and swallows. "You've got this," Manny says. "I won't let anything happen to you." Alicia's chewing on her fingernails again, nearly gnawing them to the nubbins. Drew lets out slack on his line and leans into it until he's almost in a sitting position. He locks eyes with Aleasha one more time, and then steps off the side of the ledge.
Chapter 13. The Assassin's Dance. Aleasha. Drew disappears over the side of the ledge, and I nearly jump after him. I don't know what possesses me, but I feel as if I'll never see him again. I stare over the ledge while Manny feeds Drew rope, slowly lowering him toward the water's surface. Drew is a few feet from the water when I hear a crack of a twig or branch. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I whip around in the sound's direction. My hand goes to the butt of my pistol and unsnaps my holster strap. "Nathan," I murmur under my breath. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," he says. Dread fills his voice, mirroring my emotions. Nathan and I fan out, each of us taking cover behind a boulder. I glance back at Manny and whisper, "Hurry!" "I am," Manny says, all his focus on Drew below him. He's almost there. Nathan has his handgun out, aimed at the outcropping of bushes downstream. My stomach drops. Please, oh please, let that noise be my overactive imagination. I think back to the first time I killed a person and the horror I felt. It practically broke me. Drew sat with me for hours as I cried and tried to work through it. Once you've killed a person, a piece of your humanity dies, even if it isn't your fault. I don't want Nathan to feel that. Ever. I scan the bushes, searching for squirrels, birds, or something to appease my wild emotions. To my left, a shock of pink appears and disappears behind a bush. I unholster my gun and whip around, making sure I have the boulder in front of me for cover. Nathan whispers, "There's someone in the bushes." "I know," I say, watching for more movement. He nudges me in the back. "Not there, in front of me." I glance over my shoulder at him, and he jerks his head towards some shrubs ahead of him. Then, as if a dam bursts, people erupt from the bushes and behind rocks, blitzing us from nearly every direction. Adrenaline flashes through me like an electric charge. I jump to my feet and squeeze off a couple of rounds. I'm tackled from the side. I slide along the massive slate rock on my side toward the river. Gravel and dirt bite into my skin and side. My body burns from the impact. I manage to keep hold of my gun and squeeze off another round into my tackler. He goes limp. Nathan's gun goes off a couple of times, too. He's in my peripheral vision, his back against a rock, fighting off 3 people while bullets ricochet off his boulder. What the hell happened to "we want them alive," Simon? A foot comes at my face. I block it, shoot, and shove the dead weight off me. Another boot nails my back. It feels like a sledgehammer on my shoulder. I grunt in pain. Rock fragments bite me in the face from a bullet that missed its target. I roll to a stand, avoiding 2 more people, then empty my clip into several more bodies. They're like freaking ants. If they don't kill us, they'll overtake us by sheer numbers. It feels like Agent Smith attacking Neo in The Matrix. Simon isn't holding back this time. Pressing the mag release on my pistol, I let the clip slip from the handle and fall to the ground. I slam in a new magazine and pull back the slide. With my free hand, I block and redirect unarmed attackers while focusing attention on anyone with a gun, or anyone trying to get their hands on Nate. The sound of gunshots, screams of pain, and the rushing blood in my ears is deafening. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder fills the area. Chaos is everywhere, drawing my attention in every direction. It takes everything I've got to ignore the sounds and focus purely on movement. I reload again. Last clip. Better make it count. Trying to divert attention from Nate to me, I run for the duffel bag near Manny. Or where Manny should have been. Another bullet splinters a nearby tree. I take cover behind a boulder. The duffel bag filled with weapons is near the edge of the rocks, where Drew had gone over the edge. Did Manny ever pull him up? I pick off a few more people. 5 bullets left. I use those last shots as suppression fire while I do a running slide to the duffel bag and pull out the first thing I touch. A rifle. Nathan cries out in pain. My adrenaline spikes, followed by a mad rush of rage and hatred. There's no way in hell I'm going to get my brother back and then lose him again. I press the rifle to the hollow of my shoulder and shoot anything that gets between me and Nathan. By the time I'm out of bullets, the ratio of good guys to bad guys is considerably more manageable. I throw the empty rifle to the ground. Nobody would be dumb enough to get in my way now, right? Apparently, one girl is. She's got short, dark hair with a strip of hot pink through the side. Probably the pink that tipped me off in the first place. She attacks from the side, but her hair catches my attention. Again. I block and throw her to the ground, punching her in the face. I stand to go toward Nathan, but she grabs my ankle and trips me. Anger and irritation assault me like a flash flood. I roll back to my feet with a growl. Oh, that's the way it's gonna be, huh? Game on, sister. She comes at me again. I block, countering with a punch to the face. Blood trickles from her nose and mouth. She spits at the ground, then charges. I almost don't see the karambit she pulls until it's too late. It reminds me of Captain Hook's hand, except this thing is all blade with a lethal tip. I deflect most of her thrust. The blade glances off my side, slicing into my skin. I hiss from the pain. I grab her arm, disarming her and breaking her finger looped in the karambit's ring at the base of the handle. Now I'm the one armed, and I've been practicing. She pulls out another larger knife and smirks before lunging at me. 12 months ago, I may have been afraid, but the person I was before the agency and the person I am today are as different as night and day. She has her knife with the blade facing the ground. I hold the karambit with the hook positioned like a lion's claw. The girl lifts her arm and begins a stabbing motion, like Norman Bates in Psycho. I step backward, out of her reach, grab her arm, and slice with my knife. It hooks her arm and cuts into the sleeve of her tactical shirt. She screams, feigns backward, and lunges again. I shuffle out of the way and thrust with my blade, grabbing and slicing again. We continue this weird dance where we lunge, slash, block, and slice. Because of her tactical vest, I don't aim for her torso. The fabric is too tough, but I'm slowly ripping her arms apart piece by piece. Soon they'll look like they've been put through a spiral cutter. Yet, she keeps coming back for more. Like a glutton for punishment or pain or bent on death by 1,000 paper cuts. I may be slowly descending into the realm of a heartless killer, but that doesn't mean I have to do it via torture. I look for an opening, hoping to slice someplace non-essential, but deep enough that she will turn and run. As we shuffle back and forth, alternating between attacker and victim, we move closer to the edge of the rock at the water's edge. My back is to the water. It's hard to gauge how much space I have before I run out of rock. Blood drips off the girl's arms. Her sleeves look like red lace. She lunges at me, and I expect her to do the same motions as before, but she changes position, rotates her body, and comes at me from the side. I dodge. Barely. I lose my balance, which is all the opening she needs. She grabs my knife hand, bracing it so I can't move, and shoves me further off balance until I'm backpedaling. Suddenly, the ground disappears from under me, and I'm falling.
Chapter 14. The Climb of Your Life. Drew. I look up as I rappel the rock face toward the clue left in the cold, swift river. Aleasha, Manny, and Nathan peer over the edge at me. Manny's brows cinch together in concentration while he feeds me the rope for my descent. Nathan gnaws on his lip. Aleasha's face is unreadable. I guess that's better than being filled with hatred. I glance down at my destination. A cable attached to an eye bolt in the water. The cable is pretty long, with something metallic at the end, twirling in the water. It resembles a fish swimming against the current. How long has it been in the water? Why had Keith chosen this spot to plant the clue? Was it even the clue? Was it something else? It had better lead the siblings to their father. I don't want to risk my life for nothing. Inches from the water's edge, I look up and holler, "Stop!" My descent halts. I begin to reach out for the cable when Manny yanks on my line. I glance up and all three of them are gone. "Is everything all right?" I call up. No answer. I stare up at the place they had been standing earlier for a few seconds, but no one shows up. A sinking feeling settles in my stomach. Then I hear shots fired. The feeling puddles in my feet and I yank on the rope. "Manny, let me up!" Nothing. "Manny!" Still nothing. Crap. Running my hands up and down the rock's face, I check for ways to traverse the side of the cliff, but it's too smooth. More gunfire. Faint screams reach my ears, drowning out the sound of rushing water. So many voices. They are so outnumbered up there. My heart thunders, threatening to jump out of my chest. I have got to get up there. To her. I've got to make sure nothing happens to them. Pressing my boots against the rock, I try to climb the rope, using the wall for leverage. It's so much harder than climbing one of the thick ropes we train with. Plus, I haven't given my body enough time to recover from my last encounter with Simon. If I were up there fighting, my condition wouldn't matter so much. A few well-placed punches in the pressure points, and I'd be golden. But climbing a freaking rock wall? I need to be in peak physical condition, something I have not been in weeks. Not since I tried to extract Charlie from the compound, and Nathan found out that I'd been lying to him about Aleasha being dead. Sweat forms on my brow, dripping down my face. I try to climb and fail repeatedly, managing to get a few feet up the thin rope, then sliding down to where I started. Blisters form on my palms and fingers, through the thin gloves Nathan loaned me. I stare up at where Manny, Aleasha, and Nathan are likely fighting for their lives. And here I am, down here like a freaking slug doing nothing. Not one damn thing to help them. Dread turns to panic. I'm panting and climbing and failing again. Tears of frustration spring to my eyes, threatening my resolve. Do not quit. They're not dead. You're a sitting duck. You can still help. What do you have within your reach to use as tools? I close my eyes, take a quick, shaky breath, and look around. Nothing. Not a branch or a rock or even a foothold. Just sky above me, rock in front of me, and water below me. I bite off a curse. Can't go up. Can't go down. What can I do? The cable and the clue. It's what I've come here to do. What all of us are risking our lives for. If nothing else, I can retrieve that clue. Then I'll reassess this stupid wall and my situation. I reach down, yank the cable from the icy water, and pull the metallic object toward me as fast as I can. How long is this dumb thing? 10? 20 feet? Finally, I reach the end. There's a small metal box attached to the cable with a swivel. I unhook the box and shove it into my pocket. Checking the eye bolt drilled into the side of the rock, I realize there's no extracting the cable from the wall to use as a resource. I drop the cable and start assessing my situation again. Someone dressed in black tactical clothes falls over the edge of the cliff. They float downstream and out of view. Another person falls overboard. Then another. At least one of us is still alive and kicking up there. I stare at the stupid rope, grit my teeth, and start climbing again. It hurts like a mother. Rope burns cover my palms and fingers. Skin rips off my blisters. Blood oozes out of my wounds. I will climb this damn wall or die trying. With each foot I climb, the noise above me gets louder and louder. Another body falls. I glance over to make sure it's not one of our group, then keep climbing, grunting with each effort. Sweat pours down my face and my shirt sticks to my back. Flies seem to come out of nowhere, assaulting my face. A few of them bite my exposed skin. When I have enough rope below me, I wrap the line around my foot, using the friction from my shoes to give me leverage as I climb. I'm 5 feet from the surface. Someone sounds like they're fighting just above me. My adrenaline spikes, and I use the extra energy to get to the surface. Aleasha gasps. My head crests the rock wall at the same time she's thrown over the side of the cliff and into the water. I curse again. I have to help her. I'd never forgive myself if she died downstream. Not when I can help her. Damn it if it'll always be her. I unhook myself from the carabiner, then leap into the water after Aleasha, hoping to catch up to her before she hits the rapids.
Chapter 15. Hell Hath No Fury. Nathan. They came out of nowhere. It must have been a couple dozen people against me and Aleasha. We couldn't ask Manny for help. He needed to take care of Drew. That left me and Aleasha against a group of people about the size of a football team and fully armed. I squeeze off a couple of rounds, but I can't bring myself to go for a kill shot. It'll probably be the decision that kills me. I still can't do it. I aim for legs and shoulders, anything that will slow them down. I have flashbacks of the alley when I'd gone up against 10 guys at once. It was crazy, chaotic. But the first thing I had to do was make sure nobody came at me from behind. Everything else I can manage, sort of. But I'm no good if I'm cold-cocked. I back up against a boulder. A guy in front of me pulls out a pistol and shoots at me. I guess Simon's not trying to take me alive anymore. I disarm him, slam the pistol's grip into the guy's temple, and then neutralize another guy to my left. More shots. Several people around me drop, lifeless, blood pooling around them. Sheesh, Aleasha. I don't know whether to yell at her or hug her. Manny appears out of the bushes and charges the two guys I'm still fighting off. He grabs one from behind in a bear hug and literally hurls him off the cliff into the water. I block a fist and kick another guy in the sternum. The guy stumbles backward into Manny's arms. Manny hurls that one overboard too. The guy howls as he hits the water. He's caught up in the current and whisked downstream. Two more guys appear. I take one on while Manny takes the other. Out of nowhere, a shot rings out and I'm hit in the shoulder. I howl in pain as heat rips through the flesh of my tricep. Pain sears through my muscles. I grab my shoulder with my good hand and finish off my attacker with a swift kick to the face. He topples to the ground, unconscious. I glance down at my arm. Blood oozes from my muscle, but it looks like a glancing blow. I test the shoulder and it still works, but it hurts like a mother. Manny's still fighting off a group of people, making quick work of them. Several gunshots ring out, and I instinctively duck, looking for where they're coming from. Aleasha has a semi-automatic rifle in her hands, and she's picking off people right and left, striding toward me. It's both frightening and awe-inspiring. Relief washes over me to see her grim, determined face heading in my direction. Before she can get far, a girl with black hair and a pink skunk stripe tackles her from the side. I try to run to Aleasha, but more people block my path, trying to subdue me. Before long, Manny and I back to back, fighting off people like we're being jumped in for a gang initiation. The brutality is relentless. My arm screams with each movement, but I don't have a choice. I have to use it, or I die. And death is not an option. I just came back to life. I'm not ready to be declared dead again so quickly. Manny seems to have superhuman stamina and strength because bodies pile up around him. Finally, with nobody left to fight, I glance up at Aleasha. At the same time, Skunk Girl shoves my sister over the ledge and into the water. Alicia's eyes widen, and she screams. I scream too. Skunk Girl watches Aleasha fall, then turns, her eyes zeroing in on me. I recognize that face. It's Vel. Fury overwhelms me with scorching heat, as hot as jumping into a bonfire. Vel's probably killed my sister. If Aleasha doesn't hit the wall on the way down, the rapids or a boulder will probably do the trick, crushing her into a million frozen pieces before she dies. Something inside me snaps, and I charge. Vel's smirk disappears, and her eyes widen before narrowing. She lowers into a fighting stance, her bloody arms raised as she waits for me to come to her. I take a running jump, aiming my foot at her face. She blocks it and stumbles back from the force. When I land, her hand is waiting for my face. Rather than recoiling from the pain, I embrace it, every brutal drop of it. I relive every time Vel's mentor, Simon, attacked us. I remember every agency person who died. The way Vel's team snapped Cameron's neck at the laser tag arena. How Simon blew my grandfather's, Charlie's, brains out while Charlie was unarmed and tied up. How Simon stole my parents from me. And now Vel's stolen Aleasha. Killed her. Again. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, and I finally understand the meaning of seeing red. All my training, everything my dad taught me, and everything the agency trained me to do, resurfaces. I use my anger, fury, and pain as ammunition, swinging, blocking, attacking, and beating Vel down until she's a quivering bloody pulp on the slate floor. Her blood is splattered and smeared everywhere. Manny grabs my shoulders and whirls me around. Enough! His face is a mask of alarm and horror. He quickly hides his emotions, guiding me away from Vel's unconscious body. All around us, people lie in various unnatural poses, as if waiting for a coroner to arrive and outline them with chalk. Some of them are still moving, whimpering, and gasping in pain. None of them are fighting, though. And that's all we need. The thunder in my ears silences. I stare in disbelief at the scene around me, my stomach roiling. Manny. He shakes his head. We'll talk about it later. Right now, we need to find Drew and Aleasha. I look up at him, tears pooling in my eyes. Vel pushed her into the river. I know, I saw it too. A tear trickles down my cheek. The water's too cold. She'll freeze to death. Or the rocks will get her. Or she'll get lucky like she always does and find a way out of it, he says, his voice grim and brows pinched together. He strides over to the nearly empty duffel bag and stuffs our supplies inside as quickly as he can. I wipe my cheek, thankful at least one of us is being optimistic. Where's Drew? Did you pull him up? No. I had to unhook myself to fight people off just like you. When I came back, the rope was empty and the clue was gone. Gone? Manny nods and points into the river. I look down and see a few inches of the cable dangling from the eye bolt into the water, but the flickering silver item in the water is gone. He points to the rope we'd used to lower Drew down the side of the cliff, now dangling lifelessly against the cliff wall. Look, the rope isn't frayed, and there's no damage anywhere. Manny pulls the rope up and unties it from the boulder, shoving it into our bag. He gazes downstream, then back to me. I think Drew unhooked himself and jumped into the water. Jumped? Manny nods, his face grim, yet his eyes have a spark of hope. I think he went after Aleasha.
Chapter 16. Riding the Rapids. Aleasha. I don't know what's more shocking, being thrown over the ledge and falling 20 feet, or the jolt of hitting the freezing water. There was no preparation, no psyching myself up, no bracing myself. 1 second I'm knife fighting, and the next I'm gulping water and trying to stay afloat. The current is strong and fast, and it doesn't take long before I hit the bend and am out of sight of our fishing spot. The sound of rushing water fills my ears, nearly drowning out the thunderous pounding of my pulse and my sputtering. I try to kick my feet, but it's much harder to do with boots on, and they weigh me down. Behind me, I think someone calls my name. I'm not sure, though. I look over my shoulder. Drew is upstream, swimming toward me. Was he thrown into the water, too? Did they grab him? I try to swim against the current to get to him. It doesn't take long until I'm exhausted. Drew waves with his hand, motioning toward the bank on our right. It's the side where our truck and our camp gear are. He must want me to get to shore. I turn to swim in that direction, but my heart is beating out of my chest and the current seems to pick up speed. Soon, I'm gasping for breath. Somehow, Drew is within arm's length of me now. Are you okay? He asks, repositioning himself from being on his stomach to laying on his back, looking like he's reclining in an invisible chair. I nod and sputter again, as more water fills my mouth. Do what I'm doing, he says, using his hands to help him stay afloat. It conserves energy, and it's easier to maneuver the rocks when we hit them. I must look scared out of my mind because Drew's voice drops and becomes velvety smooth, like the time he calmed me after my first major fight. It's okay, he says. I'm here. I'll take care of you. I know I should hate him. He's betrayed me, lied to both me and Nathan. But the frenzied screams in my mind calm when I hear his voice, and I begin to focus. I look at the steep rock walls looming over us. There's no place to go. We're gonna have to ride the rapids. I have some training on this sort of situation, he says. How far until there's a beach to escape to? The cold from the water is getting to me. Despite the sun shining down on us and warming our faces, my fingers and toes are numb, and I'm trying not to shiver. If the water had been warmer, and death were not a possibility, I could pretend I was floating in a lazy river. Aleasha, Drew says, drawing my attention again. How much time do we have? Do you remember where any of the big rocks are? Or where the worst rapids are? I shake my head. I'm sorry. I can't remember. And it's been a couple years. Tears spring to my eyes. I'm so sorry. Now's not the time for sorry, he says. Now's the time to focus. I nod, staring over my feet, waiting for the waves to grow and the rocks to appear. Concentrate on your breathing, he says. It's just like every other sport. You want your breathing to be aligned with your movements. If you don't control your breath, you may hyperventilate, or your muscles may seize from the cold water. Breathing. Got it, I say, shivering. I like to pretend I'm in Hawaii on the beach with the sun beating down on me, making me sweat, he says. Imagine the sun. Remember the heat. It helps a little. Sun. Heat. Sure, I say. Next, use your body's natural ability to float when possible. You want to conserve your energy. Save it for when we're trying to swim to shore. But what about the rocks? We'll do the best we can. Keep your feet first. If you hit the rock, your feet'll endure the impact. After that, just go with the flow of the water. Take a breath when you think you'll go under and tuck your chin into your shoulder as best as you can. Waves begin to grow. We round another bend. Boulders and whitecaps loom in the distance. The rock walls flank us on both sides, but beyond the section of rapids, they taper out and the landscape opens up, allowing for trees and bushes along rocky riverbanks. I'll go first, Drew says. I'll find a good eddy, and once I hit it, I'll roll onto my belly, angle myself toward the shore, and swim as hard as I can until I reach it. Try to do exactly as I do. Got it, I say. I don't got it. It's all fine and dandy, but I'm still freezing. I can't feel my hands and my toes, and my boots are making everything twice as hard. I'm screwed. I stare at the rapids, much closer now. My body throbs from the water. All I can do is hope and pray my hands and feet will work when I ask them to. My chin is still above the water, so that's a bonus. No matter how hard I think of sunshine and deserts and boiling hot lava, I can't stop shivering. We're 20 feet from the start of the rapids. The whitecaps have turned to roaring, angry waves, dipping and churning, eating up and spitting out anything that dares come down their path. My water's choppy now, flinging into my face, making it hard to see. Drew's eyes stay focused on the rapids. Then he turns and stares at me. His face is a mask of calm, but I've seen that look in his eyes before. It's the same look he had when Simon had me hanging upside down above the tank of water and was about to drown me. Drew could do nothing but watch back then. There's nothing he can do but watch now, too. We'll get through this, he says. We're almost there, okay? I nod, afraid my voice won't work. 10 feet from the rapids. We pass a giant boulder. Wedged between the boulder and the wall is the body of one of the people who attacked us, face down and completely limp. I swallow and stare at the rapids. 5 feet away. Waves splash over my head. All of the water is white and foaming around the rocks and lowest points. It dips and churns in a frothy torrent of turmoil. The roaring water sounds like I just stuck my head out of a car window going 50 miles per hour. 3 feet away. The river parts to accommodate a boulder in the center. Here we go, Drew calls. He glances at me and says, I love you. Then he's caught up in the current and swept to the right side of the boulder and into the sloshing, churning waves of death. And I follow right behind him.
Chapter 17. Run as fast as you can. Nathan. As soon as I hear that both Drew and Aleasha are in the river, I take off running downstream, following the path we took getting here, willing my feet to go faster. But I'm exhausted, and my arm hurts like a mother. Manny catches up to me and pulls on my shirt. Stop! Stumbling to a standstill, I turn and put my hands on my knees, gasping. What? Manny has his backpack in one hand and the duffel in his other. He must have retrieved them before he followed me. He hands me a pistol. We don't know if there are more people out here. We need to be cautious. I straighten, take the gun, and shove it into the back of my pants, wedging the barrel between my belt and my waistband. Manny jerks his head toward a fallen tree. We need to fix your arm. It's still bleeding. But I need to find Aleasha. She's with Drew. He won't let anything happen to her, or he'll die trying. Grumbling, I sit on the log and watch Manny rip my shirt and dab some sort of antibiotic on my arm before gluing it closed. "You're not concerned that your girlfriend is alone with her ex?" I ask. Manny glances up at me, then back to my arm, frowning. "I think they have bigger issues right now than hooking up, don't you think?" "Yeah, I guess so. Besides, no matter what Drew's done, he's not gonna let Aleasha die," Manny says. "Do you think so?" "I'm banking on it. If you'd gone into the drink, he would have gone after you too." When Manny's done bandaging my arm, he straightens and we head downstream at a slow jog, paralleling the river. My eyes scan the water, noticing every nook and cranny, double-checking that Drew and Aleasha didn't miraculously end up on the opposite bank from us. There's no sign of them anywhere. The deep, clear water continues to flow. Fish continue to sway as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened all day. You'd never know how dangerous the river was, looking at it now. But with each passing second, my gut clenches tighter. Because I know Aleasha is probably fighting for her life, and I'm not there to help her. I glance up at the sky. The sun is sinking low on the horizon, and my heart seems to stutter in my chest. We're almost out of daylight. What happens if we don't find them before darkness falls? I pick up my pace. I go as fast as I can, scanning the water, crevices, and sweepers. But now there's a weighing sense of desperation. "How much further to the rapids?" Manny asks. "I don't know. I hope it's not much further, but I can't be sure. It's all fading together, and it doesn't look the same with the sun casting long shadows on the rocks and sagebrush. I have to slow to a walk. I'm exhausted. My legs ache, my body aches, and my arm aches. We haven't eaten since breakfast. My energy is fading fast. As if sensing my hunger, Manny pulls out a granola bar and some water. "Here." I lean against a tree, gazing out over the rocks, looking at the cliffs on the other side of the river. Manny sits on a nearby boulder. He pulls out another granola bar and takes a bite. He's quiet, his brows knit together and a frown on his face. Blood covers his white shirt, with scratches along his arms and his shorts. His face is bruised and swollen. "Did you get hit by a bus?" I ask, trying to lighten the mood. He glances up at me and offers a lopsided smile. I wish. It probably would have hurt less. I finish off my water bottle, crush it, and throw it on the ground. Manny wags his finger at me. "Nuh-uh. If you packed it in, you pack it out." I jerk my head toward the fishing hole upstream. "We'd better go back then. I think I left a gum wrapper and a couple of dead bodies out there." His smile broadens into a grin. I glance upstream again. "Do you think we need to call the dead bodies in? Let someone know they're there?" He scratches his chin for a minute, then says, "I don't think so. They seem to know we would be there." Manny rubs the back of his neck, then looks up at me. "Don't you think it's odd that they always seem to find us, no matter where we are? I mean, look at this place. There is no way they could have randomly thought to come here. They're tracking us somehow." He glances at my hand. "Do you have a ring or an earring or an agency watch or something?" "Nah. When I bolted, I didn't take anything except the clothes on my back and Drew's car." Manny chuckles and stuffs our trash into his bag. "You stole Drew's car?" "Yeah. I needed to escape. And it's not like I have my own car." He stands and shakes his head. I wish I could have seen his face when he realized it was gone. I wag my brows. Me too. We start running again. The sky is turning pink. Our window of safety is quickly closing, and we still need to cross the river before it's too dark to see where we're going. I quicken my pace and scan the water, hoping I don't accidentally miss Aleasha or Drew along the way. The water starts to get choppy, and there are places where the river flows over or around massive rocks. I skid to a stop when I see a black form wedged between a rock and the wall. "Look!" Manny squints, trying to figure out who it is in the dim light. He scrubs a hand down his face. "What color was Aleasha's shirt today?" I scratch my head. I don't know. White, maybe? Manny grabs my good arm. Think, Nathan. I yank my arm from his hand. You think. You were with her all day, too. Can you remember? He grits his teeth and stares at the form again. No. We edge closer to the cliff's outmost cropping of rocks. Manny looks upstream and then down. How far are we from the crossing point? I think we're maybe 5 minutes away. We're getting close to the rapids. See? The water's only about 5 or 10 feet deep now. Manny stares at the sunset, then back to the body again. Let's hurry. The sooner we can get across the river, the sooner we can circle back and check to see if it's Drew or Aleasha.
Chapter 18. Waterlogged. Aleasha. The water is even scarier up close than it is from the riverbank. It looks hungry today, probably because I'm about to be swallowed up by it. Drew is whisked into the rapids first. He goes feet first, on his back like he's in a recliner, using his hands for leverage. But that leverage doesn't last long. He's pulled into the current that flows like an unstoppable force. Waves pound a boulder that probably would have been as tall as me if we were standing on dry land. The water dips and crashes into a foamy, white, churning mess of chaos at the rock's base. There, several other flows of water collide, gnashing and splashing and competing for dominance. I'm swept into the current next. Drew made it look easy, inevitable. Except when I get to the boulder, my boots smash against it, sending me careening to the side. I'm pushed by another current, forcing me into the roughest part of the river, head first into the angry waters. My stomach drops, and panic explodes inside my lungs and limbs. It's like going down a roller coaster backwards. I plunge downward and lose sight of everything but the sky before crashing crown first into the water and hitting my head. Up is down and down is up, I think. I'm flailing with my arms, trying to right myself before I hit the bottom again. But there isn't enough time. I drop into another current. My back slams into more rocks. I can't see where I'm going. I don't have time to tuck my chin into my shoulder, or even take a breath. I'm underwater again. Every icy inch is foaming, bubbling, churning pandemonium. It all looks the same. I swim toward what I think is the surface, but I'm not sure. Am I instinctively trying to go up or down? Am I killing myself by swimming toward the surface when it's really the bottom? Panic squeezes my lungs, making me want to breathe. But I fight the urge and look around out at the bubbly, turbulent mess. Can I wait for the current to carry me someplace calmer? No. I think I'm stuck at the base where all the water converges in the washing machine like snarl. I'm tugged and pulled in all directions while simultaneously being hammered with thousands of gallons of water. I'm stagnant, tossing and turning, but ultimately untouched by the true current, drowning in the undertow. My lungs ache from lack of oxygen. I grit my teeth, trust my instincts, and swim toward where I think the surface might be, away from the weeping, wailing, and gnashing of Poseidon's teeth. It's like running uphill in waist-high mud with an 800-pound crate strapped to my back. But I refuse to quit. I focus on the surface, unwavering, uncaring that I'm seconds from death. There's something calming about having already died, already drowned. I know what is going to happen. I know what this sort of death feels like. Drowning isn't painful. And knowing that means I can keep stroking and fighting until the water spits me out somewhere downstream. If I make it, great. If I don't, it won't be a painful death. It's almost like falling asleep, but I'll never wake up. Nathan's face flashes through my mind, smiling and laughing. I wish I'd been kinder to him. I wish I'd told him I loved him. I wish... I swallow down the air trying to bubble up from my lungs. Not yet. Stars flash in my vision, and my periphery dims. Not yet. I'm not ready to die yet. Manny's face flashes through my mind. Our kiss. The way he's always there, ready to love and support me. Take me as I am. Then there's Drew. Of course, Drew's the last thing I'm going to think of when I die. Damn it. Try as I might to hate him. I can't. Not anymore. How can a person hate their own personal bodyguard? Their personal savior? I look up one last time, and the stormy water above me clears. Strips of sunlight filter through the waves, but the surface is still too far away. My vision fades. As I succumb to darkness again, my soul is calm. At least Nathan will find my body and know for a fact that I am dead this time.
Chapter 19, Breath of Life, Drew. I meet the rapids head-on, just like they had trained me to do. My feet and legs scrape against the riverbed, and I swallow more than my share of water. I know when to trust the inevitability of the currents, and when to fight against it, angling my body toward the shore. When I find the ideal eddy, I time my transition perfectly, again letting the water do the heavy lifting. I paddle hard and fast toward the rocky beach until I crash into the shallow water and stand, feeling about 800 pounds. Shivering, I turn and look for Aleasha. It nearly killed me not to hold her, to hug her and share my body's warmth in the water. But without a life jacket, I knew she'd probably drown me and we'd both be dead. All I could do was float near her, give her instructions, and try to infuse any calm I could into her. I'd been so busy trying to save myself, I didn't watch Aleasha go down the rapids after me. I don't know if she made it, if she's downstream already, or if she's dead. I search every inch of the coursing river in front of me, the bushes, the rocks, the opposite riverbanks. Nothing. I'm about to move downstream when her body pops up from the churning epicenter of the rapids, face down and limp. No, no! I jump back into the water, grabbing her ankle before her body coasts past me and continues downstream. I tow Aleasha back toward the shore. The river tries to pull us back into the current, but I have a new spike of adrenaline. I ignore the cold and push my body's limits, forcing us to a calm eddy near the beach. As soon as I get my footing, I pull Aleasha to me and turn her over, cradling her head in my hands. My heart sinks and I want to scream. Her lips are already blue. I tilt her head and do several mouth-to-mouth breaths on her cold mouth, hoping to infuse oxygen to her blood. Breathing for her is hard. I'm panting like I just finished an Ironman, and I'm not sure if I'm able to push enough air into her lungs. After several breaths, I dig deep and muster every ounce of energy I have to drag her lifeless body fully out of the water and onto the dry, rocky beach. She feels like she's about 500 pounds, and my legs shake with each step, but I refuse to give up. As soon as I have her on the beach, I administer 2 more breaths and then compressions. Water bubbles up and out of her mouth. I turn her on her side, letting the liquid flow out of her lips. More compressions. More breaths. My mind flashes back to the barn a few months ago. Simon had me tied to a chair, and Aleasha hung upside down over a trough of water. The look on her face, utter betrayal and heartbreak when she discovered I'd lied to her about Nathan. All my talk about only speaking truisms, and I'd been lying to her for months. She couldn't have been more shattered if I'd killed her myself. She didn't even struggle when they dropped her into the water. The only movement was the air bubbling to the surface when she drowned. And it was my fault. But this time, I will not let her die. Come on, baby. Come back to me. Gritting my teeth, I growl down a sob. I punctuate each compression with my chant, "Come back! Come back! Come back!" Tears stream out of my eyes onto her wet clothes. My arms ache and my muscles shake, begging to stop the torture of more work. Come back. Come back. Come back. My lips press to hers again, forcing in air. Come on, Ish. Nathan needs you. I need you. Come back to us. I do another set of compressions. My arms buckle, unable to endure another round. And I sob. I curse the sky and bellow at the trees. Between the water, the CPR, the unhealed wounds from weeks of fighting, there's nothing left of me to give. Except my breath. I don't know how long I've been doing this. All I know is it's getting dark. Her face is in more shadows than sunlight. With monumental effort, I bend down. One more. I can do one more time. Do not quit. With shaky hands, I tilt her chin up, preparing to blow more breath into her mouth. Her breath gurgles as she spits up water. She lets out a weak cough. I choke back tears and roll her body onto its side, letting the liquid fall from her mouth onto the rocks. She coughs again, this time with more force, and finally, she breathes in on her own. Tears stream down my face and I drop my forehead to her frozen torso, feeling the motion of her stomach rising and falling on its own. And I weep.
Chapter 20. Spark of Life. Nathan. We keep our eyes on the trail for any tree roots we might trip over while we run toward the crossing point on the river. Occasionally, I glance at the water, but my focus is on getting across it and back to that body. It's nearly dark. Will we be able to find it now? My stomach twists, and I pick up speed. Please don't let it be Aleasha. Or Drew. It's dark by the time we find where we crossed earlier in the morning. Then we have to get to the other side. I look upstream in the direction of the body. The landscape is just varying shades of black now. Do we have a flashlight? I ask Manny. Not in my backpack. Drew had one in his, and we left it at the fishing hole. I think there are a couple back at the truck. That'll take us hours to get to the truck, especially without a flashlight. Manny drops his pack and squats to unzip it, digging around inside. And we'd probably get lost, or hurt, or worse. I dig my hands into my pockets and press my elbows against my body. The temperature is dropping. What should we do? We can't just leave them out here. Manny turns and frowns at the darkness. We're not equipped to go after them. If we go looking for them, they'll have to send out 2 search parties instead of 1. I cup my hands to my mouth and yell, "Aleasha!" Manny leaps to his feet and smacks my hands off my face. Shh! We left a bunch of Simon's people alive, remember? And you said he's been tracking us. It doesn't matter if we make noise. If he wants to find us, he'll find us, I say. That was a theory, Manny mumbles. I point to the darkened forest. My sister is out there. She's also my girlfriend, remember? He squats again, rifling through his backpack. I know I put it in here. I plant my hands on my hips and glare at him. You're not trying too hard to find her. What I'm trying to do is save you. He pulls out something that looks like a small metal rod. Aha! What is that? I ask. A flint stick. We can make a fire. We may not freeze to death out here after all. But if your theory was wrong, the fire will attract Simon to us. My eyes rotate back to the forest. Aleasha and Drew were in the water. If they're alive, they don't have a flint stick. Manny's face darkens, and he rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I know.
Chapter 21. Compromising Positions. Aleasha. I'm in and out of consciousness for who knows how long. I don't know if I have a concussion, or if it's from the drowning, or pure exhaustion. About all I remember is the shivering. Lots of it. When I finally wake, I'm somewhere in that hazy space between conscious and fully alert. It's pitch dark. I'm lying on a bed of pine needles and branches, with a layer of moist clothing between me and the ground, with more pine boughs draped over me in some sort of shelter. The scent of pine is nearly overwhelming, and the boughs I'm sleeping on are uncomfortable and scratchy. It's surprisingly warm compared to my memories of shivering and freezing earlier. I move to scratch an itch on my nose, but my arms are tucked close to my body, and I'm pressed against a guy's bare chest. My awareness snaps into focus, and I'm on high alert, trying to figure out whether I'm in a good place or a bad one. I pull my head away from the guy's chest to see who it is. "Are you awake?" Drew murmurs. I relax. Friendly territory. "Don't move," he says. "There's not much space here, and I don't want any drafts in the shelter. I just got you to quit shivering." "Where are we?" I ask, resting my forehead back on his chest and closing my eyes. Every muscle in my body aches, and I'm starving, but the exhaustion trumps everything. "We're still at the Bob Marshall. You drowned in the rapids and I resuscitated you, but it was too dark to find our way back to the truck, and the water destroyed our phones. I'm hoping the shelter will get us through the night." "Thank you," I say into his chest. "For everything." Drew chuckles. Thank you for not dying. Happy to oblige. He kisses the top of my head and pulls me closer, increasing the surface area where our bodies meet and feeding our warmth to one another. There's still a couple hours till daylight, he says. Get some sleep. I drift off, too tired to respond. When I wake up the next time, it's daylight outside. This time, there's enough light in the shelter that I see Drew's face when I look up. He opens his eyes and stares down at me. Good morning. Good morning, I say, trying to ignore my throbbing headache and breath nasty enough to spit fire like a dragon. How are you feeling? He asks, like a piece of half-chewed meat. Drew snickers. Fair enough. Drew? I ask, looking down for the first time. My cheeks warm as realization hits, and I see the condition I'm in. Where's my shirt? He clears his throat. Sorry about that. It was wet, and you were shivering in your sleep. I took our shirts off so they could dry, and we could share our warmth through the night. He clears his throat again. I would have asked permission, but you were out, and I was afraid the shirt would make you colder, and... He sighs. I'm sorry. I'd rather you were alive to yell at me for it than dead, because I was too worried about propriety. I'll yell at you later. Drew quietly chuckles. Drew? Yeah. Thank you. He tightens his grip around my back. Anything for you. We finally get up, and the makeshift shelter disintegrates around us. Drew goes off in one direction to do his morning business, while I put on my now dry t-shirt and find a tree to use as a bathroom in the opposite direction. Any word from Nathan and Manny? I ask, when we're together again. Drew shakes his head. He glances up at the sky. Rays of sunlight filter through the trees, adding warmth to the air. If they're okay, they're probably out looking for us. If they're okay? My stomach tightens, and I press my palms to my forehead. Yeah, they were still fighting when I dove in after you. I turned to get a good look at his face. You dove in after me? Why? Drew blinks several times. Well, because you're you. When have I not followed you into the trenches? No matter how much you hate me, I will always have your back. We stare at each other until I squirm and look away. What am I supposed to do with that information? I'm with Manny now. I can't just run back into Drew's arms and pretend like these last several months never happened. I can't. No matter how hard he's trying to redeem himself. We'd better look for the guys, I say, turning away from him. Agreed. I think our best bet is to continue downstream until we find that area where we crossed the first time and then hike back to the truck. See if the truck's still there. If it is, we can backtrack and start looking for them. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a hiker with a phone, I say. It wouldn't matter. There's no cell service here. Either we hotwire the truck and drive back to town, or we search for them ourselves. The whole idea makes me want to cry. I'm exhausted. My body hurts. And who knows where Nathan and Manny are? Is it too much to ask for a miracle today? I grit my teeth and say, let's go. We're burning daylight.
Chapter 22. Reunions. Nathan. Sunrise can't get here fast enough. We decide to burn a fire all night and take turns sleeping, watching for Simon's guys, just in case. I secretly hope to attract Drew and Aleasha with the light, too. No one ever shows. As the night wears on, I pray they are safe. Then I beg God for their lives. And finally, I tell him that if he'll spare Aleasha, he can take mine. Please, God, let her be alive. I'll do whatever it takes. I got a few hours sleep, but the second the sky begins to brighten, I wake Manny. He has a couple more granola bars stashed in his bag and some water, which he shares. We warm ourselves one last time on the dying embers of the smoky fire before covering it in dirt and head upstream toward the body we'd seen yesterday. Manny's face is grim, and he looks determined. His strides are long and fast. I nearly jog to keep up. The treed area is quiet, as if the forest animals haven't woken up yet, and I hug my arms to my chest, trying to stave off the frigid morning air. I'll probably warm up quickly if we keep at this pace. We follow the river upstream until we find the body, still wedged between the wall and the boulder. The current pushes the body into the crevice, and their face is pressed against the rock wall. We stand above the body, looking down. The water's surface is probably 10 feet from where we stand. But from this distance, I know the hair is short and blonde. My stomach unclenches, and I let out a relieved breath. It's not them. Manny turns from the body and runs both hands through his black hair, his shoulders slumping. Oh, thank goodness. He stands with his back to me for a few seconds to compose himself, then scrubs a hand down his face and turns back to me, forcing a smile. Do you still have your phone? Are you able to figure out the GPS of this location? We need to forward it to the authorities when we get back to town. I pull out my phone, take a picture of the body, and record the GPS location. Manny stares at the body one last time, his eyebrows furrowed. I feel as if we should say or do something. It doesn't feel right to leave it here. I know, I say. Nobody should be left out here like that. Why didn't Simon retrieve the body? Manny shakes his head. There could be a million reasons why. He glances at the body one more time, then away in disgust. Let's go find your sister. We continue to follow the river, this time downstream. We're slower too, making sure we don't miss a single square inch. I called her name several times, hoping that maybe she's just out of sight, but there's never a response. As the day wears on, my heart sinks lower. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I look up at Manny. Maybe we should call the agency and ask for help. Manny scoffs. So they can take you back into custody and continue to rule your lives and manipulate you? He breaks a twig off a bush as we pass it and strips the leaves until it's a bare branch. You can do what you want, man, but from what I've learned these last few months, the agency can't be trusted. He tosses the twig into the forest. Aleasha ran away from them for a reason. You ran away from them for a reason. Going back would be a disaster. My stomach rumbles, and the spot on the river where we crossed comes into view, along with the footpath back to the truck. Let's go back to the truck, get some food, regroup, and figure out a plan of attack, he says. Maybe I can call my uncle and some relatives to help us. I nod, but I feel as if I'm giving up. Should we have continued downstream a while? Most of the hike back were silent. I keep searching the woods, hoping maybe they got out of the water and wandered this direction. But we've been searching for so many hours, my thoughts are drifting to places I don't want them to be. What if Simon has them? What if they were swept down the river? Will we ever find them? Will we ever know what happened? What about wild animals? Did they get out but freeze in the middle of the night? Die of hypothermia? Get shot? Broke a bone? By the final bend in the trail before the car, I want to puke, wail, scream, and lay in the fetal position all at once. I had my sister for just a few days before I lost her again, and this time, for good. I wipe at my eyes. Then I wipe my eyes again. New tears stream down my face when I lift my gaze, searching for Manny's truck. Drew and Aleasha are leaning next to a tree near the truck, waiting for us. She has her eyes closed and her head leaning on Drew's shoulder, asleep. Her hair sticks out in all directions, and she looks like a homeless person, but she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Drew looks like he hasn't slept in a year, and he looks like a zombie, but when his eyes look up and he sees us, he flashes an exhausted grin. I break into a run, trip over a root in the dirt, and stumble a few steps before running again, skidding to a stop in front of Drew and Aleasha. Are you guys okay? I ask, my voice low so Aleasha can keep sleeping. Drew nods. I think so. She needs to go to a hospital and get checked out, though. She drowned, and I had to revive her. Manny's face pales. He reaches down and touches her arm. She opens her eyes, and when recognition dawns, she smiles up at him. Hey. Hey, Manny says, his voice thick. He scoops her into his arms and takes her to the truck, depositing her into the passenger side. He does a quick assessment of her body, gives her a giant hug, and then seatbelts her in and kisses her forehead. Drew watches them, his face a mask of impassivity. I can't tell what he's feeling. After Manny closes the door, he wipes his eyes and turns to us. Let's get the hell out of here. Please, Drew says, relief filling his voice. He holds up a small silver box. While you're driving, maybe we can look at what we all risked our lives to get.
Chapter 23. Deciphering Clues. Aleasha. When the guys hop into the truck, they are a bundle of energy and chatter. I close my eyes, too tired to take part. You got it? Nathan says, his voice rising with excitement. Holy crap! I can't believe you got it. Drew chuckles. Yeah. I put it in my pocket just before Aleasha went overboard. I feel all 3 sets of eyes on me, and the truck is silent. Thanks for going after her, Manny says. Well, I wasn't going anywhere else. Drew chuckles. I'd been trying to climb that stupid rope, but there wasn't enough slack to grip with my feet. I was a fish in a barrel on that wall. When Ish went over, I leaped without thinking. I resist the urge to shudder. Drew has saved me several times in the last 24 hours. I probably would have been dead 10 times over without him there, risking his life to save me. And he did it because he wanted to. He didn't have to jump in after me. He wasn't pushed. He jumped. Maybe everything he said before is true, and he really is sorry about me and Nathan. Oh, hell. That complicates things, doesn't it? Especially now that I'm with Manny. Manny starts the truck, and we pull out of the parking lot. I hear the sound of metal on metal. Then Drew says, Aha. What's in the box? Nathan asks. I open my eyes and turn to look over my shoulder. What is that? The box your dad hid in the water, Manny says, glancing in the rearview mirror. What's in it? Drew has a thin box the size of a business card in his hand. Inside is a piece of paper folded several times. Drew hands it to Nathan. Go ahead. Nathan unfolds the paper, and it has a photo of me and Nathan grinning in front of a waterfall. Give that to me, I demand, holding out my hand and shaking it. Whoa. Okay, Nate says. I examine the picture, then shove it under Nathan's nose. Do you remember this picture? Should I? Nathan asks. It's the same picture Dad kept on his nightstand. Oh, yeah, Mount Rainier. I glance up at Drew and Manny, showing them the picture. I must have been 10 and Nathan was 8. We'd gone camping one summer around Mount Rainier. There was one hike Dad took us to that took all day. My legs ached, and the bugs were horrible. Why did Dad always take us to places with crazy bugs? And there was snow on the ground even though it was the middle of summer. But the air was humid and so clean. It was almost like you could feel the photosynthesis happening around you. I smile at the memory, envisioning it like it was yesterday. It's still one of my favorite family memories. There was a waterfall out in the middle of nowhere. As we climbed the slippery rocks to get closer, the mist from the waterfall floated through the air, hitting our faces and evaporating. It was magical. I was young enough at the time that I kept waiting for fairies to appear, but it also gave me my love of the outdoors and tolerance for my little brother. So, we're going to Mount Rainier? Drew asks. After we get rid of this tail, Manny mumbles. He glances back at us. Is everyone buckled? We all nod affirmative, and then Manny hits the gas. Hard.
Chapter 24. Catch Me If You Can. Nathan. My head whips back and hits the seat. I glance at Aleasha, and she is calmly sitting with one hand grasping her seatbelt across her chest and the other hand holding onto the bar above her head. I'm sitting behind Manny, so I don't know what his face looks like, but I think I hear him chuckle. Drew looks at me and grins. You ever been in a car chase before? Sort of, I say. There is a time when Grandpa saved me from Simon after the basketball came and we were driving down the icy roads. He did a whole lot of cussing, and I did a whole lot of praying. Drew nods. I remember that. There was a whole lot of cussing from Charlie after the fact, too. Manny weaves in and out of cars along the gravel road, accelerating until I'm pretty sure the engine's gonna burst out of the hood and fall onto the ground. I glance over my shoulder, and there's a Suburban on our tail, not even trying to hide that it's following us. We slide all over the road, spitting up gravel and fishtailing in all directions. We nearly hit oncoming cars several times, and Manny's still laughing. A massive cloud of smoke fills the air behind our truck, and I wonder how the Suburban can even see us or breathe in all that dirt. The washboard of the dirt road is so bad, my butt's numb from the vibration, and it's so loud we can't talk without yelling. But when we hit pavement, the sound silences instantly, and whatever tension I'd been feeling lessens. Did we lose them? I ask, looking over my shoulder again. Not likely, Drew says. He's right. The Suburban may be further away, but they're still in sight. We wind downward off the mountain toward the main highway. Every chance he gets, Manny passes the car in front of him, trying to get as much distance between us and the Suburban behind us, but it seems as if the Suburban doesn't care if they run oncoming traffic off the road. It's getting increasingly more dangerous for the surrounding traffic. Manny's grin is gone. His jaw pulses as he glances in the rearview mirror. He lets off the gas and pulls in between two cars. Let's change things up. Rather than passing, he stays between the two cars, going with the flow of traffic. The Suburban remains 2 cars behind us until we hit the on-ramp to the highway, and 1 lane turns into 3. Manny floors it and is off again, weaving in and out of traffic until he finds a couple of long-haul trucks. One is in the middle lane, about to pass the semi in the far right lane. Manny uses the left lane to pass both trucks, then moves into the far right lane, blocking our truck from the Suburban's vision, while the semi in the middle lane slowly passes the one in the far right. What's the plan? Drew asks, his eyes on the Suburban jockeying for position in the far left lane. Manny points to the green sign on the side of the road. At the rate this semi is passing us, we should be able to hit the exit before the Suburban knows what's going on. Drew grins. Brilliant. The exit appears just as the middle semi clears the one on the right, and the Suburban doesn't have time to squeeze into the next lane to follow us when we hit the off-ramp. We all cheer, and Manny loosens his grip on the steering wheel. He glances back at Drew and raises both brows. Next time you drive. Drew holds up both his hands in front of his chest. Nuh-uh. You did that perfectly. How about Aleasha? I ask, grinning. No way, Manny says. Unless you want her screaming like a banshee the whole time. Aleasha turns an ashen face to Manny. She opens her mouth as if she's going to say something, then promptly snaps it closed and swallows. Understanding dawns, and I tap Manny's shoulder. Pull over. She's gonna puke. Manny slams on the brakes and slows to a stop on the shoulder of the highway. As soon as the truck is in park, Aleasha is out of her seat, heaving into some weeds. Manny steps out of the truck and walks over to her, rubbing her back and holding her hair while she pukes. After several seconds, she wipes her mouth with the back of her arm, spits a couple times into the weeds, and stumbles back to the truck. She climbs in, buckles up, and leans her head against the headrest. Her face looks white and pasty, and she swallows a couple times. Thanks. Where to next? I ask. Let's drop the truck off at my uncle's and then find someplace safe to recover. I raise my hand. I know of a place.
Chapter 25. Sound the alarms. Aleasha. It feels like we're driving forever. It's pitch dark and well into the night when Drew turns the car onto the dirt road. I'm in Eddie's car with Manny in the passenger seat, and we're following Drew and Nathan in Drew's Audi. I can't see much about the dirt road we're on because it's so dark. Trees obscure the sky, and thick vegetation covers both sides of the dirt road, with branches occasionally scraping the door. I cringe inwardly for Drew, knowing that there will be scratches on his car in the morning. Through the windshield, the lights illuminate a green strip of vegetation down the center of the road, with 2 brown ruts for the tires. The road arches to the left, and then stops at a clearing. It's like looking at a distant memory, one I hadn't thought of for years, one that slipped my mind, and I didn't know was missing. But when I see the old family cabin, so much comes back into focus. I'd only been here once or twice. Dad usually took Nathan here when I was doing other activities, so it was their special place. The river, fishing off the dock, games of hide and seek, and being irritated there was no television. That's probably why I never asked to come to the cabin. It bored me, but Nathan loved it. I open my door and step out of the truck. The Audi lights shine on the cabin. Shrubs obscure the path to the door, and vines climb up the side of the building, making it look abandoned. The guys open their doors, grab their gear. Manny and I follow Drew and Nathan to the front door. Drew places his hand on the doorknob but doesn't turn it. Red lights emit from the doorframe, followed by blue, scanning first his eyes and then his face. "Password, please," the female computer-generated voice says. Drew glances at me nervously, then says, "Aleasha." My cheeks burn, and I look away. Manny mumbles something next to me and balls his hands into fists. I press my hand on his bicep, drawing his attention. Then I force a smile and lean against him to remind Manny that I'm with him, not Drew. 6 clanks sound before the door opens. I follow behind Drew, but before I step through the doorframe, a red light flashes and the computer says, "Please stand while I scan you." I blink several times as the red and blue lights scan my eyes and my face. "State the password," the voice says. My eyes widen and I stare at Nathan. What do I say? "Try our family password," he whispers. I turn back to the doorframe. "Black licorice?" "Confirmed. You may enter." This time the computer lets me in. Manny steps to the front door, his eyes wide and brows raised. He looks at Nathan and Drew. "How do I get in?" The lights scan his eyes and face, and the computerized voice says, "You are not on my list of authorized guests. Who authorizes your entry?" "I do," I say, raising my voice and stepping forward. "Please state your first and last name for the records," the computer says. "Aleasha Summers." "What is your guest's name?" "Manny Juarez," I say. "Please state your password." "Black licorice." "Noted. You may enter, Mr. Juarez." Manny passes through the entrance. All 3 of us turn and stare at Nathan. He lets himself be scanned, states his password, and walks on in like it's old hat. I close the door behind him. The cabin is a lot nicer than I expected. Instead of mustard yellow 1980s furniture with an inch of dust and poop brown shag carpets, this place has polished wood floors, a brand new chef-quality kitchen, and leather couches. Much nicer than that frou-frou style Patty used to love. Manny turns to the rest of us and says, "Well, that was stressful. What happens if I try to enter without authorization?" "I don't know, but I don't want to find out," Nathan says, backing away from the front door as if it's a bomb about to detonate. "I suspect this place is seriously booby-trapped." "I'm with Nathan on that one," Drew says. "I don't want to find out what'll happen to Simon if he tries to breach this place." "He doesn't have to," I grumble, remembering how my house was literally blown up by Simon. "Is there any surveillance? Any way we can stop people before they even hit the road here? Or at least warn us of them coming?" Drew rubs his chin. "I'll look into it. I know there's some sort of surveillance, but I wasn't here long enough to know how much." He snaps his fingers at Nathan. "Where's the laptop?" Nathan pulls it out of his backpack and hands it to Drew with a charger. "Here." He pulls out everything from his backpack, putting it on the table. "While we're at it," I say, "let's check everything we brought with us on the hike. Drew and I were talking about it, and there's no way Simon knew to be waiting for us there. He had to have followed us. and I think he's using a tracking device on one of us. Manny and I were thinking along the same lines, Nathan says. I heave my backpack onto the table and empty its contents. Drew and Manny do the same. We sift through the contents for anything we may have brought from when we were at the agency. I have some clothes, some toiletries, and a few family memories that weren't destroyed during Simon's attack on my house in Walla Walla. What about the truck you drove up in? Drew asks. I traded with my old trainer's assistant, I say. Eddie? Drew asks. My breathing hitches and I turn to look at him, to get a full view of his body language when I ask him the next question. How do you know about Eddie? Well, Drew rubs the back of his neck and looks up at me. Eddie works for the agency. Cecil does too. They train new recruits on combat skills. I slump into a seat and stare at him, open-mouthed. It's like my breath has been knocked out of my lungs. Cecil and Eddie are agency too? I whisper. Drew cringes and nods. I'm sorry. Has anything in my life been real? I bellow. All three guys flinch, but don't say anything. I pace the room, wishing I had something to punch. The wall looks pretty tempting, but I don't know what sort of security is in this house. For all I know, I'll set off a freaking nuclear bomb. I turn and look at Nathan. What about you? What did they lie to you about? Who did they plant into your life? Nathan looks at the table and fiddles with a piece of paper. My grandpa. That's who I lived with after the accident. I found out Grandpa. Charlie was agency too. I drop my hands to my face. I want to cry so badly, but anger trumps the sadness, and no tears come. I pull my hands from my face and look around the cabin as if it's completely foreign. Just like everything I ever thought about Dad. What sort of father does this to his children? Who lies to their children and separates them, and forces them to kill people, and expects them to run toward danger instead of away from it? I ask. What sort of man turns their children into soldiers? I stare at the things I collected from my home in Walla Walla and grab the garbage can. I slide everything into the can except for a couple pictures of Nathan and my mom. I'm burning everything. I don't want a single thing from my life in the agency. I don't want to take a chance that Dad bugged something before he died, or anyone else for that matter. Drew holds up his hand. Let's not go nuclear just yet. I have something we can use to check for bugs. He jogs out of the room and is back in a few seconds with something that looks like an officer's baton. He presses a button on the end and then twists a knob on the handle. The baton beeps like the sonar sounds you hear on the movies. He runs the baton over the contents of the table, but no alarm sound. He walks to me. Hold up your arms and spread your legs like you would at the airport. You know I haven't showered yet, right? I say, cocking an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to do that? Drew rolls his eyes. Spread 'em or I'll make Nathan restrain you. Nathan bounces on the balls of his feet, as if he's preparing for a boxing match. You don't have to tell me twice. Send me in, coach. I spread my arms and legs, and let Drew's wand pass inside my legs, under my arms, then up and down the front and back of my torso. Still no unusual beeping. He does the same with Manny and Nathan before handing the wand to me. Press this button as you sweep my body. You must be within 4 inches of the surface you're scanning. You'll know if it catches something. Got it. I start at the front, in the same order as when he scanned me. Inside the legs, then under the arms, and the rib cage. I stick my tongue out at him and take care to scan his face 4 times, nicking his nose each time with the baton, until he looks heavenward and sighs. Then I circle around him and scan his back, starting at his ankles and working my way up. At his lower back, an alarm goes off, and I nearly drop the baton. Drew stiffens and curses. Nathan and Manny stand from where they've been lounging on nearby chairs. We all lean in closer, staring at the baton. Come here. Drew's voice is calm, but his body has stiffened. Let me show you what to do next. I circle around to face him, and he takes off his shirt, tossing it on the ground in front of me. Scan this first. Let's see if it's my shirt. Trying not to notice all his scars, some from when he was stabbed and beaten while trying to buy me time at the pot farm. Others, I suspect, he got from his beating in the barn where I'd drowned. The first time. And still, others. New ones. That must have happened while he was with Nathan, because they weren't there when I was with him. I would have remembered. I've memorized them all. Each is a reminder that Drew's love for me has come at a price, and now he has a whole new batch of scrapes, bruises, cuts, and injuries from our trip to the Bob Marshall. Geez, we're one beat-up bunch of people right now, aren't we? I kneel and scan the shirt, but nothing happens. I look up at him and shake my head. Drew curses again. He glances at Nathan. Can you go into my room and grab a pair of pants and underwear? You have clothes here? Manny asks, raising his brows. There are clothes here in all sizes, Drew says. I will show you the closet so you can pick through and get some stuff for yourself. Nathan jogs out of the same room Drew did when he grabbed his baton and hands Drew a pair of sweats and underwear. Here. Drew wrinkles his nose. I'm not dropping trow here for obvious reasons. He glances at me with a pointed expression. I'd like to change first, but let's scan these clothes before I put them on. He drops them onto the floor and has me scan them. There's no funky alarm, so I pick them up and give them back to him. Are all of you okay with me going into my room and changing by myself? Or would you, not Aleasha, like to come in and make sure I'm not doing anything nefarious? I don't want any more suspicion falling on me until we figure out where the bug is. Irritation bubbles up inside me, and I fold my arms over my chest. Oh, brother, I point at Manny. Just go in there while he changes. Let's not make this any more awkward than it already is. Manny nods and follows Drew to the room. A few seconds later, both guys come out. That was awkward, Manny says. Agreed, Drew says. Nathan pipes up. The least you could have done was buy the guy dinner. Manny grins and Drew's cheeks turn bright red. Drew turns his back to me and assumes his original position, his jaw pulsing. Do it. I hear the tension in his voice. If I find something now, it's because it's inside him. How long has he been implanted? Did he know they did it? I turn on the baton again and scan his backside, starting at his ankles and working my way up. When I hit the middle of his back, near the spine, the baton goes off. Drew tenses. Again. He turns to Nathan. Go find a pen or a marker. We need to pinpoint where it is. Nathan rifles through a drawer near the kitchen and holds up a marker. Got it. Did you know it was there? I ask Drew. He glances over his shoulder at me and shakes his head. His face is red and he looks angry enough to rip someone's head off. It must have happened during one of my surgeries while I was under general anesthesia. This is a new look for him. Drew's usually the calm one, trying to get me to think rationally, but anger flashes in his eyes. They have violated his trust. I run the wand over his back again and find not one, but two different places where alarms go off. The second time, Drew spouts off a string of expletives that would have made a sailor blush. Nathan moves in front of him, places his hands on Drew's shoulders. Whoa, it's okay, man. We'll figure this out. Drew shakes his head, his nostrils flaring. Do you know what this means? He says through gritted teeth. You have to cut me open and dig them out.
Chapter 26. Operation. Nathan. I'm instantly nauseous. Aleasha's hand flies to her mouth. Oh, Drew, no. He whirls on her, his face hard and fierce. We don't have a choice. I've been bugged. I'm how they keep finding the two of you. Me. The person who promised to keep you safe has been the one that keeps nearly getting you killed. Drew runs his hands through his brown hair, and it stands on end. He presses his eyes closed and lets his shoulders drop. You have to dig them out. I can't get to them on my own, and I will not let those things stay inside me a minute longer. For all we know, Simon is already on his way. Aleasha shakes her head and backs away from him. I can't. I just can't. Manny steps forward, his face a mask of determination. I'll do it. I half expect Manny to be jumping with joy at the opportunity to literally cut open Aleasha's ex-boyfriend, but Manny looks like he's about to get a root canal. They decide to do the makeshift surgery on the kitchen table, then gather all the supplies they need. We find an extensive first aid kit in one of the closets. It has everything we need to keep the area clean, cut him open, seal him up again, and bandage him. What we don't find are painkillers. Drew pops several ibuprofen in his mouth and chases them with a glass of water. I feel as if this is grossly underestimating that pain I'm about to feel, but at least I can pretend it's helping, he says. Aleasha paces in front of the table, watching Drew and Manny prep for the procedure. She's biting her nails again. Hey, I say, putting my arm around her shoulder. Why don't I give you a tour of the place? She blinks at me, as if uncomprehending of what I'm saying. I tug her arm. Come on, I want to show you the secret room. It took me forever to find. Dad hid a room? She says. Yeah, took me a week to find it. She smiles. That sounds like Dad. Yeah. Remember that time he hid a bunch of clues inside those fake rocks used for hiding keys? And we geocached all over town trying to find them? I ask. Aleasha chuckles under her breath, letting me guide her to the laptop that was here when I arrived. I open it, press the extra key I noticed, and point to the refrigerator as it rolls forward, exposing a secret doorway. Alicia's eyes bulge and she looks at me. No way! Seriously? I wag my brows. Want to check it out? Manny's mouth hangs open. Can I check it out too? How about after you're done with Drew? I say, giving Manny a pointed look. Manny coughs. Yeah, that's a good idea. Take your time. Do you want me to come out and help? I ask. Manny glances down at Drew. Do you promise not to punch me? I don't make any promises, Drew says, but I'll do my best. Manny takes a deep breath and blows it out. I think I've got this covered. I'll yell if I need you. Good luck, I say to both of them. Aleasha runs her hand across Drew's cheek and presses her lips into a thin line. Good luck. Then she walks to Manny and gives him a brief kiss on the lips. You too. Manny nods and watches her disappear behind the refrigerator. As I'm stepping into the secret doorway, Manny twists up a washcloth and hands it to Drew. Put this in your mouth and bite hard. This is going to hurt.
Chapter 27. Secrets Told, Aleasha. Nathan takes me to the library Dad created for him in the basement. I stare at the walls of books, the giant television covering one wall, and textbooks stacked on top of a table below the TV. Wow. I know, right? Nathan says. He jerks his head toward the TV. Check this out. I sit in the leather office chair in front of the keyboard, and he slides another one next to me. He wiggles the mouse, and the screen comes to life. There's a folder labeled Summers on the display. What's that? I ask. Drew screams in pain upstairs, and both of us flinch, then turn to look at the exit, as if we have X-ray vision and can see through the walls to where Manny is working on him. I grip the table until my knuckles are white. Maybe I should go up there and... No, you'll distract them. Stay down here. But I can help. You'll pass out. You're not cut out for that sort of stuff. I can manage. I start to stand. Nathan grabs my arm and pulls me back onto the seat. Only in an emergency. Manny said he can do it, so let him do it. I glare at Nathan but say nothing. He's right, but I don't have to like it. Nathan clicks on the screen's folder and dozens of files with our names and various years cascade down the screen. What's this? I ask. I don't know. I didn't have a chance to read any of it before Drew showed up. I grab the mouse from Nate and open the first file named Aleasha October 2004. A video flashes onto the screen with Dad's face on it, grinning. I click the play icon. Today I have a baby girl. After 3 other miscarriages, this one went to full term. Nathan and I look at each other in shock. Did you know Mom had miscarriages before me? I ask him. Nuh-uh. I wasn't sure if this one was going to take either. Dad continues on the screen. The science is still new and so much is unknown, but I wanted to see if it would work for the agency. My stomach drops, and I have a sour taste in my mouth. Do I want to hear what he's about to say? Like a train wreck, I let the video continue, unable to turn away. I joined the agency to learn more about Dad and this double life he led. Now, with it staring me in the face, I'm not sure I want to know. I swallow hard and brace myself. If I'm lucky, maybe this information will help me know what to do. The ability to choose what your child's tendencies was just too perfect, too tempting for me to pass up, Dad says. His voice drags my thoughts and eyes back to the screen. With the other 3 embryos, we learned you can't tweak everything. But this time, I tweaked only 4. We made sure she had no illnesses or abnormalities. Then we gave her above-average IQ. Next, we made sure her temperament would be an 8 on the aggression scale to ensure leadership and a tendency toward martial arts. Finally, we modified her strength to make her a more viable soldier should she choose to work in the field in the future. My hands shake, and I look away, tears filling my eyes. They genetically modified me. When Drew first told me my dad had trained me from birth to be an agent, I worried Dad had taken away my freedom of choice. Freedom to be who I wanted to be. But the idea was too far-fetched to take seriously. I was me regardless of how I was raised. But I'm not. I was never me. I'm an illegal genetic experiment. I'd heard about designer babies, but I thought it had to do with deformities and in vitro fertilization of the healthiest egg, not changing the entire genetic makeup of a human being. I press the stop icon on the computer, leaving Dad mid-sentence, his mouth wide open. I can't hear another word out of that man's mouth. Pushing away from the table, I stand and pace the length of the room, my arms wrapped around my torso. I glance up the spiral stairs, wondering about Drew. Now is the time I'd run to him, pour my heart out, and ask him to help me make sense of everything. But right now, he's enduring his own personal torture, and I'm nowhere to be found. As if on cue, he screams out in pain again. I stride toward the door. I'm going upstairs. He would have been there for me. I should be there for him. But I wave my hand in the air, cutting off Nathan's objection. I'm going upstairs.
Chapter 28. If at first you don't succeed. Nathan. I stare after Aleasha, watching her climb the stairs 2 at a time. Holy freaking hell. Swiveling my head to stare at the screen again, I look at the file folder with my name and birth month on it. Do I want to know what Dad did to me? Did he make me a soldier too? Did Mom know what he was doing? I hover over the folder for several seconds before I close my eyes and click on the icon. Another video with Dad appears. He's holding a baby, me, up for the camera to see. I stare at his face, the pride in his grin, the light in his eyes. He's so excited. But about what? That he had a son? Or that he had another experiment to play with? I have to know. After what he said about Aleasha, there is no way I can't not know. I brace myself for the news that will shake my world and cause my personal reality to crumble. Our boy is here, Dad says, grinning from ear to ear. He's a perfect specimen, absolutely perfect. Dad holds the baby up to the camera, and he's a chunk. The baby has almost no hair, massive cheeks, eyes closed. Yep, that's me. We decided for this one, we'd increase his intelligence, giving him personality traits that would make him more strategic. We're also hoping it will give him a photographic memory. As with Aleasha, we cut out any disease or malformations. Because Aleasha has been more temperamental, we opted to modify Nathan's personality to be calmer, possibly opting for humor over conflict. And finally, to round him off, We added fearlessness, but enough cognition to be aware of danger. I stopped the video and leaned back in my chair, staring at his face. I don't have a photographic memory, but it's nearly photographic. It's why I never had to study, but I aced all my tests. I think back on my life, and I've never been sick beyond an occasional cold or a couple of bouts of the flu. I don't think I've ever missed a day of school because of sickness, and it's no secret I'm the more mellow of the two of us. Is fearlessness what drew me to parkour and taking on that group of guys when Riley was being attacked? I mentally cataloged the major events of my life, using my newfound information as a filter. My stomach sinks closer and closer to my feet. Out of nowhere, I want to punch something, and scream, and cry all at the same time. In less than 30 seconds, Dad stripped my entire identity from me. I bolt to my feet, my chair tipping over with a thud on the ground. I need to get out. I need to get away. This house and everything it signifies is closing in on me. I run up the stairs, emerging in the kitchen behind the fridge. Manny is at the sink, washing the blood from his tools. Drew is still lying on the table, face down, his arms tucked under his chest. His sweaty back has 2 cuts about as long as a 9-volt battery. The skin is sewn together. Aleasha gently cleans the blood off his back, then the table, then the splatters on the floor. Manny notices me first. "You okay, man?" I swallow hard. Is now the time to tell them? Drew's already got a lot going on. Does he already know? I shake my head. I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting to see all of this. That's not a lie. Manny turns off the water and dries his hands. We're almost done. What did you find? I ask. There were 2 devices, Manny says. But they were different from each other. It doesn't make sense. If they were both from Simon, you'd think they'd be the same make and model. 2 different devices implies 2 different people planted them at different times. My eyes oscillate between Manny and Aleasha. What does that mean? It means, Drew grumbles from his spot on the table, that both the agency and Simon bugged me. The agency put a bug in you? I ask. Why would they do that? There's the $1,000,000 question, Drew says, his eyes closed and his face pinched with pain. Want to help me take Drew to his room to rest? Manny asks, changing the subject. I nod. Manny rolls Drew onto one side and helps him swing his legs around to sit. Drew winces. Aleasha winces. I lift Drew's arm, letting him direct how quickly he wants me to proceed, until he has his arm over my shoulders, and I have my arm around his waist. Manny does the same on the other side. Drew stands and trudges toward his room, staggering occasionally, requiring Manny and me to adjust our course. Aleasha hurries in front of us to the room, pulls down the covers to Drew's bed, and prepares it for him. When we get inside, Drew kneels onto the bed and unceremoniously face plants onto the mattress and his pillow. Aleasha puts a couple more ibuprofen on the nightstand next to a glass of water and sets an alarm on her phone. I'll be back to check on you in a couple of hours. Drew grunts an acknowledgement into the pillow, but doesn't move. We leave the room, and she turns off Drew's light, closing the door behind us. As we walk down the hall toward the living room, Aleasha says, "We've got to talk."
Chapter 29. Good Guys Gone Bad. Aleasha. Geez, you sound like Mom, Nathan says as we walk into the living room. But this time he's not smirking. He sits on the oversized leather couch facing the fireplace, putting his feet on the coffee table. Manny and I sit together on the other leather couch, perpendicular to Nate's. Manny grabs my hand, intertwining our fingers. I squeeze his hand. While you were up here with Drew, Nathan and I were downstairs in the library? I glance at Nathan for confirmation that I'm calling the room by its correct name. He shrugs. Sure. Anyway, I say, looking up at Manny. We, Nathan says, raising a hand. You left, and I found out more info. Both my brows raise in surprise. Nathan, too? Sadness envelopes me like a fog, and I sigh. If I feel like the essence of who I am was ripped from me, how does Nate feel? I incline my head toward Nathan. We found out some interesting info about our dad and his involvement in the agency. What did you learn? Manny asks. I tell him about the genetic modifications Dad did to me, and Nathan explains what he learned. Nate's unusually stoic, and he looks at his hands as he talks. I feel horrible for him. I want to dig Dad up and scream at his bones for making Nathan feel that way. If this doesn't screw a kid up, I don't know what will. And Nathan and I were already pretty screwed up as it is. Manny stares at us, open-mouthed. He claps his hands together and leans forward, planting his elbows on his knees, and grins at me. That explains why you can lift more weight than most of the guys in the weight room. I nod. Warmth climbs up my neck. Before, it would have been a moment of pride. Now, it just feels like cheating. Manny gestures with his hand to Nathan. And that explains why the two of you are so different. I just figured you were like your mom and Aleasha was like your dad. But maybe not so much, eh? Nathan shrugs. I guess not. And with Dad dead, we only have those videos to figure things out. Manny stares at the glossy wooden floor, as if contemplating the troubles of the world. I see. What do we do now? I ask the two of them. Apparently, Nathan's better at strategy than I am anyway. I'm just the brute squad. What did you do with the trackers you dug out of Drew? Nathan asks. The visual I conjure in my mind makes me shudder, and I swallow to keep the bile down. They're in a cup next to the sink, Manny says. I thought we should scan the rest of the house, just in case, and then take them someplace about 100 miles from here. Maybe throw them off a cliff or something. And see how long it takes Simon or the agency to figure out they're not in Drew. What I want to know, Nathan says, sitting forward, is who planted those. Was it Simon, or was it the agency? Manny stands and goes to the sink. He picks up the cup and brings it to the living room, putting it on the table so Nathan and I can look inside. No wonder Drew didn't realize he was being tracked. They are about the size of a grain of rice. I glance up at Manny. How did you find something that small? Manny turns slightly green. It wasn't easy. I suspect Drew will probably punch me when he regains his energy. The first one wasn't too hard. I pressed around the black marker spot Nate had put on his back, and I felt the hardness of it. But even then, when I cut into him, it wanted to slip away, and I had to dig a few times. He stares at the cup with a sour look on his face. The other one was harder. I couldn't feel it. They put that one in deep. Manny shudders. I don't know how surgeons do it. For starters, their patients aren't awake and screaming, Nathan says. He reaches out for the cup, but stops before touching it. Is it okay if I look at them? Sure, Manny says. Nathan turns the cup over on his palm and out drops two tiny objects. I lean in closer to get a better look. One object looks like a glass capsule that is clear on one side, with a green and bronze coil on the other side. And just like Manny said, it wasn't much bigger than the size of a grain of rice. Geez, they microchipped him like an animal, Nathan says. Manny nods. Nathan picks up the other object. It's about 2/3 the size of the first, but looks like it's encased in bronze and about half as thick, and it also looks much higher tech. Manny's right, Nathan says. About what? I ask, turning the bronze piece in my fingers. Answers whether it was one person or two. Nathan holds out his hand, waiting for the bronze piece. I place it in his palm next to the glass one. Look at how different these are, Nathan says. I wondered if Drew might be tagged by two branches of the agency working exclusive from one another, but I don't think he was. He points to the glass capsule. This one is bigger and looks more rudimentary. I'll bet if we looked it up, they'd use these for microchipping dogs and cats and other animals. They're easier to find and use. You could probably pick one up at a pet store. He points at the bronze one. But I've never seen anything like this. Not in my military studies or any of my internet searches. I bet if we took it apart, or took it to an expert, it would have proprietary technology that isn't available to the public. Big words, I say. What does it mean? It means, if I had to guess, Simon implanted the larger one, probably when he was interrogating Drew. I'm sure at some point Drew was knocked out, and they did it then. And I'd say the smaller one is an agency plant, probably done during one of his surgeries. Judging from all the scars he's had, they've had several opportunities to bug him. Who knows how long they've been tracking him or why? I stretch my neck from right to left, forcing it to pop. Great. So we're genetic freaks? Drew is an animal. And you? I say, turning to Manny. What's wrong with you? Manny holds up both his hands and leans away from me. I'm here for the ride, remember? Ah, yes, Nathan says. Manny's the eye candy. You can never have too much of that. I shoot Nathan a withering glare. Seriously? Though I can't say Nathan's lying. Manny is easy on the eyes. Nathan drops the 2 trackers into the cup and stands, dusting his hands off. I say we scan the house, dump the chips, pick up any necessary supplies, and then lie low until all of us are completely healthy. I don't know about you, but now that I know I'm a human guinea pig, I'm not chomping at the bit to get to the end of this scavenger hunt. Simon, and whoever else is behind this stupid game, will just have to wait. I let out a breath and grin. That's the best news I've heard in a very long time. Me too, Manny says, standing. Now let's double-check that this place isn't bugged.
Chapter 30. Spies Like Us. Nathan. We step outside with our backpacks and armed to the teeth. The sky is still dark above the dense forest. We won't see the sunrise for another couple of hours. The mornings are getting cooler now, and the leaves on the trees are turning shades of yellow, orange, and red. Everyone have a jacket? Drew says over his shoulder as he closes the cabin's front door. We all give him various grunts in the affirmative. Days like today, I wish I were a coffee drinker. It's way too early for these sorts of shenanigans. The last month we'd spent inside healing was fantastic. Yeah, we still had to stay in shape and spar in the dojo we found in another area of the house. And yeah, Aleasha still made us finish school. But it was nice to know I was safe. I didn't have to look over my shoulder everywhere I went, or worry about my friends or my family. I could just be. I'm happy to be outdoors too, though. I'm tired of listening to Aleasha and Manny and Drew bicker. Love triangles suck. Love sucks. It's totally overrated. I'm going to be single forever. We trudged to the Audi, throwing all our stuff into the trunk. After learning Cecil and Eddie had been agency plants too, Aleasha was more than happy to use Eddie's car as a decoy when we took Drew's tracking devices out in the middle of nowhere and threw them off a cliff. Then we left the truck there, with the keys in the ignition, and drove back to the cabin in the Audi. Drew scans his car for the 30th time since we discovered the bug. I roll my eyes while I wait in the passenger seat. Let him do his thing, Aleasha says from the back where she's holding hands with Manny, cozied up to him. After what he's been through, can you blame him for wanting to be extra cautious? No, I sigh. I just want to get out of here. I've got cabin fever, you know? Aleasha chuckles. Yeah. I'm looking forward to going on a hike and being out in nature for a while too, especially if winter's about to set in. Yeah, well, it's a 6-hour drive, so you two are still going to have to be patient, Manny says. I hold up my earphones. I'm good. I've got music. She squeezes Manny's arm. I'm good. I've got you. I make a gagging noise, and Aleasha hits the back of my seat. Shut it. Drew opens the door and climbs into the driver's seat. He glances in the rearview mirror. His face doesn't even twitch when he sees Aleasha cuddling with Manny.
Discipline level 1,000,000.
Are we all set? Drew asks. I give him a thumbs up. Manny nods. Yep, Aleasha says. Drew turns the car around in the clearing and starts down the long drive to the main road. We bump and jiggle down the path. Drew cringes every time a branch scratches his car. Why didn't I clear this road a little better? He mumbles to himself. When he reaches the end of our road, he turns and heads for the highway. Somewhere along the line, I fall asleep. It's probably better that way because Drew drives crazy fast, and I slept little last night. I'd spent all night wondering what this trip would bring. Will it be another clue? Will Dad be waiting for us? Simon? Someone else? If Dad is alive and he's waiting for us, will Aleasha punch him like she did Drew? I guess the bigger question is, will I punch him too? For the past month, I've questioned everything I do. If I gravitate toward the military channel, is it was because of what Dad did? If I crack a joke, is that Dad too? Or would I have been a comedian even if he hadn't messed with my genes? When I fight Aleasha in the dojo and try to fight smarter, not harder like she does, is this a result of lab interference or biology? It's messing with my head. Bad. And I know it's messing with Aleasha's too. I've heard snippets of conversation between her and Drew or Manny talking about it. But every time I walk into the room, they shut up. As if I have nothing invested in the conversation too. Duh. I'm in the same boat, people. When I wake up, the sun is high in the sky. Behind me, Manny is asleep with his arms around Aleasha, and she's snuggled against his chest, drooling on his t-shirt. Yawning, I pull my earbuds out of my ears and look out the window. Where are we? I'm just about to turn off into the parking lot near the trailhead, Drew says. Manny and Aleasha stir, and she yawns, wiping her mouth and then Manny's t-shirt. Sorry. Huh? Manny says, stretching his arms, still oblivious to the wet spot on his shirt. Drew parks in a spot off to the side and gets out, making a beeline for the bathrooms. Aleasha and Manny do the same. I hang out by the car, stretching my legs and taking in the crisp mountain air. Everywhere I look is either green, brown, or a vibrant colored flower. The parking lot is still empty. I grab a protein bar out of my backpack and take a swig of water from my water bottle. Aleasha's the first one out of the bathrooms and returns to the car. Tag! You're it! I toss her the keys, then jog toward the bathrooms too. When I get inside the men's room, I stop. Drew has a blonde guy up against the gray cinder block wall, and Manny is next to him looking like he's ready to rip the guy's throat out. Why are you following us? Drew yells. An old man at the urinal zips up his pants and scurries out of the bathroom, his tennis shoes shuffling across the cement floors. He glances at me and whispers, Go find a tree. Don't go in there. Thanks, I say, and keep walking inside. I'm not following you, the guy says, his eyes wide. His hands are up around his face, and he's shrinking away from Drew as if he expects to be punched. Yes, you are. You were at the gas station in Montana. Drew shoves him against the wall again, forcing the guy onto his tippy toes. What? I come closer, wanting to see if I recognize the guy. Is this the guy Aleasha was talking to when we came out? I ask Manny. Manny nods, never taking his eyes off the guy. The one and only. Convenient. He's at the same rest stop as us here in Washington too, huh? The blonde looks at me and his eyes widen. You know Aleasha? She and I are friends. Go find her. She'll vouch for me. I swear. I'm not following anyone. Drew and Manny look at each other, as if silently discussing whether to bring this guy to her. Rolling my eyes, I say, Seriously? If he tries anything, she'll take care of him herself. She won't need you guys to protect her. Drew chuckles. Manny snorts and says, Good point. Manny jerks his head toward the door. Nathan, go get Aleasha and tell her to meet us around the back of the building. Less people there. Got it, I say, and head out the door. Behind me, I hear the guys struggling with the blonde. Let me go! I didn't do anything. We'll find out soon enough, Manny says. When I get to the Audi, Aleasha has her eyes closed and her knees pressed against the back of the driver's seat. Her arms are crossed, and she's warming her face in a shaft of sunlight. I knock on the back window. Her eyes fly open, and she looks up at me. Yeah? I jerk my head toward the bathrooms. The guys found someone. Her brows shoot up, and she straightens, opening the door. Really? He says he knows you. Alicia's brows dip, and she steps out of the car, locking the door behind her. Where are they? She follows me around to the back side of the bathrooms. It's pretty much just dirt and dog crap. Apparently the hikers like to take their dogs here before they hit the trails. When we round the corner, Aleasha stops. Ben, what are you doing here? Ben breaks into a great big grin, revealing a dimple on his left cheek. I was just going to the bathroom and these two guys started roughing me up, accusing me of following you. Her shoulders slump and she cocks her head, her voice losing any animation. It's an enormous coincidence, don't you think? Well, yeah. But how was I going to know you would be here on this exact day and time? He smirks. Maybe I should ask you if you're following me. Aleasha folds her arms over her chest and stares at him, unamused and silent. The smirk on Ben's face disappears. His eyes dart from Drew to Manny and back to Aleasha. Accelerated breathing, agitation, sweat forming on brow. He struggles against Drew and Manny. All the signs are there. This dude's lying. Manny helps Drew push Ben against the cinder block wall. Drew grabs Ben's hair and pulls his head back, making him look Drew in the eye. Drew's voice is low and quiet, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying. A chill runs down my spine as he leans in close and says, "Tell me who sent you, or you will beg for death before I'm done with you." Ben's face pales. Aleasha? He pushes and shoves against Manny and Drew, but they lean into him, keeping his arms securely in place behind his back. Aleasha! Ben yells, his eyes wide and frantic. I can't tell if it's fear, panic, or one hell of an act. Alicia's face remains stony, her jaw pulsing, watching, waiting, trying to figure out if he's lying or telling the truth. Her nose flares. She's about to break. I touch her arm. She glances at me, and I use the sign language we used to use when we were kids to say, "Wait." She presses her lips into a thin line and turns her focus back to the guys. Ben struggles and fights like a normal guy for a few more seconds. Then, as if he flips a switch, Ben changes. He knocks Drew off balance. Drew stumbles, losing his grip on Ben. Manny steps forward, trying to regain control, but Ben twists out of Manny's hold and punches him in the face. Manny stumbles backward and puts his hand to his nose. Blood covers his palm, and he spits red onto the dirt. Ben has his back to the building, with Drew and Manny facing him, all three of them in fighting stances. Aleasha crouches, preparing to jump in at the first sight of an opening. Manny lowers his shoulder, about to attack, and I yell, "Stop!" The fighting pauses, and they all focus on me.
Chapter 31. Interrogation. Aleasha. Come on, guys, Nathan says, sauntering closer to the fight, acting way too casual considering Ben is about to get his butt handed to him. We don't know if Ben is a good guy or a bad guy. I'd hate for us to go back to work and see him glaring at us from his seat at the table. Wouldn't you? Nate raises a brow at them. So. Nate shoves his hands into his jeans pockets. Are you a good guy, or are you a bad guy? Ben swallows. He glances at each of us and lowers his hands. I'm the good guy. Oh, that kid is impressive. How does he get people to talk like that? Drew doesn't move. I haven't seen you at any of the company gatherings. That's because I'm from another department, Ben says. He rubs his knuckles where he'd hit Manny. Manny wipes at his nose with the back of his hand. He spits another mouthful of blood onto the dirt. Which department? Ben scrubs a hand down his face. Is there some place we can talk with fewer ears? Manny and Drew look at me and Nathan. Nathan looks at me and signs, car. I nod. Do you have the wand? I ask Drew. Yeah. Drew gestures to the parking lot with his hand, then straightens his shirt. It's in the car. The four of us walk as a group, with Ben between us, to the car. Manny walks in back, pinching his nose. Drew pops his trunk and pulls out the wand he'd used to scan the car for bug. As we wait for the parking lot to clear of people, Ben clears his throat. So, how about them Mariners? Really? Drew says. Manny chuckles. Nathan grins. I shake my head and bite my lips to keep from laughing. Ben's making jokes at a time like this? He's worse than Nathan. When the area is sufficiently empty, Drew says, legs apart, arms up. Ben obliges. Drew is especially thorough but comes up empty. This makes Drew scowl, but he says nothing. He returns the wand to the trunk and shuts it. Then he guides Ben to the front passenger seat. Get in. Where are you taking me? Ben asks, eyeing the seat warily. We're going to take you to a dark alley and dump your body in a dumpster. Nathan rolls his eyes. We're gonna ask you some questions, dude. You know, where nobody else can hear us, like you requested? Ben's cheeks flush and he glances at me. Is he always this feisty? Yeah, pretty much. You get used to it, I say. Drew and Ben climb into the front seats, while Manny, Nathan, and I crowd into the back seat. I'm squished between Manny and Nathan. Nathan keeps stretching, forcing me into Manny, though I don't think Manny minds much, because he keeps poking me in the ribs, making me flinch. Drew glares at us through the rearview mirror, then turns to Ben. Which department are you from? FBI. The agency only answers to the executive branch, Drew says, narrowing his eyes. They answer to the president, but that doesn't mean she is the only person who is aware of them. Wait, what? Huh? Whoa! The three of us in the back say at once. Ben glances at us but continues talking to Drew. The agency has flown under the radar for a long time, but body counts are mounting, and Simon has accrued millions of dollars in damage. The government can hide only so much money in ghost agencies and pet projects before politicians start digging around. So, your job is to... Say, leaning closer to Ben. Has Simon been doing more damage than people have let on? More than what he did to my house in Walla Walla? What else is he doing? My job is to investigate, Ben says. Even the president has a limited knowledge of what's going on. She doesn't have time to read through the piles of paperwork submitted to her office. I've been asked to find out what's going on. And what have you concluded so far? Nathan asks. Ben fiddles with his shirt but says nothing. Okay, let's rephrase it, Drew says. What happens if you decide we're a legitimate organization? We're not wondering if it's legitimate, Ben says, shaking his head. We already know you're above board. Simon wiped out nearly all of Aleasha's team in Walla Walla. Several people died from Nathan's team, too. We want to know how that happened and if the Summers kids are the reason everyone died, or there's some other problem within the agency. Of course it's the agency's fault, I say, throwing up my hands. The frustration and anger that's been simmering just below the surface for the last several weeks finally boils over. Ben whips his head around to study me. What? I glance at all the guys in the car. Drew looks panicked. Manny confused. Nathan calm. He flashes a tiny, knowing smile. He trusts me. The agency recruits kids to do stuff we are not emotionally capable of dealing with, I say. Ben's brows shoot up. You think that? Yes! I point at Drew. He talks to me for hours every night, helping me deal with nightmares, guilt, and PTSD over the things I've done. Just because my parents died doesn't mean I'm expendable. The agency took vulnerable kids and exploited them, damaged them further to meet their own needs. I shake my head. I don't know how kids can do this without snapping. My humanity is already slipping. Ben blinks several times, shock registering on his face. Guilt washes over me in waves. Images of the people I've killed, maimed and hurt, flash through my mind in a continuous loop, along with Mark's face. The blood pooling around him on the straw floor of the barn where he died. Tears drip down my cheeks and onto my legs. With halting breaths, I reveal what our dad did to alter us, and how we are nothing but an experiment to him. They stole our lives from us, Nathan pipes in. It's sick, and it's cruel. Ben sinks back into his seat and stares out the windshield. I did not know you felt that way. We never had a choice, Nathan says. As soon as we found out what was going on, we both ran. Not because we are guilty, but because the deeper we got into the agency, the more we realized they may not be the good guys, after all. Drew lets out a breath and leans his head back onto his headrest. I didn't know. I mean, I knew it was hard. I've been doing this for years. I've seen how hard it is on all of us, but I didn't know what Keith had done to you. I drank the Kool-Aid he offered me, and I guzzled it like I was dying of thirst. I justified everything they asked me to do, telling myself there had to be a good reason. I mean, we're supposed to be the good guys, right? His voice thickens and he says, I'm sorry. I reach over the seat and grab his shoulder, squeezing it. He puts his hand on mine and we stay that way. Tears shine on his cheeks. Ben looks at his hands and says nothing. Does that mean Simon is the good guy? Manny asks quietly. Ben's head snaps up. Far from it. He was good once, but like so many other people who came in contact with Keith, he snapped. He gave up everything, and I mean everything for the agency. He looks first to Nathan and then to me. Did you know he's your godfather? No, Nathan says. I'd never met him before he attacked me in the cornfield. Ben inclines his head. Simon and your dad were best friends in the military. When Keith had you two, he asked Simon to be your godfather. No, we think that's why he's hell-bent on getting you guys out of the organization regardless of the cost. That doesn't make sense, I say, shaking my head. All he had to do was ask. Are you telling me if your parents' killer asked you to leave the agency and come with him, you'd grab his hand and skip off into the sunset? Ben says. My face warms. Of course not. Now what do we do? Nathan asks. Ben's eyes gravitate toward the trails leading from the parking lot. Can I ask where you are going? Wait, you don't know? Manny says. Ben shakes his head. I was here to observe and investigate. It's not like I bugged you or anything. Drew, Manny, Nathan, and I look at each other. The irony is not lost on us. I sign to Nathan. What do you think? Telling truth, Nathan signs back. Bring him? I sign. Yes, he signs back. Did you bring your hiking shoes? I ask Ben.
Chapter 32. Follow the leader. Nathan. What? Drew chokes out, turning in his seat to look at us. Are you kidding me? We haven't even verified anything he's told us yet. And yet we poured out our hearts, Aleasha says. She jabs a finger at me. Nate says he's telling the truth. The only thing better than Nathan at detecting lies is a lie detector. Aren't you guys taught how to lie? Manny asks Ben. I've been completely above board, Ben says. Who else would he be working for? I ask. If he's working for Simon, he now knows we want out of the agency. And since that's Simon's goal, Ben'd be willing to help us do that without trying to kill us. And if he's agency, Drew says, then he knows we want to get out and are extremely skilled at death, and knows the agency will never find his body. I point 2 fingers at my eyes, and then rotate my hand to point them at him. And it wouldn't be pretty. Ben swallows hard and puts his hands up, palms out. I won't try anything funny. It's 4 against 1 and I'm unarmed. I open the door, itching to get a move on. Let's go. We're burning daylight. We all pile out of the car and grab our day packs out of the trunk. Manny and Aleasha lead the group, with Ben behind them, and me and Drew taking up the rear. Before we go, does anyone need to go potty? I ask, wagging my finger at the group. I think I've spent enough time in that bathroom, Ben mumbles. We find the trail leading to the waterfall and begin climbing the thick stone steps. Green vegetation flanks the path sprinkled with pink flowers. Aleasha pulls out her phone and takes a couple photos, then continues to climb. The trail veers to the left and continues at an incline until we stop at a lookout point where we get a fantastic view of Mount Rainier. Even I'm compelled to take a photo here. Ben has already worked up a small sweat, and I share some of my water with him at the lookout point. How far are we hiking today? Ben asks. I squint at the sky as if I'm thinking hard and stretch my arms and legs. Somewhere between 9 and 10 miles. Ben chokes on his water. Each way, I add. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. These are brand new tennis shoes. I'm going to have blisters the size of walnuts when we're done. I work hard to keep from laughing at him. And your country thanks you for your sacrifice. He shoots me a dark look, then shoves my water bottle back at me. Behind him, Drew bites off a laugh, and I practice my best poker face. Let's go, Aleasha says, shouldering her backpack again and heading off up the hill. The trail meanders through the woods, keeping most of the sun off us. Birds chirp from the trees, and a couple of chipmunks scurry in and out of bushes. We see a few people on the trail, but not as many as I'd expected. Maybe it's the constant incline. The trail winds after a while, and we move toward the streams, shying away from a nearby campground. As the day wears on, and the elevation climbs, the air grows cooler. How do you remember all of this from memory? Manny asks Aleasha after a few hours. She shrugs. We inherited our sense of direction from Dad. Mom, on the other hand, could get lost in the backyard if she wasn't careful. I raise my hand from the back of the group. That's true. It was an ongoing joke never to ask Mom for directions, and if you did, go the exact opposite of what she told you. Drew chuckles. She wasn't that bad, was she? Yes, Aleasha and I say in unison. By lunchtime, we're nearly at our destination. I double-check my phone to verify the coordinates are right, then glance around, noting the wide river and large boulders. Water rushes downhill, blocking out any other sounds. Sun shines down on us, its warmth offsetting the cool air coming off the water. Trees tower over us on rocky hillsides covered in thick green foliage, making me feel like we're the only people on Earth. It's both calming and eerie. If Simon were to ambush us, I think he'd do it here, I say. Aleasha stops in her tracks and turns, her eyes wide. What did you say? I gesture to the landscape. This would be the perfect place to ambush someone. Look around. We're in a natural valley, on a rocky terrain, which slows us down. There probably isn't another person within a 5-mile radius of us. And, as dense as all the trees are, they could be right next to us, and we'd never know it. I walk over to a nearby tangle of ferns and shove my hand into it to make a point, but instead of hitting air, I hit the barrel of a rifle. In a split second, a jolt of awareness and understanding assaults me, filling me with a spike of adrenaline and soul-crushing fear. My head whips around, searching for Aleasha. Get down!
Chapter 33. Blitz. Aleasha. There is nothing more frightening than looking at your little brother's face and seeing the same expression he had during the car accident that killed our parents. As if in slow motion, Nathan's face pales, his eyes open wider than humanly possible, and he screams loud enough to be heard over the rush of the waterfalls behind me. Get down! My blood turns to ice and I grab Manny's backpack, yanking him to the ground with me. The world explodes around us in all directions. Dirt and rock pelt my face, biting into my skin. Bullets miss me by a fraction of an inch. We're sitting ducks out here in the open. I tap on Manny's arm and yell, "Follow me!" We jump to our feet, running toward Nathan and Drew. Nathan's already disabled the person he discovered in the ferns. I jump over Ben. He's lying at an unnatural angle with several bullet holes oozing blood into the rocks, his eyes glazed over. A bullet rips through my backpack, tugging me off balance. I keep running. Manny makes a sound and stumbles onto one knee. I turn and see his pained face. Bile climbs my throat. He's been hit. I grab his arm, pulling him to his feet. Don't stop. Keep moving. Manny nods, his eyes focused on the tree line ahead of us. He presses his lips thin and grimaces with each step. Fighting back tears, I say, "We're almost there." I try to calm him as much as myself. I focus on the finish line, Nathan and Drew. Manny hisses and stumbles again. A bullet whizzes over my head. Drew shoots 2 guys. Nathan shoots 1. Pain sears my bicep and I gasp. I pull Manny back to his feet, nearly carrying him now. "Come on, we're almost there." Drew turns and shoots several times over my head. He drops his clip, thrusts in another one, and shoots some more. His face is brutal, pure rage and determination. Nathan drops his empty pistol, his face a mask of calm. His moves are swift, efficient, and lethal. Manny and I get to Drew at the same time Drew runs out of bullets. Someone charges Drew. Drew smashes the butt of his pistol into the guy's face, then breaks the guy's neck. Drew grabs Manny and pulls him into the bushes behind Nathan, then yells at Nathan, "Fall back, get cover." Nathan drops another guy, then jumps into the bushes. Bullets eviscerate the leaves. We drop lower, hugging the ground. "Who's got the first aid kit?" Drew says. I shove my bag at him. He unzips it, yanking out the first aid kit and sifting through the contents until he finds the coagulating powder. Nathan shakes his head, and another bullet whizzes by his cheek. We can't stay here. These leaves aren't protecting us from anything. I look right and left and curse. We have nothing more than bushes, ferns, and several trees no thicker than my leg. Hardly what I'd consider cover. "Do we know how many are left?" I ask. "Can't tell," Nathan says. "There's a bunch up on the hill. I can't get to them, and we're still getting people from all sides." There's movement further into the woods, and I grab a dead guy's rifle, checking for ammo. I put the rifle up to my shoulder and squeeze off a bullet, hitting a tree. It splinters from impact, and a person bolts from behind the tree towards another one. I track the body, then pull the trigger again. The person drops. Nathan taps my shoulder. "Gimme the gun." I pass the rifle and he whirls around, picking off another person. Drew shoves his hand into my backpack and thrusts my pistol at me. "Use this." I turn, scanning our immediate area. "Do you see anything, Nate?" "Nuh-uh." "Try sniping the people on the hill with your rifle," I say. Several drones fill the sky and I pick them off mid-flight. They drop like birds, some of them emitting smoke, others just a garbled mess of parts. Nate drops onto his belly and uses his hand as a tripod, resting the barrel on his open palm. He takes a deep breath, and his entire body relaxes. He pulls the trigger. Blam! All of a sudden, the whole hillside explodes and avalanches into the river in a mass of smoke, dust, fire, and dirt. "Whoa, what did you hit?" I ask him. Nate looks up at me and grins. "I don't know, but I want to hit it again." I glance at Drew. He's doing CPR on Manny. I drop to my knees next to them. What can I do? "Check his pulse. I can't find it," Drew says between chest compressions. "Make sure he isn't bleeding anywhere else." He breathes into Manny's mouth. Grit and smoke fill my lungs and nostrils. Tears blur my vision. I put my fingers to the artery on Manny's neck. I don't feel anything. He breathes into Manny's mouth again. Only now do I see that Manny's body is riddled with bullets. His legs, his side, his chest, and hand. Blood seeps into the soil, leaving a thick puddle. I reach out to trade with Drew and give him a rest from doing CPR, but Nathan grabs my shoulder. "Aleasha." I glance up, and we're surrounded by people in full body armor and automatic weapons. A few of them are even wearing some sort of funky exoskeleton. I curse and hold up my hands, but my eyes are drawn back to Manny's lifeless body. It's a matter of time before we're all dead now.
Chapter 34. All clear. Nathan. I close my eyes and tilt my face skyward. Maybe whatever Simon and his goons plan to do with us will be quick and painless. Aleasha slowly stands from her kneeling position, her nostrils flared and lips twisted into a snarl. She doesn't even look at the dozens of people pointing guns at us. She only has eyes for Manny and Drew. One man, Asian in descent, with short-cropped black hair, lowers his weapon and says into a radio on his shoulder, "We need a medic and a gurney ASAP." Alicia's eyes snap to the speaker, and her face softens. Two black-clad people with red crosses on their biceps push through the group. One has a medical bag in their hand. The other kneels next to Drew and gently pushes him aside, continuing breaths while the medic with the bag asks Drew questions while examining Manny's body and getting to work. Drew wipes his hair away from his sweaty forehead and leans back on his knees, panting. His hands are nearly covered in blood, and he has splatter from his forehead to his waist. Several drones buzz in the distance, crisscrossing around the landscape in an orderly fashion. I expect to be dragged, kicking and screaming from the woods, or even shot execution style. But everyone is silent. They keep their guns trained on us, but they're watching the medics work, pulling out supplies from the bag. Two more people, who are not in full armor, just dressed in t-shirts and jeans, and probably not much older than me, push through the crowd with a stretcher. The medics give them orders, and they load Manny onto the stretcher, where they continue to frantically work on him. The Asian dude, who appears to be the leader, addresses me, Aleasha, and Drew. "We need to go inside where it's safer. We'll get out of their way so they can do their job." Over the radio, a female voice says, "All clear. The drones are doing one more sweep." Aleasha drags her eyes from Manny again. What? Where are we going?" The leader says over his shoulder, "At ease." The rest of the soldiers lower their weapons. He turns back to Aleasha. "I'm Henry. The director's been waiting for you." "The director?" she asks. "Is our father still alive?"
Chapter 35. Daddy Dearest, Aleasha. Henry's smile falters. "I'm afraid not. This is his replacement. But the letters, the clues. Only Dad would have known about these places," Nathan says, stepping forward. Henry holds up his hand and shakes his head. "The director will explain it all once we're safely inside. As long as we're out here, we risk being attacked by Simon again." Henry turns and walks back into the woods, disappearing through a layer of smoke. I hold out my hand to Drew, and he takes it. I pull him to his feet. Manny's body is barely visible underneath the medics, who are hard at work on him. A new rush of tears fills my eyes and my breathing falters. Damn it! Doesn't he know he isn't allowed to die? None of us can die. Not Drew. Not me. Not Nathan. And especially not Manny. He's supposed to be invincible. He's the only one who hasn't been shot or stabbed or beat within an inch of his life. He's my good luck charm. I take in several deep breaths. I need to maintain my composure. I won't let this director, whoever they are, see me cry. I will not show the chink in my armor. Gritting my teeth, I square my shoulders and walk with Drew on my left side and Nathan on my right. It feels like some surreal superhero movie, following Henry into the smoke, with his soldiers trailing us. We navigate the minefield of bodies, way more than I thought we'd fought. Then I see one that's in full armor with a knife sticking out of their neck. Whoever Henry and the director are, they were fighting to get to us just as much as we were fighting to get out. We step out of the clearing and onto a path twice the size of the footpath we used to get up to the waterfall. Waiting for us is a militarized four-wheeler. Nathan leans over to me. That thing looks like an F-117 Nighthawk gave birth to a golf cart. I bite off a snicker. Drew chuckles under his breath. I will never unsee that. Nathan grins. We climb into the vehicle. A girl with black, curly hair wrapped in a French twist and wearing a black shirt and black pants is driving. She smiles at Henry as he climbs into the passenger side, then turns to us. If you wanted to visit agency headquarters, all you had to do was ask. Was it necessary to bring Simon too? The girl asks over her shoulder at us. I can't tell if she's joking or serious, though. I take the seat behind the girl, and Nathan sits in the middle of the bench seat while Drew takes the spot behind Henry. He was an uninvited guest, Drew says. He sounds 100 years old, worn and battle-weary. And Special Agent Swanson? She asks. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, I say, stamping down the irritation rising at her interrogation. She smiles over her shoulder at us. The name is Kat Dagger. It's nice to finally meet you all. Irritation slams into confusion. Finally meet us? It's a long story. If you stick around, maybe I'll tell it to you. She puts the machine into drive, and we speed away at the same time several more carts drive up the path behind us. More medics jump off the carts and disappear into the woods. The other soldiers who had been with our group pile into the now vacated carts and drive away. Nathan watches the activity over his shoulder. What are they doing? Henry glances back at him, cleaning up the mess and minimizing the appearance of activity. How do you minimize the sound of the explosion earlier? Nathan asks. Kat swipes at a corkscrew, curl, that has come loose, and is fluttering in her face while she drives. Tell the news stations there was an earthquake. Mount Rainier is an active volcano. Small earthquakes happen all the time around here. That's brilliant, Nathan says, his eyes wide and impressed. What about the damage? Also the earthquake, Henry says. We follow the path around the forest until we're next to the spray falls. The path narrows and dips slightly, then we drive directly toward a giant tree. I stiffen. She's not slowing down. We're going to hit the tree. Grabbing Drew's leg, I press my back against my seat, bracing for impact. Drew grabs my hand and squeezes it. Then we drive right through the tree and into some sort of underground building. Cement walls, halogen lights, and military-type individuals wearing exoskeletons and rifles slung over their shoulders fill the massive space, roughly the size of a football stadium. At the center of the clearing is a 3-level building, complete with windows, doors, and surrounded by a parking lot. The building looks like some of the prefabricated buildings I used to see in Spokane before joining the agency, except it's entirely underground, and there's none of the customary landscaping you'd see at a normal office building. Kat doesn't stop at the first parking lot, but continues driving, circling around the backside of the building. The sound of the waterfall falling is still discernible. The water must be flowing over the side of this bunker. Massive fans hang from the ceiling, causing enough wind to brush my hair away from my face. I squint at the overly bright lights. They're probably trying to compensate for no windows or connection to the outside world. So, what brings you to the agency? Henry says. He seems pretty relaxed considering I saw some of his people dead too. Is this some sort of joke? We were summoned here, I say, folding my arms. Someone sent us on a scavenger hunt all over the Pacific Northwest, and our latest clue sent us to Spray Falls. Henry and Kat exchange some sort of silent communication. Do you know who it was? He asks. We thought it was our dad, Nathan says. Henry and Kat exchange looks again. Judging by the quieting of the waterfall, we must have driven past it and out the other side before turning right and parking in front of a nondescript gray door at the top of 4 cement stairs. This is our stop, Kat says, hopping out of the cart. We'll get everything figured out as soon as we're inside. Henry waits for us to exit before leading us to the door. Before he touches the knob, he stops and turns to our group. No one enters without being properly vetted. Do each of you agree to being scanned and having your identity verified by the agency database?
Chapter 36. Meet the Boss. Nathan. The inside of the agency is nothing like the outside. After walking down a long corridor, Henry opens a door and waits for us to enter the massive space. Bright colors cover the cement walls, and music plays through the speakers. The center of the courtyard is comprised of office desks, pushed together to create pods, kind of like you'd see at school but using adult-sized desks. Some pods have 4 monitors to a desk, and cords hanging from the back side of the computer, with tech of all shapes and sizes scattered along the workspace. Others have a laptop, but nothing else on them. People ranging in age from tween to gray-haired adults run, walk, and even skateboard down the aisles to their destinations. A floor-to-ceiling rock wall covers one side of the courtyard. Another wall has several large TVs. One television has a group of kids playing a video game. Another has kids with earphones watching a movie. Another has teens working on a group project. In a corner, there's a door next to a large window facing the center of the courtyard. Henry and Kat make a beeline to the door, waving to people they pass. We get more than a little attention, considering Drew has blood all over him, and Aleasha's arm is oozing blood too. I think I look pretty stinking good, considering I just finished my first actual fight and am no longer a virgin. I'm gonna unpack that a little later, though. I glance around, wondering if I recognize anyone, but this looks like a different group of people. Darn. I was wondering how Giselle was doing. Kat knocks on the office door, and a youthful voice from inside calls, "Come in." Kat opens the door and waves us in with her hand. "Don't be shy. She won't bite." Hard. Drew stops short, and Aleasha runs into his back. "What's going on?" I ask, trying to peek over Alicia's shoulder. She glances back at me and grins. "I think I found you a girlfriend." "What?" I elbow my way around Aleasha and Drew and stop too. Oh. Hey. "Please have a seat, everyone," the girl says. I find the nearest chair around the massive cherry wood table in the conference room. At the head of the table sits a girl who can't be much older than 10 or 11. She's sitting in a leather chair that looks more like a throne, and she looks like she's playing house in her daddy's office. The girl's wearing all black. Black shirt, black tactical pants, black lace-up boots. She pulls her long brown hair back, making her eyes look bigger and her face younger. She has 2 piles of file folders stacked higher than her head on each side of her. The girl barely looks up as she flips through the pages of her current folder at about 1 page per second. The girl pauses long enough to look up, smile, and say, "I'm Director McMasters. Everyone calls me Courtney." "Hi," I say again. Kat walks to a cupboard and opens it, pulling out a container of disinfectant wipes. She hands it to Drew, who thanks her and wipes at the blood on his hands and face. Courtney focuses her slate eyes on Kat first. "Status report?" Aleasha bolts to her feet, one arm raised as if she's in class wanting to ask a question. "Wait." "Yes?" Courtney says, turning to her. "McMasters," Aleasha says. "Your dad was... Mark?" Courtney's face hardens, and I think she's going to scream, but she recomposes herself. "Yes," Courtney says, forcing a smile. Aleasha's face flushes. She swallows a couple of times and sniffs as her eyes shine with tears. She whispers, "He loved you so very much." Courtney's lips tremble. Kat and Henry watch with wide eyes as if they're waiting for a bomb to go off. Courtney just nods. "Thank you." The room is silent for several moments. Aleasha sits and wipes her eyes. Then she turns into Drew, who pulls her into a hug and lets her cry into his shoulder. I watch the two of them. How did Aleasha know Courtney's dad? How did he die? Courtney stares at the paper in her hands as if she's completely forgotten that the rest of us exist in this room. Kat and Henry watch her from their respective corners where they're standing, but neither approaches her or offers any form of comfort. Courtney looks broken, like she's run out of tears to cry, like she's a zombie running through the motions, but not sure how to navigate her loss. Is there anyone in the agency that isn't broken? Aleasha pulls away from Drew and wipes her face, smiling up at him. Sorry. He shakes his head. Grief doesn't wait until it's convenient. And it doesn't ask permission either, Courtney says, finally looking up. She's regained her hardened exterior, and her eyes are completely impassive. She looks at Kat as if the exchange between her and Aleasha never happened. Status report. Aleasha and I exchange looks, and she flushes again, but this time with embarrassment. I sign to her, Don't worry, I don't think she's mad. I glance up to see if Kat or Henry noticed us signing, but it's Courtney who is staring at us. I'm not mad. We just have a limited time before everything explodes, and I can't be nostalgic right now. Being the boss means I don't have that luxury. Wait. What? She knows sign language? Sorry, I say. Aleasha presses her lips together, folds her hands in her lap, and sinks into her seat. Drew's lips tighten, but only because he's trying not to grin. Even Henry seems amused. Courtney looks back at Kat for the third time. You were saying? Simon and Vel are in custody, as well as 6 others from his group. They're being held in separate rooms where they are being tended to and awaiting interrogation. I received notice that Special Agent Swanson and Agent Juarez are both deceased. Aleasha gasps, and more tears stream down her face. I'm so sorry for your losses, Kat says to Aleasha, and I think she means it. Aleasha doesn't respond. Her head is in her hands, and her shoulders are shaking. Drew has his arms around her again, but this time his eyes are misty too. I run my hands through my hair and stare up at the ceiling, my stomach wound so tight, I think I'm going to be sick. So much death. Is this the life Dad wanted us to live? One where everyone dies, and we cry all the time? Seriously? Anger builds, slowly at first, but I mentally pile on one offense after another of all the things Dad has done to Aleasha and me. All the things that are his fault. All the ways we aren't normal. I want to scream and shout and throw things and break windows. I want to punch walls and break bones, and most of all, I just want. Tears of frustration leak from my eyes. A joke won't fix this ache. It won't plug the hole ripped into my heart. It won't heal Aleasha's hurt. I close my eyes, letting the tears fall. I grip my chair's hard armrests. I just want my mom.
Chapter 37. Things that go boom. Aleasha. Ugh. My head hurts. My stomach hurts, and my heart hurts. I hate crying because when I do, I'm wrecked. Like now. This is why I haven't stopped to mourn anyone yet. Why did my mind decide to have my freaking breakdown in front of the director of the agency? Perfect. What a tough agent I am. Courtney, who has been flipping through more files, waiting for me to pull myself together, signals to Kat and Henry. Kat presses a button on the wall and makes the window facing the courtyard frost. Henry pulls out his phone, taps on the screen a couple of times, and then nods to Courtney. I disabled all recording devices. Courtney leans forward on the table, folding her hands together. I'm the one who sent the packages to both of you. How? Nathan asks. That was my dad's handwriting. Those were private family memories. There's no way you could have known them. Courtney inclines her head. Your father documented them for the agency, and I have a couple of excellent forgers working for me. I glare at Nathan. I told you it was a forgery. I wasn't the only one following the clues, he says. You thought he might be alive too. That's beside the point. That's entirely the point. Nathan folds his arms over his chest and mumbles, Blame me for all of this. I think not. My heart sinks, and I let out a sigh. This tidbit of information is the final nail in our familial coffin. Dad exploited our most private family memories for the sake of the all-important agency. Something inside me snaps, and I bolt to my feet. Whatever you and your precious agency have in mind, I'm not interested. I left for a reason, and I'm not coming back. Courtney stands, and Henry and Kat straighten. What if I tell you I want out too? Courtney says. Wait, what? Huh? Say that again? Really? Whoa, we all say at once. Courtney holds out her hands, palms down. Let's all sit down and discuss our options. She flashes a pointed expression at Kat and Henry. Kat and Henry glance at each other. Each looks shell-shocked. They sit in the seats closest to Courtney, across from one another, and stare at Courtney with wide eyes. Courtney motions with her hands to the three of us. Scooch closer. I prefer the outside microphones not pick up on anything we're about to say. I look at Drew and Nathan, and they stare back at me, their faces mirroring everyone else's in the room, except for Courtney's. She has a mask of calm and confidence. I sit next to Henry, with Nathan next to me. Drew chooses the seat next to Kat, across from me. Courtney clears her throat, takes a drink of water, and starts flipping through her files again. The pile on one side is gradually shrinking, while the other looks on the brink of toppling over. Please forgive me. I've got to multitask as we talk. It's not because I'm not interested in you. It's because I have a limited time to commit all these files to memory. She takes another drink of water. Nothing must leave this building, but I have a photographic memory, so I have been looking through every piece of paper, every file, and every photo or video created since Keith Summers started the agency. Courtney glances up at us. As you can imagine, this is a massive task. Even spending 1 second on each piece of paper, that means I can only look at 28,800 pieces of paper on a good day. That's around 5 boxes of files per day, if I'm not interrupted. But with Simon wreaking havoc on everyone, I'm interrupted a lot. Kat and Henry look at each other, their faces stoic, but Kat's blinking faster than usual. A tell that Courtney's revelation is news to her. What did she think Courtney was doing all day long as she sifted through paperwork? The agency has nearly 500 people working under its umbrella, Courtney continues. She glances at Drew. How long is your average daily report? I'd say it's 2 or 3 pages per night. And you? Courtney asks Kat and Henry. 4, maybe 5 pages, Henry says. My official report is 2 to 3 pages, and my confidential file is probably similar in size, Kat says. So I average about 4 pages per employee per day, at 500 employees. You do the math, Courtney says. Of course, on days like today, that number will probably double or triple depending on what happens. Later. Courtney shrugs. The point is, I've been aware of you, but things needed to happen before I could pull you out of your jobs and into headquarters. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get you here. She waves her hand in the air dismissively. None of that matters now. What matters is I want out too. But my family is hostage to the government. For as long as I'm alive, I am the government's property. I'm a prisoner, but within the confines of the agency. Courtney looks up from her papers and looks each of us in the eye. I want out. I want my family out. I want the other agents free. I want this program shut down. And the 2 of you have given me the opening I need to make it happen. How? Nathan asks, narrowing his eye. Courtney breaks into a giant grin. Do you like things that go boom?
Chapter 38. Propositions. Nathan. I don't know much about this girl, but I think I like her, because that glint in her eye is pure deviousness. First off, Courtney says, the cadence of her voice picking up speed. We need to get Simon to sign off on the plan. That'll be tricky, but if he sees you guys and me in the same room, and if he knows what's good for him, he'll jump at the deal. Aleasha slams her hands on the table. Get to it. For someone who doesn't have much time, you're wasting a bunch of it. Courtney laughs. It's called building tension. Courtney rocks her head from shoulder to shoulder. And I can't tell you everything, for the sake of Kat and Henry. They've got to have plausible deniability after all of this. I need you to trust me. And I need you to follow my lead when we meet with Simon. Can you do that? I exchange looks with Drew and Aleasha. What do you think? Aleasha says. I trust her, Drew says. She's never done me wrong. And I don't see any evidence of lying, I say. No fidgeting, no bad body language. I think she's telling the truth. After everything the agency has done to us, you want to believe her 5 minutes after you've met? Aleasha says to me, her brows raising. Do I? I stare at Courtney. She stares back at me, her slate-colored eyes unwavering. At that moment, she doesn't look like a tween. She looks like someone who is in control and knows exactly what she's doing. I do, Drew says, breaking our staring contest. What Courtney's saying about her family is true. I've heard rumors about it, but it's not something you ask the director outright, especially when she is so heavily guarded. He gestures to Kat and Henry, then smiles. I mean that in the nicest way, of course. Kat grins. Henry raises both brows and snickers. You'd better believe it. And remember that Courtney's dad was Mark, Drew says, turning to Aleasha. She sent him to you, to protect you. That should mean something. Aleasha bites her lip, and her eyes shine with tears. Drew puts a hand on hers and squeezes it. Even if she hasn't been able to tell you outright, I think Courtney has been taking care of you guys the best she could, even when she's had the government breathing down her own neck, Drew says. Courtney nods. Aleasha takes a deep breath. Let's do it then. I turn to Courtney. What do we have to do? Let's go visit Simon. Courtney picks up a file folder and stands, then glances back at us, who are still staring after her in our seats around the conference table. Well, come on. We only have a few hours before this place gets hit by a major earthquake. She wags her brows, then strides out the door, her face morphing into a scowl.
Chapter 39. Playing Games. Aleasha. The five of us scramble to get out of our chairs and follow Courtney out of the office. Henry and Kat take up the rear, almost as if they're guarding us. Courtney weaves in and out of desks, making a beeline toward the far back corner of the courtyard. There are a couple of gray doors on each wall, but this door stands out because it is white. On her way, she stops at a pod of desks with 3 kids. I need 5 chairs brought to interrogation room 1. Sure thing, one boy says, and the kids take off in all directions. At the white door, Courtney turns and waits for us to catch up. For being so young, she's a freaking speed walker. Before we go inside, I want to reiterate that I'll be doing the talking, and I need you to go along with whatever I say, Courtney says. You can ask any questions you want after we've left Simon's cell. Courtney points to Henry. Don't forget to turn the surveillance back on in my office. I don't want anyone to get suspicious. Henry pulls out his phone and taps on his screen a few times before returning his phone to his black slacks. Done. Courtney looks at each of us. Put your game face on. We're going in. Drew and I look at each other and I try not to giggle. Dude, who is this girl? And how do I get a copy of her playbook? Courtney's long brown ponytail sways as she walks down the cement corridor with giant 2-way mirrors next to each interrogation room. How many people do they interrogate around here? She stops at the last room on the left and presses a button. The mirror changes, allowing us to see through it into the room. I almost flinch. I'd expected it to look like the room I'd been in when I was recruited to the agency last year. It had leather couches, paintings, and gold gilded frames. But this reminds me of a house of horrors. Stark white cinderblock walls, a wall of white cabinets, several trays of tools and devices that look like someone's preparing to disembowel him. Or pull out his teeth. Simon lays strapped to a gurney, his arms and legs spread, wearing nothing but his boxer shorts. His deep purple birthmark snakes up his neck, blooming into something that resembles a head of broccoli below his jaw. Bruises cover his face and body in varying shades of black, yellow, red, and purple. One eye is swollen shut and black. There's a wound on his ribs that's covered with bandages. Multiple old scars cover his arms, legs, and torso. Sheesh. He's about as screwed up as we are. Is he as tired of the fight as I am? I glance at Nathan. For Nathan's sake, I hope Simon is. I want you to see what you're getting into before we walk in, Courtney says. Why do you have him strapped down? Nathan asks. Do you plan on torturing him? Courtney shakes her head. Henry and Kat visibly relax a notch. It's a mind game, Courtney says. Nobody likes to torture others, and nobody wants to be tortured. Simon has been on both ends of this game, and I know he's the sort of guy who would rather die than give up secrets. He will have to share by choice. She puts her hand on the doorknob. Is everyone ready? We all nod, and she opens the door, walking in with us behind her like an entourage. A thick leather strap secures Simon's head to the table. He has his eyes closed, and he doesn't move, but I suspect he's fully aware we are here, even if he doesn't know who we are. The interrogation room door opens, and 5 kids bring 5 metal office chairs into the room, surrounding Simon's bed. Each of the teens sneaks a glance at Simon. One girl, a blonde probably about my age, stops at the door and stares back at us, her brows furrowed and lips pinched together. She glances at Courtney and then back to Simon before Kat catches the blonde's eye and shoos the girl out. That will be all. Thank you. Kat follows the girl out to the hall, verifies that the teens exit the corridor, and returns, locking the door behind her. She presses a button on the wall next to the mirror, then and nods at Courtney. We're good. Courtney walks around Simon, her boots clomping on the cement floor. The cool room smells of antiseptic, and there's a buzzing from the overhead lights. I observe Courtney's movements and the sounds she makes or doesn't make. What sort of brain game is she playing with him? Surely, if he's done the interrogating, he's aware of her tactics, right? Simon sighs. Shall we get on with it, Miss Courtney? Courtney cocks her head to the side. Hello, Simon. Feeling well? He responds with a dry, almost bored tone. As well as can be, considering the circumstances. Did they take good care of you? Stitch you up? She asks. Yes, though I don't know why. You'll likely cut me open again. I'm suddenly sick to my stomach. I glance at Drew for verification. He shakes his head. Nathan signs to me. Wait, she's toying with him. Courtney glances up, catches Nathan's sign, and nods. I gnaw on my lip. I'm not good at these mind games, or at strategy. I prefer to go in swinging and ask questions later. I don't have the patience or the temperament to play mental chess. Simon, we have Vel and 6 more of your people. All the rest are dead, Courtney says. Simon says nothing. Do any of them have families we should notify of their passing? No. What would you like me to do with their remains? She asks. Send them to the morgue and leave them unclaimed? He says nothing. Simon, do what you want with the bodies, he finally says. Do what you want with the bodies? What kind of man says that? They're people. Most of them teenagers like me. I sit on my hands to keep from jumping to my feet and beating him for being cold and heartless to the people who literally gave their lives to serve him. You know, a little torture doesn't sound so bad after all. Not much. Just a little. So he'll remember this day and the people who died. Drew must have seen my anger because he reaches out and grabs my hand, squeezing it. We lock eyes. How can he be so calm? He's silently reminding me to be calm too. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and I imagine myself on the beach, with the sun beating down on me, not a care in the world. Calm. What would you like us to do with Vel and the others here at the facility? Would you like to make a deal for them? Or do they have to fend for themselves too? Courtney asks. Simon opens his eyes and homes in on Courtney. She has her arms folded over her chest, standing off to the side near his head. What sort of deal are you offering?
Chapter 40. Playing Chicken. Nathan. Courtney glances over at Henry. Can you get him a shirt? Henry pulls out his phone and texts someone. Done. Why doesn't Courtney have a phone of her own? Does she prefer to have Kat and Henry do everything? Odd. Of course, nearly everything about the director is odd, and yet surprisingly brilliant. She got him to open his eyes, and then she offered him a tiny concession, a shred of dignity, by giving him a shirt to wear while he's being questioned. Will she unbind him too? Or will that be another step in this game she's playing? Someone knocks on the room's door. Kat opens it, takes a shirt, and locks the door again before offering the shirt to Courtney. Do you promise to play nice? Courtney asks Simon. He inclines his head. Do I have a choice? Not much. Yet. Simon raises an eyebrow. My, Miss Courtney. You've gotten better at this game. A little, she concedes. Simon sighs again. I promise to play nice. I feel compelled to tell you that everyone in this room has a kill order on you if you resist in any way. She looks around at us, and I suspect more than a few of them would take great pleasure in it. Courtney motions to Henry, who steps up to the table. Don't move. He unbuckles the leather restraints at Simon's waist, ribs, armpits, neck, and finally his forehead. Simon doesn't move an inch. His face is as calm as if he were getting a massage. Kat unbuckles the leather straps securing his left arm, and Henry unbuckles the straps on his right arm. When they're done, Kat steps away from him, out of striking distance, and Henry offers an arm to Simon, allowing Simon to use it for leverage as he rises from the bed. Simon's legs remain spread and buckled to the table, and it looks incredibly uncomfortable, but it's still one step closer to freedom.
Courtney gives Henry a white button-down shirt, which he then offers to Simon.
It takes some time for Simon to get both arms in the sleeves, partly because he has no leverage or range of motion sitting the way he does, and partly because he looks stiff. I suspect the pain of today's fight is already catching up to him. We wait patiently for Simon to button up his shirt, and he seems unhurried. Probably his way of saying he's not intimidated by the situation, or being outnumbered in the room 6-1. I watch with fascination as Simon and Courtney jockey for dominance, reading between the lines and experiencing a process I'd only read about in books. It's so much cooler in person. When Simon finishes buttoning his shirt, he looks over at Courtney and places his palms on his thighs. Thank you. She inclines her head. What is this proposition you have for me? He asks. Courtney clasps her hands behind her back. It's more of an understanding. Simon arches an eyebrow. You want to take down the agency, and we want you to do it, Courtney says. But we want it done without loss of life. Simon dips his chin. You want me to take down the agency? He glances at all of us. It's the first time he's broken his facade. She caught him off guard. What's the catch? He says. In 10 minutes, we'll evacuate this facility because of a faulty fire alarm. It will take 20 minutes for everyone to clear the facility. Simultaneously, there will be problems at the other agency facilities requiring the evacuation of their buildings. Simon leans forward. I'm listening. Once this facility is cleared, a malfunction will cause the door to this room and the rooms of all your people to unlock. Once all your people are clear of this building, I want you to press this button. Courtney pulls a small black transmitter from her pocket. It looks more like a key fob than a transmitter, but there's only one button on it. All you have to do is press the button. They set the charges to ensure the complete annihilation of the structures, except for the hospital units, which will still have patients in them. This button will simultaneously release a virus into the agency's mainframe and backup systems, effectively erasing any evidence the agency ever existed. And since they house all paper records in this facility, the explosions will leave nothing behind. Simon's eyes narrow. This is too good to be true. There is no way you're sitting here with me in custody, telling me I've been right all along. You wouldn't set me loose and hand me the agency. There's a catch. What is it? The catch is this, Courtney says, her face hardening and any pretense of civility gone. You killed my father, and I will never forgive you for that. Dad was never a willing participant to any of this, and he died trying to protect Aleasha from you. Simon straightens, and his face goes blank, almost as if he's sitting at attention. Besides rigging the agency and hacking into their computers, I've also taken the liberty to hack into your system, clearing your bank accounts, freezing your assets, wiping your name off anything of value. Once the doors to this room unlock, you have a 90-minute head start before I give every law enforcement agency in the world your name and face. All the money from your accounts will finance the bounty on your head, dead or alive. Courtney smiles. I want you to spend the rest of your life experiencing what we've experienced, the terror of being hunted down and killed. You can't do that, Simon says, his face paling. It's already done. Courtney circles the table, stopping near his feet. I suspect you have money stowed in a safe somewhere where we can't find it. You're not stupid. You have contingency plans. And if I refuse? Simon asks. If you refuse, you'll be a casualty of a gas leak explosion resulting from another earthquake. But if you take me up on my offer, Vel and the others will go free. You'll have the satisfaction of being the one to push the button that destroys the agency, and you have a chance at survival. Courtney glances at Kat. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes, Kat says. She could have been standing at attention for all the emotion she was showing. You have 10 minutes to decide, Courtney says. Courtney turns and sits in an empty chair and crosses her legs. She grabs the folder she'd put on the counter and flips through its contents as if in a waiting room waiting for her name to be called. Simon closes his eyes again. You'd think he was meditating, aside from his legs spread in a V, and being strapped to a torture bed, and having a bunch of people staring at him with the fate of the entire agency in his hands. Sort of. 10 minutes, Henry says, standing. Simon doesn't move. His eyes are still closed, hands on his thighs, and sitting stick straight with his legs straight out. Courtney closes the file folder she's flipped through at least 20 times, then stands. She motions with her head toward the door. Goodbye, Simon.
Chapter 41. Alarming Encounter. Aleasha. We file out of the office. First Henry, then Drew, Nathan, and myself. Would Simon rather die in a ball of flames than take the chance Courtney gave him? What does he gain from this? He's willing to let Vel and the others die with him? What sort of man does that? Courtney walks out, and Kat pushes the button next to the two-way mirror on her way out, then pulls on the door to shut it. As Kat closes the door, Courtney says, "The alarm will go off in 5 minutes. Each of us needs to take an area and make sure everyone gets out." "Wait," Simon calls, as the door clicks shut. A smile grows on Courtney's face, and she nods to Kat. "Open the door." We open it, and Simon is already working at the latches at his legs, frantically trying to get unbuckled. He looks up, thrusts out his hand. "I'll take it. I'll press the button." Courtney pulls the device from her pocket again and hands it to Kat, who gives it to Simon. "We'll activate the device 20 minutes after the alarm goes off," Courtney says, "to make sure you don't blow up any innocents." She presses her lips into a thin line. "Once it's active, you will have 3 minutes to press the button. Otherwise, I will do it remotely." Simon nods. He's still working at the restraints on his legs. "You have 90 minutes until I put the word out to find you." "Understood," Simon says, not even looking up. He's down to a few more buckles, and he's working fast. We back out of the room, and Courtney says, "Good luck, Simon. I hope never to see you again." Kat shuts the door at the same time Simon wrestles free of the last buckle. He lunges for the door like a madman and yanks at the doorknob. A jolt of fear and adrenaline shoots through me as we walk away. I glance over my shoulder at the two-way mirror. He's already rifling through the tools of torture and the cupboards. Heaven help us if we're around when he gets loose. "Henry, I want you to run to the medical ward and let them know they're safe and don't have to move." Recruit 2 or 3 people to clear the rest of that level. We'll meet at Rendezvous Bravo. Go, Courtney says. Henry nods and runs off down the corridor. Courtney turns to Kat. You and Nathan go downstairs and clear surveillance in all the other rooms. Don't let anyone stay behind. I'll use Aleasha and Drew to clear this level and make sure everyone gets out. Rendezvous Bravo. Kat cuts her hand through the air and shakes her head. Absolutely not. If Simon and his people get out before you clear the building, he'll be coming for you. He'll be too busy trying to get his people out of their restraints to worry about me, Courtney says. Still, go, Courtney yells. We don't have time to argue. Kat snaps her mouth shut, gives me and Drew a look of warning. Don't let her out of your sight. Then she bolts down the hallway toward the exit with Nathan behind her. Kat hollers over her shoulder, I'll be at Bravo! Courtney follows behind Kat until we exit the corridor, and we're back to the main area of the building. I expect to see chaos, but everyone is milling about as they were before we went to Simon's room. Of course, the alarm hasn't sounded yet. Courtney ignores them and veers to the right, opening another door located just before the conference room we initially met her in. Inside, she walks to a massive wooden desk. Pictures line the walls. I recognize Mark's face in many of them, but there's also a photo of her with the President of the United States and several other important governmental figures. One picture has her with my dad. She must have been 5 or 6. She was holding his hand. Dad was on one side of her, and Aunt Patty. No, not Aunt Patty. Just Patty stands on the other side of Courtney, holding a clipboard. Patty's still wearing her same French twist, pencil skirt, and cashmere sweater, looking like a Stepford wife. Courtney yanks open a drawer and pulls out a white envelope, handing it to me. Inside are digital copies of all the files on your father here at the agency. I want you to have it all. You can do with it what you want. I shove the envelope into my pocket and open my mouth to say something. But overhead, a lights flash and an alarm goes off, making it too loud for us to speak. Courtney grabs a small pistol from her drawer and stuffs it in the back of her pants, then motions for me and Drew to follow her. When we open the door, most of the kids in the main area are already migrating to the exits in an orderly fashion, with the older kids helping the younger ones. Courtney jerks her head to the left to indicate where we are going and runs toward the only 2 doors we haven't been through on this floor. Courtney points to Drew. You clear the offices in that hall. Aleasha and I will get offices in this one. Drew glances at me one last time, then nods and opens the first door. Courtney opens the furthest door and runs down a hall with several doors on each side. We pass a few people wearing business clothes hurrying out of their offices before Courtney stops at the last door. She flings it open and turns on the light. I follow suit with the door on the other side of the hall. We continue this process, working our way toward the front. About a third of the way through, I find a couple of kids making out in the dark. I roll my eyes, yank them out of the room, and send them on their way. When I have that room cleared, I come back to the hallway to find Drew has returned and has helped Courtney clear the rest of the rooms on my side. My head is pounding, and the blinking lights are making me dizzy. I'll be thrilled to get out of this place. The 3 of us jog through the courtyard, navigating desks and trying to block out the strobe lights and siren-like alarm. Drew holds the exit door open for Courtney and me. As I pass through the doorway, he glances over my shoulder as if scanning to make sure we didn't miss anyone. His eyes widen and he grabs my shirt, throwing me into the hallway and blocking the doorway. I glimpse Simon and 2 others running toward us. Drew slams the door on my face, leaving me in the hall with Courtney, and him alone with Simon and his men.
Chapter 42. Stairway to Heaven or Hell. Nathan. Kat must have been a freaking track star in another life, because this girl hauls. She doesn't stop at the elevators. She finds the door to the stairwell and takes the stairs 2 at a time like it's nothing. Her corkscrew curls bounce as she runs, and she has almost a graceful way of skipping the last couple steps and hitting the ground. She'd be awesome at parkour. I'm sure of it. 2 levels down, we can't go any further. She flings the door open at the same time the alarm goes off, and lights flash like strobe lights in a rave. I blink several times to adjust my eyes, but they never seem to focus right. Kat runs to the end of the hall and opens the last door on the right. You clear the rooms on the other side. We have 3 minutes to get these rooms emptied and people out of the building. Got it? I nod and open the first door. It's empty. I move to the next and the next. People fill the halls, clearing the rooms before I get to them. By the time I have 2 doors left, I figure we're home free. I fling the next door open, not bothering to look at the sign next to the door. When I open it, 2 people look up. I recognize them both. Jusari and Giselle? I say. Jusari's afro must have grown since I saw him last. It's been bleached white with purple tips, and he's wearing coke-rimmed glasses and massive earphones while he's hunched over his keyboard, clicking away. Giselle, wearing a white t-shirt and jean skirt, has her long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and her glasses resting on top of her head while she squints at her screen. She drops her glasses to her nose. Her eyes light up immediately, and she squeals. Running at me, Giselle slams into my body, pulling me into a hug before planting a kiss right on my lips. Whoa. Nathan, what are you doing here? She asks. I blink from shock, then clear my throat and point to the strobe light. I'm evacuating people. You've got less than a minute to get out of here. Giselle shakes her head. It's just a drill. They don't make us go. I tug her toward the door. This isn't a drill. We've got to go. I grab a cordless mouse from a nearby desk and chuck it at Jusari, hitting his arm. He looks up and scowls, pulling his headphones from his ears. Hey! Emergency! We've got to go, now, I say. Jusari and Giselle look at each other, then back at me. I thought you ran away, Jusari says, furrowing his brows. I did. I'm back. Courtney sent me to get you guys. They exchange another look. This is real? Giselle asks. Yes, and we have about 30 seconds before all hell breaks loose. Giselle's eyes bulge, and she lunges for her computer. I've got to get my backups. Jusari does the same, corralling several electronics in his arms and picking up the ones that fall on the floor. Kat shoves open the door. What's going on? Why isn't this room cleared? She demands. I throw my hands up in the air. They didn't believe me and now they're grabbing their stuff. No time. Get the girl. Kat runs to Jusari and grabs his arms. If you don't have it, you're too late. Move. Now. Kate nearly carries him out of the room as he screams about all the sensitive info left on the computers. Giselle is still clicking through her computer. Kat bellows from the hallway. Now, Nathan! More afraid of Kat than I am of Giselle, I scoop her up and throw her over my shoulder. Nathan, what are you doing? Sorry, I'll put you down when we're safe. Kat has the door open, waiting for me when we get to the hall. 20 seconds till he's loose, Kat yells over the alarm. Till who is loose? Giselle asks. I curse under my breath. I can't run up the stairs with her on my shoulders, so I set her down. Fear threatens to seize my muscles at the same time as anger boils the blood in my veins. That man will not escape this facility and terrorize more people. Not if I have anything to do with it. Start running, as fast as you can. Follow Kat and don't look back, I say. Nathan, move. I point to the others who are already on the landing. Giselle yips and runs up the stairs. She's gasping for breath when we hit the second level. Kat opens the door to the main level, and Vel walks through it, blocking our way. She's wearing black tactical pants, a black t-shirt that's torn and bloody, with bandages wrapped around her arms from her wrists to her biceps. Even the tips of her blonde hair seem to have blood in them. Vel smiles when she sees us. Oh, I'm gonna like this, she says, sneering at Kat, and then at me. 2 for the price of 1. Kat kicks her in the stomach, knocking her back against the cement wall behind the door. Vel slides down the wall and laughs, dusting her hands off before she stands. I threw you down the stairs once. I'll do it again, but this time you won't get back up. Kat doesn't look away from Vel, but she fishes her phone out of her pants and hands it to me. Get out of here. Text Henry. He'll tell you where to go. My stomach twists into knots. I've seen how dirty Vel fights. Kat could use my help, but Giselle and Jusari need to get out of here before it explodes. Go! Kat bellows, before she charges Vel, slamming her back against the wall and pummeling Vel's ribs with her fists. I yank the door open, shoving a wide-eyed Jusari and whimpering Giselle through the door and out into the main courtyard. I scan the area to make sure nobody else like Simon is waiting to ambush us. Kat slams against the open door, and Vel's foot hits her face. Kat spits blood onto the shining linoleum and straightens, blocking another foot, then disappearing back into the stairwell. Jusari, Giselle, and I run for the exit. How many minutes did Courtney give Simon to get out? If Vel is out, that timer is already counting down. This building can explode at any second, and it won't be enough that we're outside. We need to be clear of the explosion and debris. We push through the door and run down the hall toward the outside. I glance over my shoulder, praying that Kat is running after us. But she isn't. Jusari pushes through the exterior door to find the parking garage empty. Dozens of golf cart taillights are in the distance as agents escape the area, but the armored one is still where Kat left it. I point to the cart. Get in. Then I dial Henry's number. Kat? His desperate voice answers. She's still inside. Vel got to us before we could get outside. She told me you'd tell us where to go. Henry lets out a steam of curses that would embarrass a trucker. He sighs. Take the road we used to get there. You'll hit a Y. Go left towards the sign that says outhouses and follow it until you see us. On our way.
Chapter 43. Gather the troops. Aleasha. We're meeting up with Jacob, Courtney's older brother, and her mom, Audrey, Henry says as we leave the compound with Courtney. He'd met up with us at the designated spot, but Drew, Nathan, and Kat never showed. We stayed until the very last second. Then Courtney texted Drew directions to our rendezvous location and ordered us to leave in one of the armored golf carts. As we drove away, I turned and scanned the area, looking for Drew and Nathan, hoping they'd appear at the last second. They didn't. We round a corner revealing a clearing with a black Suburban. Two figures get out when they see us drive up in the cart. Audrey looks a lot like the pictures in Courtney's office. Tall, lean, brown hair cut into a bob. Her build is more athletic than I remember in the pictures, too. She's wearing black pants and a black shirt. So is Jacob. He's not the stereotypical build of a guy with Down syndrome. At least not what I'd think of. I've seen lots of them with round bellies. But Jacob obviously works out. When we drove up, he was talking to his mom, so he was turned away. It wasn't until he looked at me that I saw the fuller-than-normal lips and small eyes separated by his wide-bridged nose. I try not to stare. I don't see many people with Down syndrome, and now is not the time to be making anyone uncomfortable. Audrey steps out of the car and holds out her hand to me. I've heard so much about you, Audrey says. I'm glad we can finally meet. I wish it were under better circumstances. I'm not, I say, eliciting a surprised look from her. In fact, I hope we never meet again, I say with a smile. Tonight, you and Courtney finally get your freedom, and hopefully so do me and my brother. I gesture to where the facility is located under the waterfall. Plus, we get to celebrate with a fireworks show. Henry's phone rings, and he answers it. He spouts an impressive slew of curse words and runs his free hand through his straight black hair before rattling off directions to our location. What's wrong? Courtney asks when Henry gets off the phone. He looks at our group, his eyes frantic. I'm going back for Kat. She's hung up with Vel. Nathan's on his way. Courtney shakes her head. Don't. There's not enough time. Henry grabs both her hands. I have to. I can't leave Kat there to die. I can't. He grabs her face in his hands and then kisses her forehead. Enjoy your freedom, boss lady. You deserve it. He takes off in the cart and Courtney screams after him, Henry, no! Tears stream down her face, but she doesn't move. Her back is ramrod straight, her hands balled into fists. Audrey rushes to Courtney, pulling her into a hug, and Jacob appears out of nowhere, hugging Courtney from the other side, enveloping them both in his muscular arms. Courtney's shoulders shake as she sobs. I stare out into the woods where the trail used to be. Dusk is fully upon us now, obscuring the forest in varying shades of black. Crickets are waking up, and occasionally, a bird flies overhead. Even the temperature seems to have dropped several degrees in the last couple of minutes. How long have we been here? Will the others find us in the dark? I stand all alone, my arms wrapped around my torso, watching Courtney cry while her family comforts her. But I'm all alone. Where is Nathan? Where is Drew? No more Manny. What am I to do? The words echo in my head, almost melodic. I repeat the words again and slowly begin to rock myself, almost like my mother did when I ran to her, crying. She'd sing me a song and rock me until it lulled me into a contented calm. Except this time there will be no peace. There will be no calm. The sky lights up and an explosion erupts, reverberating off the trees and rocks around us. I nearly jump out of my skin. Courtney and her family look up, watching the fireball, followed by a cloud of dust. We're silent for several seconds. My ears strain for the sound of a cart, or Nathan calling my name. With each passing second, my heart sinks deeper and deeper, closer to my toes. I've lost everything. Again. The smoke and dust reach us, snuffing out the moonlight, choking out the clean air, filling my nostrils with soot and grit. Am I breathing in Nathan's remains? Drew's? Tears pool in my eyes and spill onto my cheeks. A sob wells up in my chest and explodes out of my mouth into strangled wails and coughs. I'm about to collapse into a heap on the ground when a set of arms pulls me into a hug. Courtney's brother holds me and lets me cry into his dusty shirt. It's okay, he says. It's all right. We're here. He repeats it over and over again, his voice calm and sure, over my sobbing. Then another set of arms surrounds me. Nathan murmurs in my ear, I'm here. My heart skips a beat and I jerk my head up, knocking Jacob in the chin with my head. Oh, I'm so sorry. Jacob grins and backs away. That's okay. He rubs his chin and points at Nathan. He's got you now. I turn to Nathan. He's got soot all over his face, and dirt and ash cover his blonde hair and body. But he's alive and in one piece. This time, there's no holding back. I grab his shoulders and pull him to me in a massive hug, vowing to myself that I'll never let him go. Ever. I ugly cry onto his shoulder and he pats my back. I'm pretty sure he's crying too, but I'm shaking too hard to be positive. It doesn't matter. He's alive. He's safe. He's with me. When I pull away, I punch him in the arm. Ow! What was that for? For scaring the holy living crap out of me, I say. Nathan grins. I love you too. Jacob hands me a couple of tissues. Thank you, I say. And thank you for the hug. I needed it. He smiles and dips his head. Anytime. I wipe my face and glance around. There's a guy and a girl nearby, talking to Courtney. The girl is crying into her hands, and now Jacob is hugging her too. Where's Henry, Kat and Drew? I ask. Nathan's face drops. We left Kat in the stairwell fighting Vel. There wasn't time enough to fight Vel and get out alive. Kat made sure we could escape. And Drew? Henry? I ask. Nathan frowns. I passed Henry driving like a madman back toward the compound. I never saw Drew. I press my eyes closed, fighting the inevitable sting of tears. He stayed to fight Simon, I murmur. Nathan curses and pulls me into another hug. I'm sure he'll make it, he says into my ear. He's probably being extra thorough about kicking the guy's butt. Over his shoulder, I strain my eyes to see through the smoke. It's still so thick I can't see more than a few feet. We need to go, Audrey says to Courtney. No, I won't leave without Henry and Kat, she says, shaking her head. I can't do that to them. For the first time since I've met her, Courtney acts like a child, and it breaks my heart. Is this all she's known? Honey, they're probably already trying to find us, Audrey says. We have a small window before there is a full-on manhunt. Courtney's face crumbles. They're family, too. I can't leave them here. My heart breaks for Courtney. All she's lost. Were these the only friends she's had growing up? I step forward and square my shoulders. I'll wait for them. How can they contact you when they get here? Courtney blinks up at me. You'll wait? But what about you? Simon was the one hunting me, not the government. You fixed that problem. The least I can do is help you with yours. Courtney's nostrils flare, and her eyes well with tears again. Her lips tremble as she says, "Thank you." Audrey hands me a piece of paper. Give this to them. They'll know what to do. There's another car waiting at the end of this trail. The key is under the floor mat. Wait, Courtney says, snatching the paper from her mother and writing on the back side of it. She hands it back to me. That's where we've buried my dad. He'd want you to visit him. I hold the paper in my shaky hands and stare at it until the tears in my eyes blur my vision. Thank you, I whisper. But I don't think they heard me. When I look up, their Suburban is already gone, lost in the cloud of smoke surrounding us.
Chapter 44. Lights and Sirens. Nathan. Jusari and Giselle hitch a ride with Courtney and her family, leaving us in the dark. How long are we going to wait? I ask Aleasha. I don't think she thought things through when she offered to stick around. We don't have coats. We don't have shelter, or food, or lights, or weapons. Aleasha doesn't answer me. She just stares into the darkness at the glow where the agency is still burning. I grab her arm. Hey. She startles and looks at my hand. Sorry. What? How long do you want to wait? I don't know. Her eyes return to the glow. As long as it takes. I nod, more to myself than to her. She may never stop looking. Never stop waiting. As much as she wanted to tell herself she hated Drew, she loved him. And he loved her. He made good on his promise to make sure we'd always be safe. He made sure Simon could never hurt her or me again. Grabbing her arm, I tug her to the cart, sit her in the driver's seat, and wrap my arm around her to give her some warmth. Then we wait. Both of us gazing out into the darkness, watching the glow dim. Sirens sound in the distance. I take a deep breath and look around. How long have we been here? I glance at Aleasha. She has trails of tears etching dusty rivers down her face. We need to go, I say. Police and ambulances are there. If Drew and the others are alive, the first responders will find them and take care of them. We can't do anything for them here. A pit the size of the moon fills my stomach. Drew's not coming home with us. Drew has always come with us. He's the one who makes it out alive. Aleasha puts the cart into gear and begins driving down the long, narrow dirt road away from the agency headquarters. She bursts into tears, so I force her to pull over so I can drive. What are we going to do next? I'd held out hope Dad was still alive, but that's gone. This last year has been a dream. No, a nightmare. But it's over now. We have the rest of our lives in front of us. We just need to decide what we are going to do with it.
Chapter 45. As You Wish. Aleasha. It's only been a week, but it feels like a decade. We hole up in the cabin, shell-shocked. I finally write a letter to Manny's mom. I'm such a coward. I can't bear to look her in the face and tell her it's my fault he's dead. It's my fault because I recruited him. I gave him the Kool-Aid and he drank it. Then he followed me to the ends of the earth and died trying to help me find the memory of my father. I didn't tell Mrs. Juarez he died running. I can't bear to leave her with that memory. I told her of all the courageous things he did, how he was a hero. Then I told her about the agency bank info he hid between his mattresses for her to find in case anything happened to him. I told her he wanted her to have it. And after I mailed the letter, I went up to my room and cried myself to sleep. Later, I sit on the stoop on the backside of the house with a blanket around my shoulders. I watch the sunrise while nursing a cup of cocoa. I haven't had a full night's sleep since they died. I know Nathan's struggling too. I've heard him crying out in the middle of the night. I remember the first time I met Drew. It was a sunrise much like this one, but warmer. Not like now where I can see my breath, and the tip of my nose is frozen. I sip the warm chocolate liquid and reminisce, forcing myself to concentrate on the good times, because there were also tons of good times. Behind me, I left the back door cracked open. A wisp of warm air tickles my neck. You have a visitor. You have a visitor. You have a visitor. The cabin's computer blares. I flinch and spill my cocoa onto my pajama bottoms. Jumping to my feet, I leave the blanket in a puddle on the stoop and run into the cabin with the cocoa in my hands, slamming the door behind me. We can't look on the laptop to see who is outside because Nathan's laptop was lost at the waterfall during the ambush. And there's no window facing the driveway. Fantastic. Adrenaline pumps through my veins and I struggle to maintain control rather than tail spinning into a panic attack. When will these attacks end? I thought Simon was dead, and we were done. Did Simon win? Did Drew die for nothing? Nathan tears through the hall in shorts, t-shirt, and socks, his hair sticking out in all directions. He slides to a stop next to me, his eyes wide. "Who is it?" he asks. "I don't know." He takes off again, heading towards the weapons room. I strain to hear voices, or anything that may tell us who is outside. There's a knock at the door. I flinch, dropping my cocoa. It crashes into a warm, chocolatey puddle at my feet. I curse and run for a towel. I've not only made a mess, but now they know we're in here. "Aleasha?" I freeze at the sound of his voice. Could it be? The towel forgotten, I dash toward the front door. Nathan yells for me to stop, but there is no way in hell I'm gonna do that. I fling open the door and plow into Drew, wrapping my arms around him and crying into his shoulder. He stumbles backward a couple of steps, regains his balance, and then wraps his arms around me too, nearly squeezing the breath out of me. And it is glorious. Drew picks me up and carries me back into the house, my legs dangling inches from the ground. He closes the door behind us, then pulls away, a giant grin on his face. A new scar spans his face from his hairline to his chin, complete with stitches. But it's the most beautiful face I've ever seen. I pull him into a kiss. He runs his fingers through my tangled morning hair and squeezes me closer to him. Adrenaline shoots through my veins and I tighten my grip around his waist, wanting so much more. We're desperate and sloppy and tear-filled, and Nathan clears his throat behind us. "Get a room, you two." We pause and I grin, pulling away from Drew. He and I settle for holding hands instead. I tug Drew into the living room, only now noticing the pronounced limp. He gently lowers himself to the couch, dropping a backpack on the floor next to his feet. I hurry to get him some cocoa and bring it to the living room, handing it to him. "Where have you been?" I demand, not even giving Drew a chance to take a sip. I sit next to him and narrow my eyes in mock anger. Drew grins. "Well, I never got the memo on how to get to the rendezvous point, so after I took care of Simon, I went outside. There was no golf cart. There were no vehicles. And the only way I knew to get back home was via the hike we took to get to the falls." My mouth pops open and I cover it with my hand. "No." "You walked all the way back to the car in that condition?" Nathan asks, his eyes about the size of golf balls. Drew makes a face. "Not really." I got about 3/4 of a mile before paramedics came out of the woodwork and found me. They took me to a hospital and took care of me for a few days before releasing me. Then I found a way back to my car, and I came back here. Drew clears his throat. It would have been a lot easier if people answered their phones. Nathan and I look at each other and laugh. We both lost our phones, Nathan says, and I lost the laptop during the ambush. Drew inclines his head. Well, that explains how I found this. He unzips the backpack by his foot and pulls out Nathan's laptop. The paramedic who found me assumed I was a hiker, and the bag was mine. I told him some debris had hit me from the explosion, Drew says, pointing to his face. My chest squeezes so tight I can barely breathe. Did Simon do that to you? Drew shakes his head. I don't want to talk about it. Not today. Right now, I want to enjoy the fact that we're all alive, and we're okay. Just as long as you promise you'll never leave us again, I say. Drew wipes a wisp of hair out of my eyes and says, as you wish. Learn more about Courtney, Kat, and the other agency members in the Court-tastrophe series, and get access to new releases, cut scenes, products, sales, and merch in Susan's newsletter and her website at susankatieallred.com. Learn more about the agency in the next series, Court-tastrophe. Court-tastrophe Chapter 1. Glass shards spray over the wood floor when the flashbang crashes through the bedroom window, rolling to a stop next to the king-size bed in the darkened room. It explodes at the same time black-clad bodies rip the front door off its hinges and storm the home. The blast is deafening. Of course, that's what it's expected to do. Mark and Audrey jerk awake. If the blast had been for any other person, the explosion would have worked perfectly. But this isn't just any home, and Mark isn't just any man. Audrey screams and covers her ears, but it's too late. Mark already knows this, noting the ringing in his ears and his woozy equilibrium. He punches the false front on his headboard, feeling his military-grade shotgun slide into his hands. The spray of shot will compensate for his double vision. 4 black-clad men, covered in body armor and carrying tactical-grade weapons, storm his room looking like shadows. 4 shadows crumble to the ground, hit in the only place their body armor doesn't cover: the face. Mark grabs his wife and rolls with her, off the side of the bed and onto the ground. He motions for her to stay on the floor and leaves her with the rifle. He yanks his side table drawer open and grabs his service pistol and a knife, then creeps around the bed, wearing nothing but his boxer briefs. Glass cuts into his feet. Bloody footprints trail behind him on the carpet. He's oblivious to the sulphurous stench of smoke, the haze it leaves, and to the darkness. Sight isn't necessary. He knows this house like the back of his hand. Mark steps over the dead bodies littering his bedroom floor. He shoots a shadow lying in wait to the right side of his doorway. He stabs another in the neck. A spike of adrenaline mixed with fear snakes down his spine. His eyes dart to the only thing that matters to him right now. Shadows lurk at the end of the hallway near his children's bedroom doors. He raises his pistol and fires, unloading the clip, aiming for legs and heads while closing the distance between himself and his children. He's at his daughter's room. A stinging sensation shoots through his hamstring, and the house tilts on its axis. He falls to the ground. Tranquilizer dart. A shadow, carrying Mark's shrieking 5-year-old daughter, walks out of her room. Another shoves Jacob, Mark's 15-year-old son, down the hallway toward his father. Jacob, handcuffed with blood smeared from his lip to his chin and his glasses askew, stares wide-eyed with his almond eyes. Snot streams out of his nose into his mouth, unchecked. Jacob lunges for his father. Dodd! The shadow yanks the boy back by his handcuffs. Mark stares at Jacob and blinks. As if in slow motion, Mark shakes his head to get Jacob to stop. Mark's arms are yanked behind his back and zip-tied. Jacob struggles to escape his captor, slamming the shadow into the wall with his shoulder. Another shadow grabs the boy's arms, but Jacob shoves back, knocking them into the wall too. Fear snakes down Mark's spine. He watches Jacob, his senses too dulled to call out to his son. "Don't fight them. Let them take me." Jacob breaks free, using moves Mark taught him. He runs toward Mark with his hands still secured behind his back. A shadow tackles Jacob from behind, and Jacob goes down hard. Father and son lie face to face, inches from one another on the floor of the hallway. "Take care of your sister," Mark slurs. A taser in his back shoots volts of electricity through Mark's body. His body convulses, and he loses consciousness. They've had Mark sitting in the cinder block room on a bolted-down metal stool for hours. Enough time for him to notice every detail of the enclosure. Sensors for scanning changes in body temperature, video cameras, microphones to record movement and sound. And of course, the giant two-way mirror dominating the wall in front of him. Who knows how many people are observing him, trying to interpret each gesture or cough, hoping to justify his incarceration. They're probably monitoring his heartbeat and a dozen other indicators for lies and misdirection. He refuses to move, staring straight forward at his reflection in the two-way mirror, ignoring the spotlight glaring into his eyes. He's wearing an orange jumper now, his feet tended to, and the cut on his lip scabbed over. The ringing in his ears has subsided to a reasonable level, too. Bruises and cuts cover his face and torso from the agents who removed him from his home. They're thank you gifts for killing several of their team members. Mark's hands rest on the metal table, folded together, tethered to the table by a metal chain attached to his handcuffs. The door opens, and a man walks in. Navy blue single-breasted suit and matching tie. Lean build. Dark, short-cropped hair with more gray than black. A deep purple birthmark resembling the shape of broccoli snakes up the man's neck. He drops a thick file folder on the table, then takes off his suit jacket, hanging it over the back of the seat. "Hello, Mark. I'm Simon Lamont." Mark stares over Simon's shoulder at the mirror as if at attention. Simon leans back in his seat and tilts his head as if studying his prisoner, letting the silence fill the room. Mark doesn't move, doesn't look at Simon. A smile twitches at Simon's lips. He lifts the cover of the folder and runs his finger down the top page. "I've read your file. A fascinating read. I needed clearance to look at it." Simon's finger stops midway down the first page. "Graduated West Point. Sniper School. Rangers. 82nd Airborne. You've bounced all over the world doing black ops. Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Africa, Soviet Union, Japan. Even a few missions here in the States." Simon turns another page. "You got married, had a kid, and retired from the dangerous stuff so you could stay close and help your wife care for your son with Down syndrome. Very admirable." He looks up, narrowing his eyes at Mark. "Or the perfect cover for espionage." Mark continues to gaze at the mirror as if no one else is in the room. Simon's lips press into a thin line. "We found a hacker in our system last week and tracked them back to your IP address. Considering the know-how it took to get in, we'd have thought you'd take more care in covering your tracks. At first, we thought maybe someone was piggybacking off your IP address. But when your name was flagged, we looked deeper." Simon tilts his head. "Except nothing in your file hinted at the knowledge necessary to hack our security. So, we waited. When you logged on last night and started poking around again, we had to act." Mark sighs. "We were asleep. You saw that when you stormed the house." "Yes, we did, which had us confused. Until we found this." Simon slides a picture across the table to Mark. "Do you know whose tablet this is?" Mark's eyes flit to the picture, but he says nothing. "It's your daughter's tablet." Simon points to the picture. "Look at what's on the screen." Mark looks again and his brows furrow. Simon leans his elbows on the metal table, tenting his fingers under his chin. "Your daughter was hiding in the closet, clutching this tablet to her chest when we found her. The FBI seal was still on the screen." Mark's jaw pulses. She's only 5. That's what we thought. We had men check the perimeter and every square inch of your house. There was only your family. Are you saying my kindergartner hacked into your system? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mark stares at him, unimpressed. Simon stares back. Mark blinks slowly. She's 5. We think she may have a genius-level IQ. Or the FBI's security needs to upgrade their system. Mark raises an eyebrow and stares at Simon. Where's Courtney? Mark asks. Your daughter is in excellent hands. Mark's hands slowly ball into fists on the table. Simon glances at Mark's restraints. Mark leans over the table, his chains going taut. He stares Simon in the eyes and says, That'd better mean she's in my wife's hands. Simon doesn't move. Your wife consented to have Courtney tested. You leave my little girl alone. Mark's voice is low, ringing with warning. She doesn't need to be treated like some science experiment. She's a child. Simon holds up his hands, offering a bland smile. Consider the alternatives. They caught your daughter hacking into a federal agency's system. The FBI's system. That's a federal crime. Depending on what she was looking at, they could consider it treason. She is 5. She's still a threat to national security. Either you work with us, or we take her from you and strip you of your parental rights in the name of national security. Which one do you choose? Mark's jaw pulses. About the author. Where are Audrey and Jacob? Your wife is with Courtney overseeing the testing process. Susan
Jacob
took a liking to one of our agents and decided to shadow her for the next couple of days. The 7th of 10 kids. Jacob's getting a tour of the facility for several children to be reading into the wee hours of the night away from the tables. Or to have her parents listening to books on tape. We are confident Courtney was the one to infiltrate our system. Some of Susan's fondest memories include rearranging exactly how smart she cabinet as a child, why she was there, and scouring what family's hardbound encyclopedia set. That means for interesting facts you are free to go. Everything from A to Z. Susan lives in Washington with her husband, you allow us to continue working with and your daughter, dubbed Satan. And if I don't, she prefers binge reading. You'll be considered a co-conspirator, enjoys the outdoors, and loves a good laugh. Mark's jaw pulses. Susan also writes under several other pen names, including I have conditions of my own. Susan Katie Allred. Mysteries, thrillers, Take suspense. Me to My Daughter First. Bryn Lee. Sweet Want romances. To read more? S. Katie Allred. Go to SusanKatieAllred.com to purchase the book. Allie Riggs. Thank you for listening to Hard to Kill and Speculative by Susan Katie Allred. Jana Mason. You may find all of her books under all of her pen names and at SusanKatieAllred.com.